What you up to today? You having a good day so far?
Yeah, not too bad. Have a rest day, not training. Just started taking steroids 3 weeks ago. And they're pretty great.
You started taking. Have you seen a bunch of gains from the steroids?
Yeah. I think I've made about a year's worth of progress in 3 weeks.
That's wild, man.
Yeah, they work.
I I would definitely never do them myself. But have you seen any side effects or anything? Or
Not so much. I had so they can cause gynecomastia, so growth of breast tissue. I was
boobs?
getting that at first, where the gland was a little inflamed. So I had to take a dose of Arimidex, which is an estrogen blocker. I only needed one dose. So I lowered the dose of testosterone I was on. I let the inflammation go away. It only took a couple days, and then I upped the dose again. Haven't had it since.
Gotcha. Well, that's definitely interesting. Well, I'm glad you're seeing some progress. Just be careful with that, man.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
long term, be
I'm
careful with
getting
that.
regular blood work and everything, making sure I stay healthy.
I'm with you. I'm with you. So, what you been up to? You get any fun debates going recently or anything?
Sort of. I debated this guy, what's his name? Is it Jason Hockley or something on veganism? It went fairly well. It was kind of minty.
Gotcha. Who got voted the winner by the audience?
Well, definitely me.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. You winning all the big debates, and Professor Hizzle says, "No thanks steroids. My moobs are big enough." That's I thought that was funny. Yeah, Austin. I'm a left leaning centrist. Uh, so I'm more a center, but I do lean left a little bit. But yeah, and if there's anybody that wants to come up here and chat, theists or atheists or whatever, feel free to come up. And Vegan Gains enjoys debating veganism too. So if anybody wants to debate veganism, I'm sure he'd be down for something like that. Any topics you'd like to discuss today?
Veganism would be fine. I'm fine debating theists. Moral realism is always an interesting topic for me because I'm a nihilist.
Right. I'm with you. I'm with you. I've been so I still can't really defend it that well, but I'm definitely still leaning towards like a moral naturalist framework, and that right, like the ontology of it at least arises from natural processes, right, through evolution and the various brain stuff that we've developed, right? And so like I use that to ground evolution, at least in my position. Are you ground are you so you're an anti-realist, so you don't ground it at all then, right?
No, I just think whenever you make a moral proposition, you're really just talking about some kind of personal brain state. So X makes me feel a certain way. So like murder makes me feel bad. It's icky. I don't like it. Whenever you make a moral proposition like murder bad, you're really just talking about how it makes you personally feel. It's just preference based.
Right, right. And I get that. I get that view. Do you not when you look at like social species though, do you not see like the cheetahs that are raising gazelles and stuff, and you're like there has to be some sense of like empathy or something going on there?
Yeah, I mean, you'd expect cross species the same sort of social norms or similar social norms because, like, if they have to interact with each other in some kind of way, you're talking about sort of preferences that are built that are pro social behaviors, and that's likely going to end up extending to other animals, at least in certain circumstances. So you'll see octopi hunting with other fish, and they'll have like a kind of friendship with each other, well, where they'll help each other hunt for prey. And these are two completely different species. Humans have gotten along with animals to some extent for a very long time. We've had pet cats and dogs forever.
Right.
And yeah, you'll see plenty of wild animals kind of being friends and chilling with each other. Like birds will chill with, animals, help them. Birds will like pick ticks off of deer and stuff, and deer won't really bother getting the birds off because they know the birds are picking ticks off of them.
Right. So does that so in my position, I feel like the survival instincts and innate desires that we have would be grounding the phenomenon of morality between the species. Do you
What do you
not
mean by
see
grounding?
like it arises from those desires, the empathy, the survival, selfishness, uh
Well,
these
yeah,
different
I'm sure there's an evolutionary
phenomenons.
basis for why, for the most part, most of us have like similar moral values.
Right, right.
It's just that, again, it doesn't make them objective. It doesn't make them objectively true. It just means that there's a reason for why they exist. You can explain this through evolution and all this crap, but they're still subjective. They're just personal preferences.
Right. I get that view. I totally get that view. Like I said, I'm kind of in the middle. I'm leaning towards moral naturalism. I think that having a grounding is a stronger position, and I think that I don't know. I feel like to me it's more intuitive, at least, right? At least when you're looking at it, it seems more intuitive to me. And I know you have the opposite intuition
Um,
towards it.
I could understand how it feels intuitive that there is some sort of objective truth when it comes to moral claims, because when you look at like really, really horrible things that happen, like children getting abused or, genocides, it seems like the way what you're feeling is true in and of itself, like beyond your own perception of it. So I get how it could feel intuitive to a lot of people. And yeah, I mean, when you're making any kind of moral proposition, it would be a useful utility to be able to point to some sort of objective fact to prove that the moral proposition is true. But unfortunately, all you can do is just appeal to your own or others' preferences.
Right. Well, I'm with you that ultimately we end up doing some type of um, reasoning around whatever thoughts arise in regards to like a moral decision, right? And so that part is always going to be subjective, right? But what I'm trying to say is that to me it seems like the phenomenon is grounded in stuff that is like evolutionarily good or bad for us, like survival, selfishness, uh, cohesion amongst the species, stuff like that.
Well, that sounds like an equivocation. Because why is that good?
Well, it would be defining it as good in the context that we're talking about, but the
Well, then good just
moral
becomes a
fact.
descriptive claim. It's not a normative claim.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the moral fact would be grounded in the processes that and the desires and that type of stuff, right? And so I guess that's where like humanism can come into play for some people, but I don't. At least in my opinion, you don't really have to go that far. But to me, it really doesn't matter. Like to me, like I'm leaning towards that way, like the moral realism. But I really don't care if it's realism or anti-realism or what. It doesn't matter. I don't feel like it matters because we're all still going to be somewhat good to each other in most cases, right?
I don't know about that. You can look through some periods of human history where most
Well,
men,
yeah,
at
yeah,
least,
yeah,
died
yeah.
via violence.
I,
So
yeah,
it
I mean, I'm
entirely
saying
depends.
like modern day. I don't think it matters as much as it may have once mattered.
Yeah, like
We all have these same intuitions. Like, oh, except for people that are like psychopaths, right? Like I if I saw somebody getting ready to get run over by a car, I would go and hang on one second. Sorry about that. I would go and I would try to grab them every time, right? But like a psychopath, that may not even be a something that pops up in their brain, right?
um I
Or
think
sociopath, maybe sociopath, maybe that's the right term.
like there's a lot of nuance to this because like look at the amount of people who are okay with lying. And the reason they lie may be for what they perceive as righteous reasons, whereas other people think there's never a righteous reason to lie. So
Right.
this is I can guarantee you this is massively underreported, and this happened to me to some extent. Police fabricate evidence all the fucking time. And I can guarantee you the reason they fabricate evidence isn't out of them just being assholes. Like, let me see how much I can fuck this guy over. Let me try to advance my career by getting more convictions. They're likely thinking, oh, I know this type of person. I just have a gut feeling that he is a criminal, and I'll make sure I get the conviction and put this criminal away by fabricating evidence.
Can I
Guarantee you.
ask what happened?
Yeah. So there was a cop. So my YouTube channel used to be way more popular than it was. Like I was getting hundreds of thousands of views per video. Um, Cops are obviously into fitness content, and every fucking police agency, like probably in the entire world, was watching my videos. And I was living in Toronto at the time. I'd actually have cops on duty and off duty come up and say hi to me because they recognize me from my YouTube channel. Well, what ended up happening was there was some like I don't know if it was a lieutenant or captain or something at some police station. He just didn't fucking like me. His whole department was watching my videos, and he noticed in one of my videos I had a BB gun. So he just decided to contact a judge and try to get a warrant to raid my fucking home because he claimed I have a real gun that I'm not supposed to have. They raided my home. Obviously, they didn't find any guns, and what they ended up finding were some folding knives in my kitchen drawer. They claimed they were
Oh wow.
illegal. They weren't. They said they could be opened by centrifugal force, which they couldn't. Um, so they literally just lied. They made it up just so that they could make up some charges.
That's wild. I'm sorry that happened.
But that sort of shit happens all the fucking time. I don't know exactly how often that happens, but I can guarantee you police fabricate evidence to some extent in many, many cases, probably the majority. Um, we know for a fact that they lie on police reports deliberately. That is technically a fabrication of evidence, so they will try to slant things against you whenever they can. And again, this probably isn't always done for malicious reasons. It's likely done for righteous reasons. And you can see how, like, some people would think that's fine, like this Machiavellian mindset. The means justifies the ends. If you can like lock up a criminal, even though you have to lie and cheat or do something nasty to do it, it's justified. And there's people who think the exact opposite view, where none of that kind of lying is ever justified. And that is a massive moral difference between individuals. Like, sure, you may be able to find the majority of people who would save somebody if they were to walk in front of a bus. But there are these, little evils that are conducted on a daily basis by many, many, many people. And those are fundamentally different moral views. So when you're talking about moral values being like some sort of objective truth that exists in the world that like all of us have, I see it all the time. There are people with fundamentally different moral beliefs, and what some people consider evil and what some people consider good or justified are completely different. And that's why radical Islam exists. That's why you have people blowing themselves up to murder a bunch of Jews in the West Bank and shit.
Yeah, I mean, I, I am sorry you had to deal with that, and I kind of get what you're saying there. Now, my audience is a good mix of atheists and theists, and as you know, what we do here is we focus on elucidating the self-evident truth of our shared naturalistic, atheistic reality that's been revealed to all of sound mind through both natural and special revelation in an undeniable way. And what we've started doing recently is taking atheistic testimonies. Would you like to share your atheistic testimony for the audience? That's probably about 50-50 audience and theist here.
Atheistic testimony. Well, here's what I do know. The ruling force of the universe's strength, and whether a god exists or not, clearly he will not do anything for you. There are children who die of cancer. There are people who die in natural disasters, and there are millions and millions of people who die in war. And the only thing you have to rely on is your own strength. So I think this whole God concept is just for weak-ass fucking pussies who can't do shit in their own lives, and they have to rely on this hope of some sort of magical Superman that lives in the sky who will one day save them because they can't save themselves. It's just a pussy bitch mindset.
That is a beautiful testimony, Vegan Gains. I appreciate that. That's a beautiful testimony. Do you want to watch a friend of mine doing some pull-ups real quick and tell me what you think? Maybe
Sure.
give them some advice?
Yeah, I'm down.
Cool. So this is my friend Manar. He is awesome. I absolutely love Manar. No homo. He's super funny. He is a Muslim, or he has been a Muslim. I think we might have deconverted him yesterday. I'm not sure what the aftermath of that is yet. We ran the. Are you familiar with the reverse ontological argument?
No.
Are you familiar with the necessary being claim?
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Cool. So necessarily, if God exists necessarily. That's premise one. And then premise two, possibly God does not exist. And so the conclusion logically follows God does not exist, because in a necessary being claim, it has to exist in all possible worlds, right? There can't be a world where it doesn't exist. And so he accepted that possibly God does not exist. So the conclusion followed, and it broke him. So I'm
Huh.
not sure what the aftermath is going to be, but this is Benar doing some pull-ups.
The son of a Come on, baby. Please, you gotta show them. You gotta show the haters you can do it, please.
You got to
Please
show the
don't
haters,
stop.
Benar.
Please give me power, please. Please give me power, please.
You
Please,
got the
please,
power,
please,
Benar.
Please.
You got this, Benar.
No, I'm weak. I'm weak. I'm so weak.
Looks
I'm
like
so
he can't
weak.
pull himself up.
You're not weak, Benar. Don't say that. You're strong. Aw, good try, Benar. I'm glad you attempted it. Maybe next time. Do you have any ideas on what he could do better there?
Well, I don't know if he's exhausted, so he may have been doing a lot of pull-ups and working out, and he just can't pull himself up anymore. If he's not able to do a single pull-up, because he's just not strong enough yet, he may want to just do negatives for the time being. So just jump up, pull up to the bar, and then slowly let yourself down. That eccentric loading can help build strength so that you can actually develop the concentric strength to pull yourself up. And you can also use resistance bands. So you just tie the resistance band to the pull-up bar, pull it down to your foot, then it like helps you up. So it lets some weight off so that you can do a full pull-up. And then just do that. Maybe do basically a double progression strategy where you end up increasing the amount of reps you can do with a resistance band until you can, say, get like 15 or 20. Then take the resistance band away, and then you'll probably be able to do at least, a few full body weight pull-ups.
Right, and then just keep working your way up until you get better and better.
Yeah.
I gotcha. How many years have you been working out for now, like in the way that you do now?
Well, I started weight training when I was 15 in high school. I'm 34 now. I just wanted to get girls. There's some hot-ass girls in my high school. I was a little chubby going into grade 10, because I had to quit hockey because of knee problems and stuff. And some girls were making fun of me for being fat, so I just decided to get in shape, start lifting out. Arnold Schwarzenegger and everything was always a big inspiration when I was younger. I always wanted to be the Terminator.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah, I
Yeah,
just
he's
started
awesome.
lifting weights in high school, and I've just gotten better and better at training since then. And last year, I finally benched 410 pounds as a natural lifter.
That's
And then,
crazy, dude.
yeah, and then, for the last year, I was considering taking steroids. I was just doing a lot of research on it. And I finally came to the conclusion that, yeah, I should do steroids. It just suits my goals. I just want to be. My main interest is just strength and physical perfection, and the kind of strain it puts on your body lifting that kind of weight and not having any sort of hormonal support to heal and recover and like improve the integrity of your soft tissue. It's just such a high risk for very little reward. So I just hopped on steroids because it's just safer to train, because you can take growth hormone to increase the strength of your tendons. You can heal faster between workouts, and you get more out of your workouts because as you train naturally, the amount of progress you make diminishes over time. So,
Right.
yeah, it's just safer, easier to train, enhanced, and it just accelerates your progress. And you can do
Are
it safely if you know what you're doing.
are you seeing the strength gains you want to see right now, or is it just the size gains?
Right now, I'm dieting, so I want to get a little bit leaner. I was pretty lean already. Like I had visible abs. I was probably around like 12, 13%. I've lost a few pounds since hopping on. I've gained weight but lost body fat. So I was 200. I'm up to 205, but I'm leaner, and my strength has gone up. I don't want to push the weights too heavy because when you have really rapid strength gains from steroids, it takes a while for your other connective tissue to kind of keep up. So I'm keeping the weights down still and just doing a bit more reps just to avoid injury. But yeah, over time, I'm definitely going to be lifting a lot more weight.
Gotcha.
My back in particular has gotten a lot bigger and thicker since going on steroids. Everything's gotten bigger, but my back especially has grown. I've added 0.1 inches to my arms. Doesn't sound like much, but in only 3 weeks, that's a huge, like, massive improvement. And it
Yeah.
looks, it's a big difference visually. Even 0.1 inches, you can definitely tell. So you can see a bit easier with my left, but yeah, my arms are definitely getting bigger.
Are you still going to do what's it called? Bodybuilding where you show your body? Are you still doing those competitions,
Um,
or
the
are you
last
now not?
bodybuilding show I did was when I was natural. I was like, that was over 10 years ago now. It was when I was like 22 or 23. I haven't been interested in competing as a natural just because it's insanely stressful. you just destroy your hormone levels when you're dieting that lean. So you become hypogonadal, you have no energy, you're absolutely miserable. I think competing as a natural bodybuilder is just fucking stupid. Now that I'm on steroids, I might actually start competing. I'm considering trying to get into classic physique, and I might even try to go for an IFBB pro card. I think I have the genetics for it.
Gotcha. Yeah, when I was younger, I spent way too much time in the gym, and I was around a lot of like professional bodybuilders where I lived at that point in time. And I mean, I never asked anybody if they were on steroids, right? But I mean, you could kind of tell, right? It would be like a dude that's just like way too big for his body type,
Yeah.
just like way too big, and they have like the veins are like they're like super visible, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, I never really asked, but um, it was definitely interesting because I tell you what, there was not much. There was never violence at the gym, right? There were never people like insulting people at the gym because everybody's ready to go if someone's doing shit like that. Like they were some of the nicest people that I probably ever met, and some of the most straightforward, honest people ever too.
Well, you know what's funny? There's this like idea of roid rage, like steroids make you a jackass. I've been on them for 3 weeks. I'm a calmer, nicer person. Um, Testosterone in particular, it just calms you down, like makes you more focused, and you don't have what happens if you're natural is your hormone levels go up and down during the day. So your testosterone peaks in the morning and it goes down throughout the day. So you have these fluctuations, and I think it does make you more prone to moodiness. If you're on exogenous testosterone, you're just injecting it. Your hormone levels are just flat, like they're just constantly elevated, and I think that alone helps you be a bit more mentally stable. And there's research on this. One of the first use, well, I think the first use of testosterone wasn't for performance enhancement. It was actually for treatment of depression. So there have been doses up to 600 milligrams of testosterone per week administered to males for treatment of depression. And as you go up, all the way up to 600 milligrams, mood improves. And that's only what's being studied. So there could even be more mood improvements past 600 milligrams testosterone administration per week. So yeah, there's this kind of misconception about roid rage. I think when you're using certain compounds like trenbolone, that absolutely makes you prone to mood issues. But if you're just taking some basic safe compounds like testosterone, yeah, generally it just makes you a nicer, more calm, collected person.
Right. No, I can see both ends of it, right? Like you being somebody being more prone to getting upset angrily. But like I said, I mean, every example I had was always super nice people. Like somebody's struggling, they go walk over, they take 5 minutes to help them through some sets or teach them some exercise. Like they give people time and they're
Yeah.
smiling, always nice, right? And Professor Hizzle, thank you so much for the super chat. That's greatly appreciated. He says, "Can vegan games recommend any vegan cheeses to try? What's your favorite vegan cheese or cheeses?"
I am not a cheese person. I've never liked cheese, but there are a few good cheeses that I know of. Nuts for Cheese is really good. They have a lot of different flavors, and I think it's cashew based. There is Daya. Daya used to have a bad reputation of being a nasty tasting cheese. They just recently changed their formula, and I've heard it's really good now. So you might want to try Daya cheese. And there's also Chow cheese, which is pretty good. I've had it before. I'm not a big cheese fan, but as far as cheese goes, I've tried it. It's pretty good.
Gotcha. That you got some recommendations there, Hizzle. And then Missing Mod is asking, have you had roid rage yet, or do you get roid rage at all?
No, like again, I had roid rage before I was on roids, and I think a lot of people have seen that. So I've actually had more stable mood, just felt better, and have been getting less angry since being on testosterone.
I'm not gonna lie. I I thought when we were talking about morality, you were gonna start yelling at me or something, and you were just super chill, and I was like, "Oh, cool, cool." I noticed a little bit of the difference there. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, like that topic, I wouldn't really get pissed. Like, what makes me go off is when I detect dishonesty from somebody. That's what really makes me go off. Sometimes if somebody's being like really stupid and dense and like just doesn't get it, and I have to explain to them over and over and over again, and they still don't get it, that can set me off. But just a chill conversation where we're like, "This is kind of what I think. I'm not sure." Like, I usually don't go off on something like that.
Right. And then Alger no nen I don't know how to say that. He's saying which stack is he taking?
Currently, I'm taking 30 milligrams of testosterone cypionate per day, which adds up to 210 milligrams per week. And I'm taking 5 IUs of growth hormone per day.
Gotcha, gotcha. And Rainrick, the relevance of this to atheism is it's not really related. I'm just having a hard time finding theists today, and that happens sometimes. If any theists want to come up here and debate, feel free to click the link. I'd love to. I mean, we had a couple up here earlier that we deconverted. I'd be happy to have theists up here and deconvert them, or I'm sure Vegan Gains wouldn't mind deconverting somebody. And I've seen him debate religion a good bit too. Um, but if anybody wants to come up here and debate, you're welcome to. And I know Vegan Gain said he'd like to debate veganism. That's his primary topic. So um, I'm sure he'd have fun with that.
Yeah. My strategy with debating theists has kind of changed. I don't really care if somebody believes in God anymore. What I prefer kind of debating is, why would you give a shit about God? Like the only explanation that I've ever gotten from theists of why we need to believe and worship and follow God is because, oh, he's going to do something bad to us in the afterlife if we don't listen. Like, again, you can look at all the suffering and death and horrible crap that happens in the world. He's doing nothing to prevent or stop that. There's been tragedy after tragedy throughout all of human history. Um, your average person off the street, if you gave them godlike powers, they would stop children from getting abused. Your God doesn't do that. He is fine with millions of children the world over, year after year, getting abused. He does
It's
not
pretty
seem like
horrible.
somebody that you should have any kind of reverence for. He doesn't care about you. And if the only reason you would worship and follow him is because you're afraid of what he'll do to you, that just sounds like fucking weakness. That's obedience out of fear. And if a God exists, I don't know why he would respect you more or give you some sort of special privileges or treatment due to you being weak. If a God exists, the only God that makes sense to me would be a God like Crom from the Conan the Barbarian universe, a God that only really cares about strength. Again, the strong are what rule. If you're stronger, you can use either psychological tactics or just sheer brute physical force to get what you want. That's always been the case. And if strength rules the universe, then why would God give you any respect for weakness and obedience due to fear? So I just encourage people to act upon their own desires, commit to forcing your will out onto the world and follow what you think is right and act on your own strength. If a God exists, then I think a God would respect that, and living life out of fear just seems like weakness to me. And what's the fucking point?
Right. Like, if you arrive at your position intellectually and there is no empirical evidence that this position is true besides some books that are loaded with contradictions, and claim miracles, which every historian in the world that's not a super biased Christian would claim didn't happen, right? And you arrive at the conclusion that a God doesn't exist or a God isn't possible. How the hell could it punish you for that? You're like
Yeah.
in that example, you'd be using your God-given intellect,
Yeah,
and your God-given reason.
God seems to reward stupidity and gullibility in that context.
Right. And I mean, in the Bible specifically, you see that in uh Genesis, right?
Yeah.
Like the knowledge of good and evil. They're idiots prior, and now they know what's good and bad, and they're naked, and all of a sudden they know they're naked, and so they're getting punished. Like what in the world? It's so
Yeah,
dumb.
the that story is probably being changed many times, and it to me it seems sort of like a Prometheus story where God ended up becoming fearful of the power that mankind could end up creating or wielding, and the knowledge of good and evil. It's kind of like the analogy of fire, in the Prometheus story. So I think it has a very different meaning than what a lot of people interpret it today. And what's also interesting is in the Gospels, Jesus talks about how, human beings have the power to forgive sin. And he got, like, crucified for, partly for that. People thought he was, like, blaspheming against God because, people at the time thought only God could forgive sin. So there's interesting references about, human beings having the power of God, where in the Old Testament in Genesis, God was fearful of man's power of wielding good and evil. And then here's Jesus talking about how we have the power to forgive sin. I think people are kind of missing the important bits of these stories. In the Old Testament, God isn't necessarily good. He's fearful of our ability to wield good and evil. That doesn't seem like a fundamentally good trait. So why would you have any trust in God when because he'll punish you just for wielding power? And then you have Jesus like coming down and telling people that you have the power to forgive sin. If he ever was a real historical figure and any of this has any relation to reality, wouldn't surprise me if he, spoke about other powers that we have. Like, we have the power to wield good and evil, and we can make our own decisions of what good and evil is, and we don't have to obey some stupid fucking book, right?
Yep. Somebody did respond to something you said earlier. I had it on the screen just a second ago. Let me see if I can find it again. Oh, Maverick being Frank said, "Why? Because we should be thankful for the gift of life." When you were asking about why should we believe in something, that I feel like that's a weird position to hold, though. That's really intellectually dishonest, right? Because like the science points to abiogenesis. It's just like you have to dismiss a whole like the whole field of science that has led us to determining what's mostly true and what mostly coheres with reality, to
Well,
say,
just like assuming God gave us a gift of life, that doesn't mean we have to appreciate anything else he does.
that too. I mean, I never thank the universe for my existence.
Yeah.
Like we get the good and the bad either way.
Yeah.
And if there's any theists or atheists that want to come up here and chat, feel free to come up here and chat. You're welcome to join. I put the link in chat there. If anybody in my audience has super chat questions for vegan, feel free to submit a super chat. Or I'm sure if your audience has questions for me, you'll be able to ask those too, right? They'll super chat you and
Yeah.
whatever. But let's get those super chats in on both sides with some questions if anybody has any questions. But Amir is cool. He came up and debated somebody last night, but he's saying theists even say even if abiogenesis gave rise to life, it was designed by God. So And that's another weird argument I hear a lot. Where they're like an evolutionist theist that accepts abiogenesis, and they claim that God like fine-tuned the constants, and like, to me it's all nonsense claims where they're just disconnected from reality, right? But I totally get what you're saying in that the God is obviously not worthy of worship if it's a real thing, right? It would be like worshiping a moral monster, you know?
Well,
Why would you worship a moral monster?
the in the Conan the Barbarian mythos, Crom actually would punish people for worshiping him because he found things like worship or prayer to be weakness. So
Oh, that's funny.
he would actually send doom to those who worship and pray. The only time he would ever refrain from doing that is if people would build a monument to him, so like a statue, because it's at least some form of action that does require some kind of physical and mental strength, like creativity, the ability to move stone. So, why would you assume a god would want to be worshipped? Uh, it could very well be the case that God only cares about strength. And if you look at the universe, look at what happened. There's like this big bang, random shit happened. If we're like that guy is assuming abiogenesis happened, but it was a creation by God. Well, look at the whole evolutionary process. The strong survive, the weak die. So, I don't know why we would assume any kind of god would want us to worship him if he does exist. All signs point to, if there is a god, clearly he only cares about strength, because the weak die, the strong survive. So why? What does any of this like do for you? Nothing. I can guarantee you, every single person who was shoved inside of a gas chamber during World War II, they prayed and their prayers weren't answered.
You know, you make an interesting point because obviously this is tangential and not correlative with what you or causative or correlative really of what you're saying, but the data suggests that people that know they're being prayed for and people that are praying stuff, it has a negative correlation with positive results, at least in the medical field.
I think the
Negative
information's
results.
yeah, I think the data's mixed, and there's different theories as to why that might be. If someone is being knows they're being prayed for, that might lower their stress. So if you lower their stress and they believe that they're going to pull through, some sort of illness, they may be more likely to survive. Now, they may also know they're in a study and they want to prove God exists and it matters to them, and they might be stressed out, worrying, oh shit, what if I die and I'm getting prayed for? Then people won't think my God exists, and maybe God doesn't exist, and oh God, what would happen? So then they end up getting more stressed out and they're more likely to die because they end up having self-doubt.
Right. I could see that.
But there's
I did a
higher
core.
there's higher survival rates with people who get modern medical treatment versus people who are prayed for. So
Absolutely, absolutely.
your God is weaker than modern medicine.
I back in like 2020, I was doing a lot of like 2019, 2020, something like that. I was doing a lot of debates with people on Facebook, or maybe it was like 2018, before I deleted my Facebook. But I was doing a lot of debates with family members on Facebook, and I had to look into that. So I pulled up all the studies that I could find on it, and I put them into a spreadsheet, and it was a negative correlation overall. I don't know if that's changed since then, but what I saw was a negative correlation.
Yeah, I've only seen like maybe 3 or 4 studies, and I know some of them showed a benefit, some of them showed a lack of benefit. I haven't seen all of them. I don't know if there's ever been a meta-analytic summation of all
I,
the
I,
research.
I don't know if there has been.
Yeah,
It's I don't know. It's possible. I just know that I'm a layman that took the data and was like, did what I could with the data, and to me, it looked like a negative correlation, right?
Yeah, like I mean, if you just look at the research and you see more studies showing a negative correlation than a positive, then yeah, it wouldn't
That's
surprise me.
basically, yeah, that's basically what I did. Um, Alien Robot Ghost is asking if you prefer Trend over Deca. I don't know what that is.
I haven't tried either. I would not do either. I'm gonna stay away from nandrolones, but I would say Tren is probably far more dangerous.
And then Jessica is saying dinosaurs are stronger than mammals because mammals lived on, but mammals lived on because they were fitter. In response to your strength claim there.
Well, there's different ways of looking at strength, right? So you could have just pure brute physical strength where, yeah, they might be able to lift more. But you could look at strength in terms of just basic physical fitness or mental fitness. There's many different strengths. So a strength could be a good cardiovascular system where you can run longer. A strength could be the ability to survive in certain climates. So I don't just mean strength in terms of how much weight can be lifted. It's just a more general term.
Right. I'm with you. I'm with you. Things that are fit to survive get to that. That's just nature. Yep. Rogue is, oh no, vegan gains. It's like Alien Robot Ghost doesn't enjoy testosterone very much. Gives him chest acne.
Yeah, some people are more prone to acne. Usually it's from elevated estrogen. So if you're on too high of a test dose, that can happen. Some people overconvert just naturally. So if that's a problem for you, just try lowering the test dose and use other anabolics like Masteron to grow.
Are you against factory farming of chicken eggs?
Yes, absolutely.
What would be an
They
acceptable way for you to collect chicken eggs? And I don't mean to interrupt your explanation. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so egg farming is absolutely horrific. They kill the female hens once they are not able to lay eggs, or at least lay eggs fast enough to be economically viable for the industry, and they also kill male chicks. So it's just a lot of murder. An ethical way to get chicken eggs would just be if you have rescue chickens. So you rescued them from like a factory farm or something, and they live in your backyard happily ever after. And if they lay eggs, it's not really a big deal if you take some of them and eat them. I think it's stupid. I don't know why you'd want to eat like chicken periods. They taste like farts. But that would be the most ethical way where I don't think anyone's being like harmed or exploited.
Gotcha. Gotcha. So you don't even eat eggs at all?
Nope.
Do you eat any fish?
Nope. No
Is there
animals or animal products
at all? Gotcha.
at all.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I know you went through some of this previously, but I've got a pretty different audience today than the last time around. But when it comes to veganism, what does like your daily routine look like in regards to what you eat throughout the day to meet your macros and whatever else you're trying to do?
Yeah, so I eat a fair bit of tofu. When I'm not dieting, it usually adds up to 4 blocks of tofu per day. And a lot of fruits and vegetables. So I eat a lot of blueberries, blackberries, cherries, grapes, watermelon when they're in season. I usually get frozen blueberries, cherries, blackberries. They're relatively inexpensive and I can have them all year round.
That's good stuff.
Also eat sweet potatoes, tofu, like I mentioned. Sometimes I make seitan, which is vital wheat gluten, and broccoli and Brussels sprouts. I really like broccoli and Brussels sprouts.
Gotcha. Gotcha. And if there's any theists in chat that would like to get deconverted, feel free to join the panel. I put the link in chat. If you are on mobile, the link doesn't work, unfortunately. You got to click on my profile picture, then the community tab, and then the post link, and then you can just click the link and join. Anybody? And Robert, my one Twitch viewer, is saying, "Bruh, I grilled broccoli earlier today."
Broccoli is just awesome. I don't know what the deal is with people hating on broccoli. It's great.
Dude, I love broccoli too. It's good. And my kid loves it, dude.
Broccoli tempura is god tier. If you ever go to like a Japanese restaurant, sometimes they have broccoli
Yeah.
tempura. That's just amazing.
Good stuff. Dip it in a little bit of soy sauce or something. That's
Yeah.
good stuff. So what you been up to recently besides the testosterone and working out? You got any big things that have happened to you recently or anything big that you've been working on?
Not really. Just basic solid routine of just waking up, working out, and then doing the daily streams. Just the normal daily grind.
Weren't you doing late night streams for a while? I don't remember you ever being on this early, or maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, today I
Weren't you
started
on later
stream
than
pretty
normal?
early. I started streaming at 10:30, 6 p.m. right now. Usually I
Gotcha.
start streams between 6 and 8, and I usually end like around 1 or 2 in the morning.
I gotcha. Were you just feeling it today?
Yeah, I didn't have to train, so just figured I'd start a stream.
I gotcha. I gotcha. Austin Sims says, as a natural athlete, I have to say I think steroid usage is all wrong. I relate it to the story of Achilles choosing between a long, unremarkable life and a short, legendary life. Choose the long life.
Steroids don't necessarily shorten your life. So if you're an idiot and you take massive doses of particularly harmful compounds, yeah, you're more likely to die. If you're not an idiot and you just take a more moderate dosage that's sustainable and you get regular blood work, you're not just gonna die. Like, look at Robert F. Kennedy Jr. That guy is 70 years old, looks fucking amazing for his age. He's an idiot, but this is a guy who's a former heroin addict. I think he also had an alcohol addiction at one point, and he got off drugs and he started taking steroids and working out, and he looks amazing. Like the idea that this guy is gonna there's some like stupid alert on my phone. The idea that this guy is at a higher risk of dying compared to other 70-year-olds who are like not taking care of their health, not working out every day, they have less muscle mass, they have worse body composition. It's just stupid.
Gotcha. I've seen some mixed. I mean, I've never done steroids, and I'm never going to do steroids. Nothing against doing it, right? But I've seen like mixed stuff on online. I don't know what to think about it, right? But do you ever worry about what might happen if you do it for the next 20, 15 years, or are you going to stop doing it at some point? What's the game plan?
I'm never coming off. Once I'm older, I might not do certain compounds, but I'm never coming off. I'm always going to be on testosterone. Um, there's probably three main things you want to worry about. One is blood pressure, which is easily managed. There's drugs like telmisartan that are particularly good if you're on steroids, just because of the the aldosterone pathway that's triggered. It's a big, complicated process that triggers higher blood pressure in steroid users, but blood pressure meds like telmisartan, very effective for treating elevated blood pressure. And you also want to make sure that you avoid compounds that are harmful for your liver and kidneys. And you also want to keep an eye on maladaptive cardiomyopathy or left ventricular hypertrophy. Again, telmisartan. That does prevent that issue, but it's highly genetic. Dorian Yates, who is, I think, a 5 or 6 time Mr. Olympia winner, massive dude. He was like 280 pounds on stage. After he was done competing, he got checked to see if he had any heart enlargement. Nothing. Just had a normal sized heart. So it's highly genetic, but that is something I'm going to keep an eye on. And steroids don't really do much to your lipid profile, so like your cholesterol. The only thing they really do is lower your HDL, but HDL is a non-causal risk factor in heart disease. So as long as you can keep your LDL, your bad cholesterol low, you should be fine.
Gotcha. And then Austin responded to your last statement. True, the poison is in the dosage, but I think steroid usage can be stressful in the body and shorten your lifespan, even if you're careful. I just don't think the risk is worth it.
Well, aging and getting weaker is also bad for your body. So you can look at people who are 70, 80 years old who are on steroids. They're extremely physically fit, and one of the reasons they're able to maintain that level of physical fitness is because they have hormonal support. So they're on drugs that increase their energy, increase their motivation to exercise, that makes them more aggressive, more competitive, and it also helps to support more muscle mass. So, again, people who take these drugs responsibly over the long term, I've seen them age very, very well compared to normal people. And as long as you're able to manage some of these potential side effects, I don't see any downsides. If you can keep your blood pressure in check, if you don't have maladaptive cardiomyopathy, and you can keep your lipid levels low enough, there really isn't any big risks with taking steroids.
Gotcha. And he had one more response to that. He says steroids can be useful medicines, yes. Using them in this way is very elective, IMO, and it comes with risk. And you should be very honest with yourself about those risks. Don't give in to optimism bias.
Yeah, I'm aware. But again, I'm interested in strength and physical perfection. I obviously don't want to die in the next few years, and I don't see what the risks are as long as I know how to manage the potential side effects that actually result in early death. So, like maladaptive cardiomyopathy, dyslipidemia, and high blood pressure being the primary ones.
Gotcha. And then he said he does make some good points, and he seems to be using intelligently. I'm ordering you not to OD and keep being smart.
Yep. I've done a lot of research into this, and I'm going to use them responsibly and safely.
Gotcha. So you have any questions or anything you want to talk about?
Are you asking that to me?
Yeah. I've just asked you a bunch of questions.
What questions?
Well, I just asked you a bunch of questions about God stuff and working out and diet. I'm just curious. Anything you want to talk about?
Are you vegan?
No, I'm not vegan.
Why not?
I mean, we've kind of had this conversation before. I do get that it's definitely a little bit more, a lot more immoral to be not vegan than vegan. But I am a big fan of bacon. I do love my breakfast tacos. In fact, my profile is named Breakfast Tacos. I love eggs and bacon and cheese and
well,
I just don't care about the animals that I'm eating that much, right?
Yeah, there were people who were listening to a guy with a funny mustache who didn't really care about Jews so much, and they didn't really have a problem stuffing them into ovens.
Yeah, but that's not analogous to what we're talking about here.
Oh, I think it's perfectly analogous.
Evolutionarily, we have developed as an omnivore where evolutionarily we have all throughout history we've eaten meats and vegetables, fruits, everything we could get our hands on, and this veganism movement is something in recent history now that we have the capability to support veganism. But at least historically speaking, it hasn't been necessary or even possible. And given my evolutionary history, I am following my animal instincts, and I just don't see the. But like I said, I've been eating a little bit of tofu since we started talking a while back, right? Cutting back a little bit, but I just can't completely eliminate it. I just don't have the desire or the uh, care in that matter to completely eliminate it. Right?
Well, you mentioned a few interesting things. You said evolution. We have not made any evolutionary adaptations to eat meat. We're a species of ape. There is no carnivorous species of ape. Chimpanzees do eat meat, so they will hunt down monkeys and eat them. That's not an evolutionary adaptation. That's just a behavior they have. It probably has some relation to do with territory, where they just try to kill other competing species or other competing chimpanzees, and they will eat them. It's just something they do. So we're opportunistic eaters. We'll eat anything. That's why we'll eat, like, people eat the most disgusting shit. People eat insects. We'll collect crickets, cockroaches, ants. We'll drink milk from a cow, even though what other species drinks milk as an adult from another species? So we're just opportunistic eaters. We'll eat whatever's available to us, whatever tastes good, whatever doesn't kill us. That doesn't mean we actually evolved to eat it. And we don't have any instincts to eat meat. If you put a bunny rabbit next to a, like, baby, do they ever try to rip apart the bunny rabbit and chew it to pieces and eat it? I've never seen a kid do that. I've never seen a kid just try to kill an animal and eat it. I have seen, however, baby cats or baby dogs, do something like that, where they will, like, start to attack and chew up another animal, or even if you give them a stuffed toy, they'll rip them up and chew them up or scratch at them. I don't see human children doing that. I see human children just pretending like they're real animals and like they're people, and they'll play with them and hug them and sleep with them at night for comfort. If anything, it seems that we have instincts towards being kind to animals and not killing them, since, again, what kid is given a stuffed animal toy and rips it apart or eats it? I only see children showing love and kindness to those sorts of, toys. Whereas other animals that are carnivorous, they rip them up. And again, the only excuse you're left with is, I don't care. And there were plenty of people who didn't care about shoving Jews into ovens. So if that's the justification for committing violence, then
definitely not analogous to that.
Oh, it is.
That's definitely not analogous at all. And I just did a quick deep dive with ChatGPT just to see what meats other apes eat. So regular meat eaters, non-human apes, chimpanzees, pan troglodytes, routinely hunt monkeys and also take small
I mentioned that.
antelopes, bush piglets, bush babies, plus occasional birds, reptiles, and amphibians. They also eat termites.
Bush babies are not apes.
Well, no, that's what they eat. And then and pigs, and then bonobos eat small. They hunt small ungulates and flying squirrels, with some groups preferring squirrels. They also take other small mammals and insects. And then others where animal matter is occasional, not routine. Gorillas, mainly plant eaters. Animal foods are mostly ants, termites, and larvae. Vertebrate meat is rare. Orangutans, rare but documented predation on slow lorises. Also occasional eggs and insects. And then gibbons and siamings,
Yeah.
primarily
So,
fruit eaters, occasionally insects. And
so
bird
like
eggs,
I
gorillas,
mentioned,
small vertebrates.
they're just opportunistic eaters. If you put anything in front of them, they'll eat it.
So And if you go back into our history, I mean, we have cave paintings of us hunting down megafauna to eat, right?
Yep, and if you go back into our history, we committed tribal genocide. So I guess there's nothing wrong with committing tribal genocide against Jews.
That's
Mustache
I
Man did nothing wrong.
I would be against that. I'm definitely a human supremacist. Um, Humans are the supreme species on the planet, and so they that would definitely be
Okay, well,
against
is there a
my
superior
position.
tribe on the planet?
No, no, no.
Well, why not?
Everybody
You
should
don't
be equal.
you don't think there's superior human beings that are smarter,
Nope,
bigger, stronger?
nope.
Please explain to me why the only successful sprinters in the Olympics are black. Why do you think the vast majority of Nobel Prize winners are Jewish? Um, there are tribes of people who are better at certain things, clearly, and there may be a superior tribe that has the best combination of intelligence and strength. So
That's kind of a
why would it
jacked up
be
thing to say.
why would it be a problem for there to be tribal supremacy but not human supremacy?
Well, because we are a social species that has taken over the planet as a whole, and the way that our societies have developed in tandem, we're basically moving towards a globalist society. And so, part of that, to get to the next generation, to get to the Star Trek world that we all desire, is to work together to treat everybody equally, give everybody a base level of human rights, and get to where we need to be. Right, the animals, just as they have been throughout all of history, unfortunately, are going to continue fueling our civilization's growth. Right, the success of the human species is, at least in my opinion, should be the number one priority. Right, and I know you might disagree with that, but at least in my opinion, that should be the number one priority.
Okay, well, if that's your number one priority, then you should promote veganism because animal products cause zoonotic disease transmission. The recent pandemic that's estimated to have killed nearly 10 million people worldwide. That was from the wet markets in China, where people were eating things like bats, pangolins, and that's probably where that disease started from. All signs point to the wet market theory, not the lab leak hypothesis. Um, the flu viruses that keep popping up, like the swine flu that was particularly deadly. Again, that's from animal agriculture. All of our all of our diseases that we're faced with today, like syphilis, smallpox, Ebola, those all came from animals. They're transferred from animals to human beings. Animal products also cause chronic diseases. So animal products are high in, or are at least tend to be higher in saturated fat. Animal products are the only foods that contain cholesterol. That causes heart disease, diabetes, and certain forms of cancer. People who eat more meat tend to have worse health outcomes. The longest living population on Earth is the Californian Adventist vegetarians. Again, in that cohort, the people who eat the least amount of meat, least amount of animal products have the lowest risk of heart disease, diabetes, cancer, high blood pressure, obesity, and they tend to live about 10 years longer than the average American. So if you care
Do
about
you
the
have any
flourishing of
methods
the
on how to
human
make it?
race, sorry?
Do you have any methods on how to make it more affordable? Then for the like, I wouldn't be opposed to veganism if it was as affordable as uh, animal products
Well,
and
what foods are the
animal product
cheapest?
derivatives. Right.
Well, is steak and lobster less expensive than beans and rice?
I'm not buying steak and lobster all the time, man.
Right. So beans and rice are like the cheapest foods. There's also corn, soybeans. Like those are all the cheapest foods. So animal products are particularly expensive, and you see higher rates of meat eating when countries have higher socioeconomic status.
I
So
eat
the
a lot of
wealthier a
eggs.
country gets, the more meat they eat. So this is the poorer countries, poorer nations eat less meat. You've seen the shift in China. The typical diet in China was very plant-based, heavily vegetarian. Meat was rarely eaten, and since they've become wealthier, the rates of meat eating have skyrocketed. So meat
So
is
eggs,
expensive.
pork, and chicken though is pretty affordable in comparison and way more protein.
No, they're not, especially now. Egg prices, they've gone up massively. Some of that's due to, again, the issues with animal agriculture, these viruses that keep spreading due to animal agriculture. So when you have a huge population of people that is eating a huge amount of meat, you end up having more zoonotic disease transmission, and then these animals have to be culled, like killed off, and then buried in these huge pits. And then you have a massive increase in prices because you have these outbreaks of flu virus all the time. And on top of that, again, you see this cross culturally throughout the last 100 or so years. The wealthier a country is, the more meat they eat. So if these were less expensive products, then why is meat eating always associated with more wealth? These are more expensive products. It is cheaper to just grow food out of the ground.
I would think it's the infrastructure, right? Like a wealthier country is going to have a better infrastructure to support something like that, whereas
It's
a
still more
uh,
expensive.
like a third world country, it would be very expensive because they're like raising a goat by themselves. Like think of like a Middle Eastern country, uh, I don't know which one specifically would be considered third world, but think of like a third world Middle Eastern country that you see on TV, where it's like a small village, or maybe like a third world African nation where you see it's like a small village and it's people that are they have like very little electricity, water, that type of thing, and they have like a goat tied out front. But like that's literally how they raise the food in places. Sometimes there's farms and whatnot, right? But they just don't have the same infrastructure that we do to support that type of.
Yeah, so it's still more expensive. So what sounds cheaper to you? Growing soybeans and eating the soybeans, or growing the soybeans, then feeding them to a bunch of animals, then eating the animals? It would be cheaper
I
to just
mean,
eat the
feeding
soybeans.
the animals and then eating the animals would probably sound more expensive.
Yeah. So it's cheaper to eat a plant-based diet.
So I'm not sure if that is the case that's happening in all the cases, though. But
There is research on this. Guelph University did a study on the changes to um, the Canadian Food Guide. The Canadian Food Guide was recently updated to remove dairy products and promote more plant-based eating. They calculated an average family of four would save, I think, 30% to their annual food budget, compared to the previous dietary guidelines that were more meat heavy and had more dairy. There's the Well study. That was a cancer study where they were looking at women who are recovering from cancer, and they got them to eat different diets. The purpose of the study was to look at whether or not there were different health outcomes with survival rates. But they calculated their food budget. The plant-based dietary group, I think they only had to spend an extra $1.50 on their food. But that likely just came down to food choices they were making. They may have just been choosing some more expensive options, so like seasonal fruits that were fresh, or like maybe something like Beyond Burgers, so like some more luxury items. And I know there was another recent paper that actually, I can't remember the study name. There was a recent paper, I'd have to dig for it, that also found plant-based diets were a bit cheaper. But again, just think of the like cheapest food products when you go to the grocery store. Potatoes, extremely cheap. You can live off of basically nothing but potatoes. If you're a woman, you might need more iron, and some people might need to like add carrots or something into their diet because potatoes are can be low in vitamin A, too low in vitamin A for some people. But most of your nutrition, if you were to eat nothing but potatoes, it would be completely covered. Potatoes, dirt cheap. Rice, dirt cheap. Beans, dirt cheap. So these are the dirt cheapest foods that the poorest people in all the world rely on. If you make that a staple of your diet, you're going to be spending a lot less money compared to if you eat, steak, chicken breast. Chicken breast was actually very expensive before World War II. That was actually considered a luxury item. It wasn't until the government actually subsidized a lot of farming, and there were some advancements with antibiotic use and breeding these hens to be much larger. Did the price come down? So meat is more expensive. Again, there's a reason why, as a country gets wealthier, you see meat consumption increase. So, like, if you care about human flourishment, we could grow more food, feed more people using less farmland. There'd be less risk of zoonotic disease transmission because we're not raising a massive amount of animals that can spread things like, swine flu. And you'd see less chronic disease. People would be eating diets lower in saturated fat, free of cholesterol. Again, these diets that are higher in fiber, that are plant-based, they're associated with lower blood pressure, lower blood lipids, lower instances of cancer, diabetes, heart disease. So if you care about human flourishing, and you're a human supremacist, then you should be in favor of everyone going vegan.
So your arguments seem well founded, but I just don't I don't know, I just don't feel very convinced, right? I get what you're saying, right?
Well,
Like I like bacon and I love my breakfast tacos. Maybe I'll look at seeing if we can like I don't eat a ton of meat anyways, right?
okay,
I mean,
well,
I get what you're saying.
here's I think where we like really have the fundamental disagreement. Like, I keep comparing animal agriculture to the Holocaust, and you say it's disanalogous. So the only difference I see is that the Nazis didn't eat the Jews after they cooked them in the oven. So if Nazis did eat Jews after they put them in the oven, what would be the issue with that? From your
Well,
view.
that's disanalogous to what we're talking about, but that would be cannibalism. That comes with a whole bunch of other issues, right?
Well, let's
And
assume you wouldn't be
I
able to
don't
get
think
prion diseases and crap like
I
that.
don't think we should be hurting other humans in that way, right? But like I don't feel like that's analogous to this. I get what you're saying and why
How
you
is it
might think that is
disanalogous? So humans are made
because
out of
I'm a
meat.
human supremacist, right?
Right.
So
So
to me,
humans
that's
are made out of
disanalogous.
meat. We can eat humans. They taste like pig. So what would be the issue of rounding up certain humans and eating them?
That I find it icky. I think other people would find that icky. I don't think their families would be.
Yeah.
I don't think their
Nazis
families.
thought the Jews were icky.
I I don't think their families would be happy that. Well, I'm not one of those people, right? But
Yeah,
I don't think
it's just that
their
you treat
families would
animals
be
like the
happy
Jews.
about that. It goes against our traditional cultural norms.
Okay, so if
I mean, there's
killing
a lot,
Jews
right?
was in line with our cultural norms, if we thought Jews were icky, it'd be okay
No,
to
that's
kill
not
and eat Jews.
analogous. I'm never going to recommend anything like that. I'm never going to agree with any position you say like that. Pulling it to some extreme like this, I get why you do it. You're trying to do like a
It's not an extreme. It's
reductio,
what it is.
but This is
the
not
arguments.
analogous to what we're talking about,
So
and I
the
prefer that we
arguments.
don't. I prefer we don't take it to such extremes.
Okay,
This is
so
kind of
okay,
absurd.
well let me just ask you. Name the trait that is lacking in animals that if lacking in a human
I
being
don't
would
want to
justify
engage
killing and
with the
eating a
name the
human
trade
being.
argument. I know what you do with that. I don't mind if you run that on other people, but
Well,
I
wait,
feel like
sorry,
it's a
that's just a
dishonest
complete
way of
dodge.
engaging.
How is that dishonest?
I feel like you're just trying to get to like pin me down into one thing. As I mentioned earlier,
I'm just testing your
we've been
consistency.
I know, and I just don't want to
How
engage
is
with the
that
name your
dishonest?
trade argument, right?
Well, how
Like
is it dishonest? You
I
claimed it
just
was dishonest.
yeah, well, it's pushing people into a hole, and I get why you do it, right?
What do you Okay,
But
wait. What is dishonest about it? Because you specifically said it was dishonest. What is dishonest of me trying to see whether or not you're logically consistent with your moral views?
because I already told you that in this example, I'm a human supremacist. Anywhere you're going to go with it isn't
Yes, and
analogous. Now,
I'm
if
assuming
you
you're a
want to,
human supremacist because
you're
you think
sitting
humans
here
have
having a
unique traits to
conversation,
animals. So I want to know
you're
what those
sitting
unique traits are.
vegan gains. Listen for a second. You were sitting here having a conversation with me, making good points with me about veganism, having me think like, oh, cool, maybe I'll see if I can find some way to add some more veggies into my diet or something, maybe cut back a little bit more meat, right? And then when you go into the Holocaust, the name your trade argument, where you're trying to pin somebody down into logical inconsistencies and that type of thing, it is much less convincing. We
You
had a good
realize there's
conversation.
Holocaust survivors that
Vegan,
analogized the Holocaust to the animal agriculture industry.
vegan. We had a good conversation about this so far, and
And
I
we
get
could.
what
I'm
you're
not even
saying,
talking about the Holocaust. I'm just asking you to name the trait.
and I don't want to engage with that. I don't
Why?
want to like you're going to the
That's just
Holocaust and shit like
cowardice.
that. It's disanalogous.
Name the trait has
Call it
nothing to
cowardice
do with
if
the
you want. I
Holocaust.
don't want to engage with that.
Name the trait has nothing to do with the Holocaust. I understand that you might feel icky about it, or you might be worried about terms of service on your YouTube channel. I get it. So that's why I moved away from the Holocaust to asking you about name the trait. So I'm
Yeah,
just
I
asking
just
you
don't want to
to
engage
name
with
the
that,
trait.
right?
Okay, well, if I came on here saying, I think it would be okay if we like enslaved black people, and then you started asking me questions like, oh, well, what's different about
I
white
would
people
say
and
we're not
black
going to
people where
talk like
black
that
people
on the
can be enslaved,
platform.
and I just told you, well, I don't want to engage with that. I just think it's okay to
I would
enslave
say we're
black
not
people.
engaging with that on the platform. If you want to talk about religion, feel free to talk about religion. But if you keep
Well,
talking about
this,
that,
yeah,
uh,
so you're just dodging. What is the reason why you have an issue with answering, like, the name the trait question?
I mean, I've given you all of my justifications so far. I just don't want to go into the name the trait stuff, right? Like I'm familiar with the line of argumentation. Like I just
If,
don't
right, so
want to
if,
engage with that.
right,
I don't want to get
there's
like
no way you would
pushed into.
tolerate there's no way you would tolerate that kind of behavior if a theist came on and was debating you about theism, and then you ask them a simple question about, well, do you think God is like eternal? Do you think he's always existed? And then they just refuse to answer any of these questions. I don't want to engage with it. God just exists. Like, if they just kept saying, I won't engage with
I'd
it,
say
even
the
though you're
trait is
asking
they're not
perfectly
human.
sensible questions.
I'd say the trait is they're not human.
Okay, so you answered name the trait, so you don't have an issue with answering name the trait. So by
No,
human,
I'm just moving forwards because you're just attacking me for it.
so what do you mean by human? Do you mean just having the cluster genetics that make somebody a part of the species Homo sapien?
That they're how about they're not an ape? I probably wouldn't eat an ape or a monkey. So
Okay, so
I can name you the species of animals
they're
that I
not
would
part of
eat.
the
Uh,
superfamily
Pig.
Hominoidea.
I would eat pig. I love pig. I love
Right,
cow.
so
I love
you're
chicken.
right, so anything that
I
is
like some fish and then some insect type
right,
things like
so
shrimp and crab and
any
that
animal
type
that
of
is not part of the superfamily Hominoidea.
No, not no. I'm saying there is a handful of animals that I actually eat. Pig, cow. So to be very specific, pig, cow, maybe a little bit of lamb, maybe a couple other types of uh like quail, stuff like that. And then like insect type animals, so like lobster, crab, shrimp. I would eat all that, and
Well, I'm
then
not asking you
fish,
what
right?
animals you will or will
No, no,
not
I
eat.
know,
I
I know.
asked you to name the trait, and the trait you named was
It's not like a
human.
specific trait though. It's like specific factory farm animals that our society has uh, grown and developed, and we're used to eating, right? And like
So if we were
I wouldn't
used to
eat a
eating
monkey
people, it would
or
be
a
okay.
I wouldn't eat a dog. I think eating a dog is bad. I think eating people is bad. I think eating cats is bad. I
Yes, and
think
I asked you
eating
to name the
parrots is
trait.
bad.
Like, why would it be bad? Like, what traits are animals lacking that
I
humans?
don't know what specific trait to tell you here, right? Like I'm telling you the animals that I eat. Maybe you can find a trait in those animals that separate them from like seals and like parrots and dogs and cats and that type of thing. I don't know what trait would
Okay,
be
well, I
right.
think black
I
people
think
should
the
be
trait would
enslaved.
be
They're just different from white people. They're lacking certain
I think
traits that white
I
people
think
have.
I think the trait would probably be our cultural heritage on what we eat as a
Okay,
society.
okay, so cultural heritage justifies mass murder. So
No,
Hitler
I
did nothing
would
wrong.
not do that. I'm just saying, in this case, for this, our culture doesn't do that. If our culture
Your
did that, I would be
your
against it.
justification for eating animals would justify the Holocaust. It's just a cultural
I already
thing.
know that my justification for eating animals is not great, but it's not justification for the Holocaust. So stop taking it to the something that's totally disanalogous. We
If
are
you
a
believe
species that's been eating meat for
if
two
you
something million
believe
years, dude.
cultural heritage justifies violence, then the cultural heritage of Germans justified, what happened in the 1940s.
I do not support violence. I keep telling you this.
Well, you
Stop
do.
trying to
You
pin
pay
me
for
the
animals to be
hole.
murdered. You do support violence.
It's not just I have different moral standards for animals than humans. Is that what you want to hear?
Well,
I'm a human supremacist. I don't
I
value
understand that. And that's
animals in
why I
the
asked
same,
you to name
but
the trait.
food animals in the same way that you do.
Well, again, I understand that. I don't think there was any confusion that you believe there's different moral standards for humans and animals. I just wanted you to state why you think there are, which is why I asked you to name the trait. You settled on trait human, like being part of the human species, and you kind of backed
I just
off
don't
of
know how to
that.
answer that question. That's probably not. I don't know how to answer that question. I don't think about this that much. I was just like I'm being put on the spot. I'm just I like I wouldn't eat a dog. I wouldn't eat a
Well,
parrot. I wouldn't eat
here's
a
the
cat.
thing. You could just admit it's wrong to eat meat. It's that simple.
I already said that it's probably unjustified. I haven't been. I haven't
Well, what
been.
do you mean probably unjustified?
Well, we have evolutionary background of eating meat for like 2 point
We
something
have an
million years.
evolutionary background of killing other human beings. Why do you think men have beards?
So I lean more towards moral naturalism, like I said, and so I'm not sure if eating meat in the way that we do would actually be immoral. But I don't mind telling you that according to your position, what I'm doing is immoral,
Well,
and I I don't feel bad about eating cow or pig or
I'm sure a
chicken.
lot of the Nazis didn't feel bad about what they were doing.
That's not analogous.
It absolutely is. So again, like you're appealing to evolution. Why do you think we men have beards? Why do you think we have these big knuckles on our hands? Why do you think we have opposable thumbs where we're so good at making weapons? One of the
Different
reasons
evolutionary
why,
traits.
yeah, one of the reasons why is because we fight with each other. Chimpanzees fight with each other, and one of the reasons why they're so smart is because they have to fight with each other. And the weaker, dumber chimps, they die off, and then the stronger, smarter chimps that are more violent and aggressive, they live. And it creates this cycle where they constantly fight with each other and get better and stronger, and they're more capable of surviving despite fighting with each other. Look at all of human history, the same thing has been happening to humans. The reason men have beards is because men fight each other. And having a big bushy beard, it protects you against getting knocked out if somebody hits you on the chin. The reason we
Is
have these
killing
big
millions of
knuckles on our
ants to
hands
you
is
the
because we
same
can
thing?
use them as weapons. The reason we
Is killing millions of ants to you the same thing as killing millions of humans?
I don't know how that's related to anything. No, I
Well, if you want to
don't.
go to the Holocaust, I can go to that. So
I so no, to answer your
just
question,
answer
but
my
it's
question. Is
complete.
killing
So
millions
no,
of
it's
ants
not,
the
and
same?
it's
Okay.
completely unrelated to what we're talking about. You're using these evolutionary justifications to eat meat. Well, there's an evolutionary justification to kill human beings. It may be good for the fitness of our species to fight and kill each other, because the weak and dumb die off, and then the smart and strong live on, and then they're able to have children that are smarter and stronger. And I can guarantee you the reason we're as smart as we are today and as physically fit as we are today is because we've been doing that for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years.
We live in
Again,
a
look at
different
our
time,
ancestors,
though,
or
and
look at
we
our
have
cousins, chimpanzees. They do
different
that.
moral reasoning process, or we have moral reasoning processes that have developed further since then. Maybe not different, but they've
Oh,
developed further since then.
so we have more evolved moral reasoning. Why don't you use that and stop killing animals?
I like how it tastes.
Well, I like the way ass tastes, but I don't go around chopping up girls and keeping their asses in my drawer to sniff
Well,
at
that's
night.
not analogous.
Well, it is.
No, it's not analogous.
No, it is, because it's all violence. So, if you're going to commit violence, I think there should be some kind of justification behind it. And if you value things like well-being of different creatures, if you value, an individual's right to live and self-determination, then you're going to have to give some kind of justification for why you think animals don't deserve that right, but human beings do. Same as if we were, arguing, against somebody like Nick Fuentes or any other crazy racist. I'd like to hear a justification for why these people think it's okay to Holocaust
So,
Jews
so
or
I
enslave black people.
I want to share my experience in this debate with you so far, and I consider you somewhat of like a creator friend, right? Like we've done a bunch of stuff together, and we're generally pretty friendly, right? And so I want to share my
Hey,
experience in
there's
this
no hard feelings,
conversation.
dude. This is just what I
No,
do.
I want to share my experience with you. So during the first part of this conversation, when you backed off the Jew stuff and we were having a conversation and you were making logical points to me about how, hey, economically, maybe it is, there's some studies on this, that type of thing, shows it might be a little bit more economically viable. I was thinking in my head, hey, okay, maybe I should consider cutting back on meat a little bit more and maybe getting some more veggies. But I'm like, well, I have a kid. I don't know if he can eat. I think he has to eat meat. I have to look into that more, right? I don't know if he could cut back like we could figure that out, right? Because like I'm not opposed to it. I already told you that. But like as we go deeper into um and I'm sure the audience felt the same way. But as we go into the this like name the trait stuff and like comparing it with the Holocaust, I feel like I was starting to get pushed back into my position more. And so just for your knowledge, I guess, maybe for people like me, maybe more like that first half of the conversation is a better way to approach. I'm not trying to. I know you have your argumentation. I'm not trying to like tell you you're
I'm
doing anything
not
wrong, right?
concerned with making sure people feel good. I don't really care if people get butt hurt and don't want to be friends with me anymore. I make arguments. And if you don't like the way I make arguments, that's too bad.
Well,
So
that's
if
not what
you're
I.
going to say it's
That's not what I'm
justifiable to
saying.
commit, if you're going to say it's justifiable to commit violence against animals, but not human beings, Then I'd like you to name the trait. Name the trait that's lacking in animals that, if lacking in human beings, would justify violence against human beings.
That's not what I'm saying. What I was saying is that the first half of our discussion, you were making an impact. Do you want to make an impact?
I'm not going to be manipulated into. You're not
manipulating
making
you.
an argument the right way. So look,
No,
I think I'm on
vegan.
the right track if you're not able to actually make an argument.
I'm just trying to have a real conversation with you, man. I
well,
want
we
you to
are
be
having a real
successful in your
conversation. You're
goals.
just trying to avoid it. So
No,
again,
I'm
if
not.
you are, you're basically telling me, no, don't make arguments, just agree with me. So again, if you think
That's
violence
not what I'm
against animals
saying
is
at all.
justified, but it's
I
not
was
justified
saying
against human beings, then name the trait that's lacking in animals that, if lacking in a human being, would
what I
justify
was saying
violence against a
is
human being.
that you were being more impactful and
That's
getting through to me in the first half of the
great.
conversation.
I'm not necessarily concerned with that. I'm concerned with making the best argument possible for my position. So again, if you think violence against animals is justified, but violence against human beings is unjustified, then name the trait that's lacking in animals that, if lacking in a human being, would justify violence against a human being.
Do you want to convince as many people as possible to join your
Well, look,
position?
if making up lies and stupid bullshit and appealing to people's emotions and whatnot would convince more people, I'm not necessarily the most concerned with just convincing people to agree with me. I want people to understand the moral position that I hold, and I want them to be convinced that the moral position I hold is superior. If I were to say certain things to you, like, oh, Jesus wants you to be vegan, but Jesus doesn't exist, and if he did, he doesn't even give a fuck about veganism, I don't want to spread lies and nonsense. So, like, again, I'm not necessarily...
You hold a superior moral position. Is that what you want me to say?
Look, I want you to just justify your position in some way. I want you to just name the trait.
I've been trying. I feel like everything I'm saying is getting ignored, and then you're doing.
Well,
this
no,
now.
I'm getting ignored because
like
I've asked you
talking
name
about
the trait I don't know how many times now, and you still refuse to answer.
I don't know how to. I haven't thought about it. I don't know how to answer that question. Right. I don't know what the correct answer would be if there is one. Right.
If you don't know how to answer the question and you can't think of any way to justify, killing and eating animals.
I just don't think about this so much.
If you cannot come up with any way to justify killing and eating animals, then maybe you should admit you shouldn't do it.
I already told you. I think it's probably immoral.
Right, that's not good enough. What do you mean, probably? You're not even able to make a single argument. I think it's...
Well, yeah.
I think it's definitive that you shouldn't do it.
I think the evolutionary backing is possibly a decent argument against vegan, at least to me.
We've evolved to kill each other. We have evolved to kill each other.
Against veganism.
We have evolved to kill each other. So if you're going to use an evolutionary backing, that would justify tribal genocides. So tribes of Germans are fine. It's okay for tribes of Germans to kill tribes of Jews.
That's not analogous.
It is. You made an evolutionary argument. If you're saying, based on our evolutionary history and programming, it's okay to kill and eat animals, then by that logic, based on our evolutionary history and programming, it's okay for us to kill neighboring tribes of people.
It's not analogous. I've already told you.
How is that not analogous?
Okay. Because my moral standard as a human supremacist would never do that.
Then why are you using an evolutionary argument?
Because we're talking about eating meat from non-humans.
That has nothing to do with evolution. You said you have a moral supremacist standpoint. What does that have to do with evolution?
We can live without killing each other. We haven't been able to live without eating meat.
We can? Can you show me one point in all of human history where we've never killed each other?
No, but I'm saying that we can
So
live
how do you know
without
we can live without killing each other?
Because we would be alive.
We are alive. We kill each other. What are you talking about? Again,
I'm
the
saying
reason
more people would be alive.
chimpanzees, again, chances are the reason chimpanzees are so successful at surviving is because they kill each other. They weed out the weak. So the dumber, weaker chimps die off through tribal warfare, and what's left are the smartest, strongest chimps, and they're able to breed and create a set of offspring that are more capable of surviving. Humans have gone through the same process. We fight and kill each other. The dumber and weaker humans die off who are not as physically strong, aren't as intelligent, can't make as good tools. They die off, and then we're left with people who can breed, and there are
Thank you
bigger,
so much for
stronger,
the super
smarter
chat,
human
Robin.
beings left. One of the reasons we're so successful at
I don't
surviving
know
is
if
due to
you're aware of the
competition
rules
with
in the.
each other.
So Robin just paid for a 2-minute mute on you, so I have to mute you for 2 minutes. I'm going to respond directly to you though. So let me set that up. You're muted for the next 2 minutes. Thank you so much for the mute, Robin. I appreciate the super chat. That's greatly appreciated. So what I'm saying is that historically, the human race, starting about, or whatever our ancestors would have been, starting about 2-ish million years ago, started eating meat. Sure, there's other stuff that happened, and there's been tribalism all throughout, right? There's even tribalism now. But from my position, I see the most moral society as one that isn't constantly fighting and destroying other humans and is promoting human flourishing and the least human suffering. All of that is human centric. Now, right now, that's probably eating meat. It's it's just more abundant. It's the, we just have the factory farming going. Like, this is what we have access to right now. I've done the research after our previous conversations, vegan, and you were getting through to me earlier. I was thinking maybe I'll cut back on meat some, and I probably still will. I've already moved a little bit more tofu, right? And I told you I was going to do that, right? But eating meat from animals is not analogous at all to a bunch of the stuff that you're saying. We have these factory farms set up. Yes, they are a uh, may not be the best environment, right? But this is what we have set up now. Although I've done the research, we could probably move the global population to a vegan population probably within like 10 or 15 years if we really focused on it, right? Like, it looks like it's totally possible, and it would be probably better for the environment, right? But I think that there's, and you're unmuted. The timer hit. But I think that there's other. And Robin said, "I'm a human supremacist because I am human." That's a good point. But I think that there's other stuff that would need to be remedied prior to cutting back on the meat. Like we need to get our human tribalism out of the way first.
So, what is the difference between tribal supremacy and human supremacy, where tribal supremacy is wrong, but human supremacy is good?
We can have a conversation with other humans, and we can actually tell them like what to do, and actually them fully understand. They have the same language as us, not in the sense that
Tribes
like
don't have the same language.
not that's not what I'm saying. We have the ability, like, we can pull out a translator and talk with people of other cultures, right? That what I'm saying is that we have the same language capabilities. I think that's a better way to describe it. We have uh we are uh the dominant species right now, right? I mean,
Right, and there's
and like I
dominant
said, I'm not
tribes.
opposed to the whole planet going vegan. I think it would be better for our offspring, probably long term. I mean, you'd have to figure out like protein for kids and
You
stuff,
didn't give a
right? But
reason for why tribal supremacy is bad, but human supremacy is good.
yeah, tribal supremacy, because human supremacy is uh humans are the apex predator on the planet, and we're a society, and we're working together. Tribalism goes directly against human supremacy.
No. Why would it necessarily go against human supremacy? It could be part
Because
of the
you're
same
fighting
spear.
each other. At least in
Yes,
my view
you're
of it.
fighting each other and you're weeding out the weak. So you're making
Maybe
humans even more superior by killing off
maybe
dumber,
I'm
less physically fit people.
maybe I'm explaining my position poorly or something, but I feel, at least in my view of what I say when I mean human supremacy, that tribalism goes against that. I think tribalism is bad and goes against
Give a
a
reason.
successful future
Give
for
a
the human race.
reason.
You kill each other, you have wars, you blow
Yes,
each
and if
other
that
up,
results in
nuclear
and if
weapons,
that results in
uh,
smarter, stronger people being
it
born,
creates division. Oluluwi Oluwali Blue Vegan says, "How can I be a whiny bitch like you?" That's a good question. Thank you so much for the super chat.
so again, if it results in smarter, stronger human beings surviving and having smarter, stronger offspring and weeding out the weak and dumb, how would that be a bad thing?
I feel like I just told you how,
You didn't.
and it was ignored.
You didn't respond to that. So if humans become smarter and more physically fit through tribal warfare, why is that a bad thing?
Well, on the evolutionary spectrum, up till where we are now, I mean, that's been a thing, and that's probably been amoral historically until like 8,000, 10,000, whenever agriculture developed, right? It was probably, and we started developing societies, but we have societies now, right? We take care of our weak ones now, and we have ways of supporting them. That's just not like, I'm a human supremacist. As I've said, humans are the most valuable, and we need to protect our kind, right? The
And
strong protect the weak, and the society is better as a whole.
right, and what benefit does it have to have weak, physically unfit people weighing everybody down?
You have people that can do other stuff.
Like drool on a chair, go to
Oh, you
prison,
get people that can
shoot
do
shoot
physical labor. Maybe some of them are smarter, but they're not so physically fit, um, and they can use their brains. Maybe some of them are, like I said, are stronger, or but more dumb, or different combinations of that, right? And they can do other jobs. Uh,
right, so like
Local
making
Willa
sure
Blue
all the
Vegan
black
was.
people are
Hang
rounded
on,
up
hang
and
on. I
making
got
sure
to
they
mute
work
for
rather
me.
than
I
get
got to mute
welfare.
myself for 2 minutes. Thank you so much for the super chat. That's greatly appreciated. I'm muted for 2 minutes.
Right. So again, you keep saying it's like there's a disanalogy between me, referencing the Holocaust, or sorry, mentioning the Holocaust in reference to animal agriculture, or referencing slavery, to animal agriculture. So the point I'm making by bringing up like this tribal supremacy thing is that your line of reasoning that, oh, this is evolutionarily the way we do things, we have a history of doing this could justify the Holocaust, this could justify slavery. You talk about how, oh, well, we have these factory farms set up right now, so why not use them? Yeah, the Germans had death camps set up, so why not use them, right? Just exterminate the
Oh,
Jews.
I got unmuted. I got unmuted by Robin. Thank you so much for the unmute, Robin. So this is disanalogous. This is 100% disanalogous,
How?
because I'm talking about eating animals that are not human,
And
very
I'm
specific
talking about
factory
eating or
farmed
killing or enslaving
or
certain tribes of people.
range grown animals, right?
Right, and we used to grow slaves.
They're humans.
Yeah, they're black humans, though.
So what?
Well, they're black. I can't really name a trait
I'm
difference.
not a racist,
I
dude.
I can't name a trait difference between black and white people, but I just feel like there's a difference, and we have this whole system of slavery set up. So, like, and if you look through our evolutionary history, we, like, did slavery, like, since we were humans. So, like, I don't see what the problem of that is. Do you see you been doing this to me the whole time?
Well, I think that's disanalogous.
You keep saying that. In what fucking way is it disanalogous? It's the same line of reasoning.
No, it's not.
It is the exact same line of reasoning. The
I
only
already
difference
told
is
you it's
I'm applying
probably
that line of
immoral
reasoning to
to
a
eat
specific group of human
animals.
beings rather than a specific group of animals.
I already told you it's probably immoral to eat animals, but I'm a human supremacist. I think all humans deserve
You can't
equal
even give a
rights and
reason for
equal
why humans are
ability.
superior.
I mean, there's a lot of reasons we're the apex predator on the planet.
Okay, white people are the apex predator on the planet. White people have more nuclear weapons. They have more mechanized equipment to wage warfare. White people dominate the planet both militarily and economically. So white people are superior, right? White
No,
people are the apex predator.
no.
So
I'm talking about
if
the
there was a
human
race
species
war,
as
right?
a
So if there was a
whole.
race war, who would win?
I'm
So whites
talking
versus
about
blacks versus Asians, who
I'm
would win?
talking about the human race as a
Yeah,
whole.
and I'm
This
talking about
is analogous.
certain tribes of human beings. So if there was a race war, who would win? Whites, Asians, blacks, who would win?
I'm not engaging with this race baiting nonsense. And I missed
It's
a
not
super
race
chat
baiting.
actually. So one of the audience members was asking, would a lab grown meat be moral substitute? Space Pirate was. I would probably think so. Would that be a moral substitute if we all had lab grown meat instead?
It would be more moral than raising animals, but it depends on how the lab grown meat is made.
I would eat lab grown meat if we could get to that point, and I would not eat factory farm
So
meat
again,
if
if you're
we have
saying
lab grown
so
meat.
if you're
I
saying
think that's more moral.
so if you're saying it's okay to commit violence if you're superior, then that should extend to not only a group but a subgroup.
No,
Why
no, no,
wouldn't
no, no,
extend to
no,
a
no, no, no,
subgroup?
no, no, no. I'm not within humans
Why?
because we're one group working together to try to
Well, we're
get
not.
off this planet.
We're
We got to
waging
work
war
together
with each other.
because of my ideology. I want us to get off this planet. We should be a Star Trek civilization working together. I would never promote
You
what
realize
you
in
were
the Star Trek
saying.
civilization nobody eats meat, and they have those like matter fabricators where they can make any food just out of matter, and they don't kill and eat animals.
Yeah, I would be fine with that.
So why don't you live like that?
I mean, they eat matter fabricated meat
Yes,
things.
but an animal didn't die. Like a sentient
Do you
being
have?
wasn't
I
murdered.
forget what it's called, but do you have access to one of those? Because if you did, I would definitely install it in my house and
Well, I have the
just
next
eat
best
the matter
thing. It's called
fabricated stuff.
tofu. You just plant these beans in the ground, and then with sunlight and rain, the bean grows, and then you eat the bean.
I've already been eating more tofu. I already told you that. I've been cutting back some.
Right, and the problem is you still eat meat.
Yeah, I love it. And Caleb says to both of you and thank you so much for the super chat, Caleb. That's greatly appreciated. He says, is giving parents the option to detect Down syndrome during pregnancy and terminate the pregnancy eugenics? And but is giving parents the option to detect Down syndrome during pregnancy and terminate the pregnancy eugenics? Okay, and would it be immoral?
Yeah, so I would
That's
consider
probably
that
eugenics.
eugenics, and I'm completely in favor of eugenics.
Good.
I would not want to raise some Down syndrome like fuckwit retard baby. That would just be a drain on my existence, and parents should be able to terminate a pregnancy if it has some like fucked up problem.
That's probably eugenics. I I don't know if it would be more moral or immoral though in that case. I support support the woman's right to choose. I'd say the parents have the right to decide, but I don't know if it would be considered more or immoral. Right? It would probably depend on the quality of life that person would have after uh, birth. You know.
Everyone is in support of eugenics. That's why it's illegal to have children with your brother or sister or your mother or
Right.
your
Right.
father. That is a
No, I'm
form
with
of
you
eugenics.
there.
So
Yeah, we
everyone's
don't.
in favor of eugenics. Everyone is in favor of the idea of not allowing, people to breed in a way that would create messed up, deformed offspring. So I don't see any problem with terminating a pregnancy with Down syndrome, especially considering how like annoying that would be to have to raise a kid like that. So I don't see any issue with it.
I would probably favor towards termination, but I don't know if that would be immoral or moral there. I don't know what that. I mean, you'd have to like weigh a bunch of factors to figure that out. I think.
I don't think so. I would have no interest in raising a mentally disabled kid, so I think it's totally fine to terminate a pregnancy on that basis.
But I mean, I get that we don't have kids with family members. I don't know if that is truly eugenics, though.
It is. So the principle behind eugenics is just ensuring that you have fitter offspring. So that is ensuring you have fitter offspring, preventing siblings or people who are related to each other from breeding.
Yeah, maybe it's not. I don't know. For to me, for some reason, eugenics doesn't. I don't know if that fits in to the nice bow that you would want to call something eugenics with, right?
Yeah, it does. So again, the idea behind eugenics is just having fitter offspring and having a healthier genetic pool. So if you could prevent people from being born with serious genetic, like fucked up genes or just bad health issues, anything that accomplishes that goal, so preventing mentally disabled people from being born, preventing people from having children with relatives,
Hey,
that would
hang on.
fit
I
under the
apologize.
umbrella.
There's a 2 minute mute. Thank you so much, Roland. I greatly appreciate the super chat. Yeah, it's just a 2 minute mute. But I, I, I just don't know how I feel about that. I don't, it's manipulating the gene pool for sure. I don't know, man, but I definitely probably would. I don't know. I might abort something like that. I don't know. It would be. I'd have to weigh it out, right? Like I go with what the doctors say. People should have that. Oh, vegan got unmuted to add to the chaos. Thank you so much for the super chat, William.
I actually have a
Welcome back.
donation from my own stream. Dodo donated $3.
I didn't know Taco was such a...
I didn't know Taco was such a dishonest Weasley prick. I also didn't know he wasn't vegan. Like, he watches you, right? So why does he watch you if he isn't even vegan? When you debate someone on veganism, it really exposes how intellectually honest they are as a person. Thank you, Dodo. Appreciate that.
Thank you for donating to Vegan Gains and supporting him. Yeah, I don't know what you want me to say here. Like, I'm very I know you think that I'm immoral for eating meat. I don't feel like it's as immoral as you think it is. And I guess I view the world a little bit differently than you, and that should be fine, right? But
Yeah,
I
like, I think slavery is okay. I think black people should be enslaved. I just view slavery as
that's pretty
different than
fucked
you, and I
up,
think
dude.
you should, just think slavery is fine. I just don't think it's as immoral as you think it is.
That's pretty fucked up, dude. I can't believe you would support that.
Well, why?
Why do you think that why do you think that human slavery is okay? Why do you support that?
Well,
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry.
evolutionarily
There was
speaking,
another mute. Thank you so much for the super chat, Roland. That's greatly appreciated. We've got chaos forming, I'm sure. Let me reset that. So, I don't actually think you support slavery, and I think that you probably promote equality like I try to. And I think that you probably think that people generally are pretty equal, right? And I understand that you're passionate and that you think eating meat is immoral. And as I said at the start of this, you were actually starting to convince me some before we started getting into the Holocaust stuff and the un um the disanalogous stuff, right? Like you were starting to make a difference there in my thought process on it, right? And I wasn't trying to like attack your method of doing it so much. I was just trying to say that the first part of that was way more impactful. And all we're all trying to do is be impactful when we're talking about our positions, right? And that what that guy said, the reason vegan is an atheist, I'm an atheist. That's what we have in common. That's usually the type of stuff that we talk about and debate about. Although he has debated Leo Filius, no, Grace and Hawk on live stream once on veganism, and I think he probably did beat Grace and Hawk in that debate in veganism, and I've already acknowledged that he is probably more morally superior when it comes to eating animals. But I think you would have to compare the other areas of the morality to determine anything else. But I really wouldn't want to do that, right? Vegan, you're unmuted. That's been 2 minutes. And
There's
thank you
some
for the super
dipshit in your chat saying veganism is a mass emotional appeal along the lines of, but the animals are cute though. Human rights are a mass emotional appeal along the lines of, humans are people though. The only reason you think slavery is wrong is because you are like some faggot who says, but they're human beings.
Hey, whoa, we can't use
So
that word.
why don't you come debate me, dipshit? Huh? Like after hearing all of this is all you have to say. Come debate me. Anybody can hop in, right? Come fucking debate me. Let's see how well that holds up. So again, I was really appreciating our conversation before, but like you started like saying how like slavery is fucked up, and like before you started, making all these disanalogous claims about tribes being different than just the human race. I was really enjoying our conversation, and you were kind of starting to convince me. But like I just think slavery is like okay, and when you look at it from the evolutionary perspective and how we have this like long line of thousands of years of slavery that's being set up, I just don't see why slavery is that bad. Like maybe your position is morally superior that slavery is bad, but it just doesn't bother me enough to really commit to a non-slavery position.
Well, there's laws against slavery. I mean, promoting slavery is going to get you in a lot of shit these days, and it's definitely far much more immoral than eating animals, which is
Oh, do people kill and eat their slaves?
no.
Okay, so I don't know why you'd say it's more immoral.
Because you're taking other humans and taking away their rights.
Yeah, but they're black people, so they're different.
Come on, dude.
Well, I don't understand. You're comparing white people to black people? That's disanalogous.
So they have way higher. That they're people like us. That they have the same intellect.
It's disanalogous.
Way higher intellect than any animal.
It's disanalogous.
Any other animal, right? They're people just like us.
That's
they're
disanalogous.
Genetically the same as
That's
us.
disanalogous.
It is not at all. How is that disanalogous?
Well, black people are black, white people are white. So everything you just said was disanalogous.
That doesn't.
So like it's kind of frustrating when I do that to you, right?
Well, I just feel like.
Yeah, it sucks when I do that to you. It's fucking stupid.
Weird and strange direction. We were having a really good.
Yeah, I do find it is kind of weird and strange to slit animals' throats open by the billions just because you like the taste of bacon when you could just eat plenty of other foods that taste good. I do think that's strange.
I mean, do you have another food that tastes like bacon that I could eat?
Yeah, you could eat vegan bacon. King's vegetarian bacon is the best brand I found so far.
Gotcha. So, like I said, I was actually starting to be like think about like the logistics of making more veganism, more vegan food happen in my life, right? But and I'm not trying to put down your argumentation, right? I'm talking to you as a friend. Like I was actually having those thoughts, right? And the back half of it is more of just like at least intuitively and based off of my position. And I really don't care. I'm more I try to be moral. I try to promote being good to people. I think everybody should be equal and have equal rights. But I I just don't care about morality to the degree where I've spent the time to be able to fully explain to you why, from my position, those differences exist, or what this name the trait thing would be. I just haven't spent the time to figure. If I thought about it some, I could probably come back
Yeah,
and
same. I
have
feel
that
the same way about
conversation.
slavery. I just haven't really thought about it. I think people should be treated equal, but like when I think about it, there's so much slavery in the
What
world
I'm
today. I
saying
don't see how
is
we could transition to a world with slavery tomorrow. Maybe in 10 or 15 years we could abolish slavery, but I'm still going to support it. I can't really give you a reason for why I think slavery is acceptable, and it probably isn't, but I'm still going to do it. And I haven't really thought about it much. So, maybe I can come back and give you an argument for why I support slavery, but I just can't right now. Literally your argument. So that's how I felt this entire debate.
that's just disanalogous, man.
Yep,
That's not
you've
what I
said
was
that.
arguing at all.
Could I jump in just real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So yeah, I've been listening, not to the whole conversation. I've been here a few minutes though, and I'm just curious because, like, I think I get the point that you're trying to make, vegan, and please correct me if I'm wrong. Um, the whole well, why should we care about? I mean, the race thing's a little weird to me because I kind of lean in Taco's side of the fence here that we're all people, so I don't know why race would be the dividing factor
Well, we're not
there.
all white people.
Um,
You can
sure, but we
divide
are like all
things
people.
across any lines you want. Not everything is human. Not everything is a white human. Not everything is a black human. Not everything is a cow or a dog. You can divide things however you want.
Sure, but I think the dividing factor here that we're primarily talking about is human beings and non-human beings, right? Because
Right,
to be a
and I'm
humanist is to be in favor of the well-being of humans, which includes all
right.
races.
And so name the trait that's lacking in animals that if lacking in a human being would justify killing and eating a human being.
Name the trait that would. Oh, okay. Well, I don't think that's a fair question because we
Why?
are humans. So, well, first of all, we're
I'm
humans,
asking
so we're
you to
going to be
name the
biased.
trait. The trait could be human.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that's probably one of the traits that I would give right off the bat. I'd have to
Okay,
think more about
so
that. But the fact that we're
okay,
humans and that we are participating in the involvement of our own species, I think
right.
would be one
Right.
example.
So what do you mean by human? Just having the cluster genetics that makes you part of the species Homo sapien?
I suppose you could say that. Also, probably a degree of heightened intelligence and capacity for feeling certain things that other animals aren't necessarily able to feel. To the same degree, our emotional capacity, our empathy, stuff like that. I'm
So
sure
this
that are
has
all
nothing to do with being human. This just has to do with those other traits that are associated with human.
human plus those things. Yeah.
Okay, so if somebody had a mutant baby that was retarded, it'd be okay to kill and eat it?
No, because I think that violates the empathy that humans actually benefit from, which actually bolsters our species, right? Like, if I were to just say, I mean, I get your point, right? Like, why should we care about nursing someone who's just in a vegetative state and they're just consuming resources from society and not giving anything back,
That's not
right?
what I'm saying. So you named the trait.
Okay.
What you said there's a set of traits, one of them being part of the human species, and having human level of intelligence, sapience, sentience. So if someone were to have a baby that was a mutant and was not part of the human species, they lacked the cluster genetics that made them Homo sapien, and they were retarded, you'd be okay with killing and eating them.
Well, what you've described is not human, right?
Right,
Some
so you'd
being
be
that is
okay
not
with
human.
yeah, so you'd be okay with killing like fucked up retard mutant babies.
Well, no, I don't see what the purpose of that would be.
To
That
eat
doesn't seem
them
like a
because meat
sustainable.
tastes good.
That's not really a sustainable or comparative thing, though, right? Because one
How is
is
it not
you actually
sustainable to
have.
kill a retarded mutant baby?
I mean, you could argue that if it's suffering, then you could like end
We're
its
not talking about it
misery if it's
suffering. It's just a retarded mutant baby. So it's
and it
fine.
has the
It just
capacity
has the
to
mental capacity
live.
of a cow, and it's a mutant. So it's not a human being.
That I mean, I don't see how it follows that just because it's a mutant, uh, mentally
You're the one who
disabled
named the
baby, that
trait.
then it follows that you should eat it. Yeah, but I think the point is that I'm not saying that anything is not human you
Did you
should
not
eat.
understand the question I asked you? So I asked you, name the trait that's lacking in animals that if lacking in a human being would justify killing and eating a human being. So you named the trait. I came up with a scenario that meets those criteria where this being is lacking those traits. Now you're saying it's not justifiable.
I'm not saying it's not justifiable necessarily. Like you could do it, but it's well, actually, no. You know what? I take that back. I am saying it's unjustifiable just because I don't see how you get from just because it's. I'm not saying anything is. I think there's a mischaracterization of my position here. I'm not saying that just because a being is non-human, it then necessarily follows that you ought to kill and eat it. That's not my position.
Then
And
you shouldn't have
I,
named the trait because that
okay, that's
assumes.
fair. No, that's fair. You're right. You're right. I should not have done that because, and that's why I said this was kind of a weird question, right? I don't necessarily
Well, then you
like
could have
this
just
kind of
clarified.
question because you're right. You're right. I should have. I apologize for not doing that. I should have clarified. I'm going to try to do that now. You know, I think that the better question would probably be to name the trait that does, because I feel like starting with like make phrasing the question as a negative, like only choose the set of traits that excludes beings from the set of like eatable or edible or justifying killing and eating them is a little bit weird because then that
That's what I
gets
asked.
into the yeah exactly. I think that's weird because it gets into the situation that you kind of just threw at me a few minutes ago. Is that well now you could conceive of any being that's non-human, and then it follows that it's justifiable to kill and eat them, which I think
Do you
is kind
believe
of
it
weird and
is
most people wouldn't agree
justifiable to
with.
kill and eat animals?
If you need to, but I do not like or agree with the like industrialized meat farming. I think that's a bad thing. And if I could
What
snap my fingers and make it go
so
away, then I
what
would.
encompasses need?
I mean, like, well, we already agree on this, right? Because we've agreed on this before. But if you like were living out in the wilderness or something and you had to feed your family and the only like food source around is cattle, you know what I mean? And that would be uh I think we have common ground there, right? I
If
think we've
you
agreed on
had to
that
feed your
before.
family and the only food source around was another human being, would it be justifiable?
Um,
Or
I
isn't that
mean, no.
oftentimes
I
what we
think
find in
like
history?
yeah, like context kind of matters there because there have been cases where like people have been like lost at sea and their friend like I think this is actually a real example. I forgot. Like I can't name a source, but like two men in a raft were lost at sea and one of them died and the other friend actually ended up eating his friend because that's what he had to do to stay alive. Um, So, like in that case, I would say it's context dependent. In most cases, no. But
Yeah, like
Okay.
Jamestown, there's like
So
convincing evidence that cannibalism happened at Jamestown because people were driven to desperation. So it is definitely
okay.
context dependent.
Okay. So
And the data point.
that answers the question of what a need basis is. So are you going to starve to death if you eat a vegan diet?
no, absolutely not.
Okay.
Some people do.
So are you vegan?
I'm not vegan, no.
So you are committing an immoral action by not being vegan?
Immoral by
I
what
would
standard, though?
I would concede that I think that veganism is a like commendable and respectable lifestyle choice. I think it does good. I don't think it necessarily makes a person immoral if they choose to eat meat. Um, I think that it is more morally virtuous to live as a vegan, and that's just not what I choose to
Okay,
do.
so somebody is not a bad person if they choose to kill and eat animals, but they're not quite as good as somebody who lives as a vegan, all else equal.
I guess you could phrase it that way. I mean, I would choose the term like morally virtuous because I think that there's more benefits, I guess overall to the vegan lifestyle, which is why I do respect it. Um, but I think that
So
it's
I'm just
damaging and
asking
harmful
you, is it a morally superior position?
to be vegan.
Yeah.
Morally superior. I get for now. I guess I would say. I guess I would say sure. Yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
but if somebody were to, say, kill and eat people, not out of any need basis, but because they liked the taste of people, you would say they're a bad person?
Well, I think we already went down that road, right? What
Well, it was
justifies like
similar, but
needing to
it's
kill
different.
someone?
So you're saying somebody wouldn't be a bad person for killing and eating animals, but it's a morally superior position to not kill and eat animals.
In a way, yes, but we've already like distinguished that, or at least I have that. I think that as humans, like I'm a humanist, I would support the life of a human over that of a non-human.
Yeah, but I'm asking you a simple question. You're saying that somebody who kills and eats animals is not necessarily a bad person, but it would be a morally superior position to be in to choose not to kill and eat animals.
Yes, unless the context required for the killing of those animals.
Right. We're talking about a non-need basis.
Oh, sure. My bad. Yeah. Then
Okay.
yes.
And if there were a non-need basis, for cannibalism, so if somebody chose to kill and eat a human being, you would just say they're bad, not just morally inferior to somebody who chose not to commit cannibalism, but they're just bad.
Yeah, because that's directly like that's destructive for human society and for humans in general.
And if I were to run the name the trait reductio, name the trait that's lacking in animals that if lacking in a human being would make it morally bad, or sorry, morally permissible to kill and eat a human, but it wouldn't be a moral bad, just less good than choosing not to kill the human being. What would the trait be? It would just be trait human?
May I say
Yes.
something here?
Yeah, go ahead, and then I have thoughts on that.
Okay. So my answer to that would be sapience.
Okay,
be the
so it's
trait that
okay
it-
to kill retards. They don't have
A
human wisdom.
retard isn't sapient.
No, they don't have human wisdom.
Sapience includes just human wisdom.
That's what
the sum
sapience
total
is.
of it. I mean, the ability to be able to comprehend things to
Yeah,
the point
retards.
of.
Yeah, so retards can't do that.
So you're talking about like total out and out retards that have no capability of doing anything whatsoever as far as comprehensibility is concerned.
Yeah, they might be able to walk around and eat food or something or wipe their own ass, but they can't understand any kind of complex human reasoning.
Their biology would ultimately be conducive toward that, though, right? Like, just because they have a fault within that biology that prevents them from achieving that full potential, that biology
I don't
still
know what
exists.
that has to do with anything. They lack the trait you mentioned. They don't have human wisdom.
Yeah, but they have the physiology that represents something analogous to that, which I do think is definitely important. Because we as human beings have something called pattern recognition, and it's a very important part of our psychology. So we do not try to kill things that are like us unless we absolutely have to, unless necessity.
Okay, well, animals are like us.
dictates
Similar
so.
body plan, similar bone structure. They have a brain, nervous system, just like we do.
Yeah, they have a brain and nervous system, that is true, but they are not us as far as our physiology is
Right, but they're
concerned.
like us.
They're like us, but they are not our
Okay,
physiology.
so that would violate
we
your
can
principle.
easily make violated how?
You just said we shouldn't violate, the rights of beings that are like us. Animals are like us, therefore we shouldn't violate the rights
No,
of
I
animals.
said we shouldn't violate animals that have our physiology, not animals that are like us. You put those words in my mouth.
Have our physiology. So what does that mean?
Yes. That would mean have the physiology conducive to that of a Homo sapiens sapien.
So you don't care if somebody's retarded and has sapiens. It's just basically looks similar to a human being.
I mean, the physiology that allows somebody to be human is necessary to be human. Would you not agree?
I don't know exactly what you mean by physiology.
I mean the body plan and structure specifically created might not be the best term, but specifically planned in a way that we can recognize as distinctly and uniquely human.
Okay, so if somebody looked like a fucked up tree monster, you'd be fine with killing them.
I mean, can we still determine biologically that they are a human?
Well, they don't look like it.
They don't look like it. How? I mean, like they're totally indistinguishable. If you could find me a specimen of a person that's so
have
different.
you seen some of the weird freak mutant specimens that have come out of like the Chernobyl disaster, like these fucked up weird mutated fetuses?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, you could show me one of the worst like elephantitis patients or something like that you can possibly find, and I would still have a hard time looking at you with a straight face and saying, "Yeah, that's not a human being," because it's pretty easy to tell. We have really good pattern recognition, so I don't think that is as strong of a point.
Okay,
as you
so if
think
somebody
it is.
looks close enough to a human being, okay. So if there was like a pig that was born that had human wisdom, you would not be okay with killing the pig?
Yeah, if there was Wilbur, that he was able to speak, walk, talk, and like communicate like a human being and be able to articulate
So
thoughts
this
and
has
emotions
nothing
like
to
a
do
human
with
being.
how anyone looks. You only care about sapiens. So that's just retarded.
Well, I wasn't done making my point. I wasn't done making my point. What I was saying is that while that does ultimately meet part of what I was saying earlier, which is sapience, that doesn't meet the other requirement earlier. So no, that wouldn't ultimately
Yeah,
follow.
just to clarify here, because I think he's actually taking the same position that I was, which is that it's not just being human or just being having human-like intelligence. It's the combination of both. I mean, human intelligence is why we are able to like
So
think and feel and
it's
have the
either
capacity of
or?
emotion and empathy that we do. But it doesn't necessarily mean that has to be strict to humanity.
I'm sorry. So it's either or?
No,
I think it's both.
It's a sum total.
Okay, so then you'd be fine with killing retard babies.
No, because they. So
I
it's
just
both,
asked you if it's
and the
either
baby is
or.
human.
Right. So if both conditions have to be
it's
met.
not an or. It's an and condition, not an or condition. It's and.
Yeah,
So if they are human.
Yes. So if it's both, then you'd be fine with killing retard babies. If it's either or, then it could be retard baby but looks human, or it does not look human but has sapience.
Yeah, sorry, I misspoke. You're absolutely right. It is an or. That was my fault. Yeah, it's an or. So if they are human or have human-like intelligence, then sure. Then I would think that would be immoral. But so that's why I think the quote-unquote retard baby example doesn't work, because they are still human. They still satisfy one of the propositions for the or.
So when there is a lack of sapience, you would spare a being from being turned into a hamburger just because you like their aesthetic appearance.
No, I'm not sure where appearance.
Like you're talking about human physiology and body plan, or at least 8-Bit was.
Yeah, I think he was. I didn't mention physiology.
No,
Or maybe he didn't. I'm not sure. I don't want to speak for him, but that's
I'm
not my position.
I'm a disembodied voice. Actually, I'm not 8-bit. I won't speak on their behalf. If I make a retarded point, I don't want you blaming 8-bit for it.
Wait, are you even showing up here?
No, I'm too hot for YouTube, so to speak.
Okay.
So I'm not actually allowed to be on screen right now. No, I don't have a webcam, so I'm a disembodied voice right now.
So I'm just curious, if a superior alien race were to come to Earth, and let's say they had an intelligence that was comparable to, the way we see cows, that's the difference between their intelligence and ours. The gap between cows and us is the gap between us and them. So if they were to come down and say, gee, humans don't have gleep-glorp sapience or intelligence. They're the gleep-glorp species. They don't have the gleep-glorp sapience or intelligence. We should be able to kill and eat them. You would find that to be justifiable reasoning?
No, because we're still humans. So that's why it's to those conditions there. Right? It's not just intelligence. It's also being
right,
human.
but you're not gleep-glorp. So it would be okay for them to kill you.
So I could justify that maybe their reasoning and their model for morality is justified, but that wouldn't be my model. And
how would you justify your existence to them?
How would I justify my existence? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so they're gonna enslave you, and murder you and turn you into hamburgers. How would you justify your existence to them? How would you convince them not to kill you?
Justify in a sense that they would be morally bankrupt if they.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't, because that would be their moral. We would have two different moral systems completely. I would not be able to justify.
So you wouldn't run name the trait on them, name the trait that's lacking in a human being that lacking in a gleep-glorp would justify killing and eating a gleep-glorp?
No, if their sense of morality is to farm human beings for meat, then there's really nothing more we could do than to try and just convince them of otherwise.
Yeah, so you wouldn't run name the trait that's lacking in humans that if lacking in a gleep-glorp would justify killing and eating a gleep-glorp?
Whether you do and whether it's effective as a form of argumentation toward that particular alien are kind of two entirely different things, right?
I wouldn't do.
Well, I think that's a pretty good. I think that's a pretty good line of argumentation.
Yeah, I
also
wouldn't. Sorry.
Part of our nature to defend ourselves. So.
Well, you can't. They're a massively
animals,
advanced alien species. There's no way for you to defend yourself with warfare. The only thing you could do is make some sort of moral pleading to them. So the best way I could think of is running name the trait.
I don't know if you could do a moral pleading. I think you could do a pleading to say that, hey, we can coexist and we can actually benefit each other. We can live symbiotically. That's not really a moral argument.
No, no, this is an alien species. They can do whatever they want. They've mastered the universe. There is nothing you could possibly offer them that would improve their lives in any way.
I have a question for Vegan Gains. Hold on, I have a question.
Sure.
So I find that the paradigm that you're setting up here interesting, and I just can't help but ask, if we lived in a paradigm where animals were capable of articulating some form of moral argumentation for why they ought not be eaten, do you think that the state of affairs that exists right now with things like factory farms would exist the way that they do right now, or do you think that paradigm would shift in some way, shape, or form?
Very likely would. We enslaved, so we've committed tribal genocides against other human beings, and we've enslaved other human beings. I don't think it necessarily follows that if animals could plead for their own existence, that would change anything. And in some ways, they do plead for their own existence. They cry out in pain. We can see them suffer. They try to avoid gas chambers. They try to avoid getting rounded up and killed. So in their own way, I think they are pleading for their existence, and nobody listens to them.
So the thing that you use them as an example for why you think that wouldn't shift as a paradigm, and you can correct me if I'm wrong with this, but is that humans have made war and conquest and have enslaved each other in the past, but to make war on another group of human beings is different than wanting to go and consume an animal to survive, right? Like those two things are different.
We're not consuming animals to survive. We're doing it because we like the way they taste.
If you're talking about the vast majority of human history, then no, that's not.
Well,
the
we're talking
case.
about right now.
Well, no, we were talking about human history. You're the one that said for the vast majority of human history, we conquered and enslaved each other. So you're the one that appealed to
Yeah,
history.
no, I wasn't appealing to history. I was saying that it wouldn't necessarily be the case that if animals could plead for their own existence, we wouldn't have factory farming. I was
And
only
what did you use
referencing
to
history to
justify
say that despite humans being able to plead for their own existence, we didn't give them any mercy.
So you did make an appeal to history.
That's not the same appeal.
No, I'm just pointing out that
doesn't
you made
mean
an appeal
that
to history, and then when I pointed out that history
we're talking
isn't
about two
necessarily the way that
completely
you're,
different topics.
what I'm talking about that history isn't necessarily laid out in the
we
way
were
that you
talking
just
about two
described. You
completely
replied
different
with,
topics.
oh, well, we're talking
and
about
I was
right
only
now.
referencing history to the fact that just because a being can plead for its own existence or livelihood, that doesn't mean we would be merciful.
I mean, we wouldn't be merciful to it in the sense that we wouldn't kill it for food, sure, but that's not what we see in human history. When another human being is begging a human for mercy, they're not begging them for mercy because they want to eat that person. They're begging them for
That's
mercy
not true.
because
There's
they
been
want to have
cannibal
their home
tribes.
taken away.
That's
Yeah,
not true. There's been cannibal tribes. People have killed each other just for the fuck of it.
Show me one particular tribe where you can show me evidence that they specifically made war to go and eat them in a farming sense. If you can find me one tribe in human history.
In a farming sense? Like, I don't know if
well,
anybody
not even necessarily in a
bred.
farming sense, but in the sense that you are trying to make war on a group of people specifically so that you can eat the people that you defeat in that
I don't know about
conflict.
specifically to eat.
Example?
Yeah, I don't know to specifically to eat the people. There is evidence from I think Paleolithic era where there were tribes of people who committed cannibalism, and that's being confirmed with nitrogen isotope testing. So there have been burial sites where Paleolithic people were found eating human beings. They massacred an entire tribe and ate them, and they only ate human beings for weeks. So it's entirely plausible that, yeah, people did do that.
I mean, I'd like to see any kind of actual specific information on that, because a Paleolithic tribe isn't much of a citation, but whatever.
You asked, so all you asked was whether or not if animals could advocate for their own existence like we do and use words and reasoning, if we would give them mercy. And I said, not necessarily the case, because we haven't even done that with human beings throughout history.
What I said to you earlier was, would we still farm and eat animals if they were able to make appeals to us for mercy?
I'm not sure.
That's what I asked you, so please don't strawman my argument by saying something that I didn't say.
Well, I'm not sure. It may not necessarily be the case, because we did technically farm human beings for slavery. We did forcibly breed slaves so that they would have children. And then slave owners would be able to sell those children and make a profit. So, and again, human beings can plead for their own well-being and existence, and we did not give those people mercy. So if animals could also make appeals to their own well-being and ask for mercy, I don't know if we'd necessarily grant that. But in any case, again, if a superior alien race were to come to Earth and they made that same argument you're making for justifying killing animals, but they made that same argument as a justification for killing people, you lack gleep glorp wisdom. What argument would you be able to make?
I mean, that's an internally consistent argument, though, right? Like, at the end of the day, their motive and their ability to be able to exact their motive over me without me being able to resist it.
It's not necessarily internally consistent, depending on other moral values they have.
I mean, all right, given what... You're right, there is a slight chance that they have a totally different set of morality that pales in comparison to that, or isn't.
No, if you simply ran name the trait and asked them, name the trait that's lacking in human beings that if lacking in a gleep glorp would justify killing and eating gleep glorp, and they said gleep glorp wisdom, and then you said, okay, so you'd be fine with murdering retarded gleep glorps, they may say, well, no, I kind of don't like that idea. Then that might convince them that, maybe it's not just gleep glorp wisdom. Maybe like there's some other qualities that we appreciate in living beings that doesn't just have to do with gleep glorp wisdom. And we can just appreciate living beings for what they are. They're their own individuals who have a will to live. They can experience well-being and get the same joys out of life that we can. And maybe we should respect that.
Sure, we
Maybe
should
an
do
intelligent
plants.
alien race would actually come to that conclusion, unlike you, who's a fucking moron, and maybe the aliens should fucking kill you.
I mean, we should do that with plants too, right? Like they have emotion.
They don't have emotions.
They don't have emotions. They don't have feelings. They don't communicate with each other, and they don't.
Communication is completely separate from having emotions.
Well, they communicate based on the stimuli that are around them.
That has nothing to do with sentience, sapience, wisdom, emotions, nothing.
There's nothing. So emotions are totally separate from a reaction to environmental stimuli.
That's right.
There's nothing.
That is
nothing
right. That is correct.
But wait, I have to jump in. Are you saying that like emotions are one of your, like if a human being didn't, is that your justification that eating plants is fine? Is that they don't have emotions?
No, it's that they're not sentient.
Not sentient. Okay, thank you.
It's that they're not sentient. Okay.
Yes, correct.
And hold on, give me one moment here. I want to make sure.
I just wanted to clarify. I'm writing this down.
I want to
So
make sure I'm getting my terms right. So give me one moment here.
So like a non-sentient human would be morally permissible to kill?
Yes, if they're not sentient, it's permissible to kill a non-sentient human being.
And you think like is the intrinsic value maker to that something like qualia?
I don't care if a human being is really pretty or they smell good or anything. If they're non-sentient, I don't see a moral issue with killing them.
Could I ask what about the sentience makes it unjustifiable, or is it just the sentience alone?
So if I were to be more specific, it would be sentience with the ability to experience well-being. Because presumably you could be sentient, but you'd only be able to, like, I don't know, experience the color blue, but you don't enjoy the color blue, you don't get a benefit from the color blue, like, it's just the color blue. There could, in theory, be beings like that don't have any ability to experience well-being, and they only experience, like, one really specific thing, and they're kind of automatically programmed to, I don't know, search for the color blue, but they don't find any kind of benefit from that. And
Sure.
In theory, there could even be a being that can only experience suffering. I would say it would be morally good to exterminate a being like that. So I don't know, like Mises from Rick and Morty, where they only experience suffering. So yeah, sentience with the ability to experience well-being, I suppose, would be the more specific quality.
Yeah, and I think I would agree mostly with that. I think like the reason why I asked was because if it's not just sentience alone, but it's some emergent property of sentience that grants value or making it unjust to kill and eat that thing, then it's kind of in the same ballpark as what our positions were, right? That you were kind of saying that if a human being was lacking that property of sentience, the ability to like feel pleasure or the ability to understand well-being, if a human was lacking that, then it sounds like what you're saying is that it would be like they're still sentient, but they just lack those properties, that would then justify killing and eating them, which is not a position I would take, but that seems to be what you're implying, if I'm correct.
Yeah, so you could go into weird scenarios like this. Like, I've experienced severe depression and ahedonia. That doesn't necessarily mean that it is okay to kill somebody suffering from depression and ahedonia, because if somebody can advocate for their own existence and state to you, okay, I'm suffering now, but there may be a potential future where I can experience well-being, so I don't want to die now, then, like, based on, the being's will to live, I think you should still respect that. Now, if there was a human being that was severely depressed, experiencing ahedonia, and they desired death, I don't see something morally wrong with granting them that if they wish for it. So I'm in favor of things like assisted suicide.
Interesting. I think I'm mostly. I think I can't think of anything that I would disagree with that statement. I think it's more. I
In
think that's
our
kind of our point, though, is that that seems to be our position. I think you kind of more or less made that for us. Not in that, like, I'm just saying that we're right and you're wrong, but the fact that there is like there's criteria that separates us from saying that we are justified in killing and eating something from not, uh, that's kind of similar in
Well,
our regard. That
we
you would not.
don't disagree on that level. Where we disagree, apparently, is whether or not it's morally permissible to kill animals. And again, from my position, I don't see a morally substantive difference between humans and animals, where I would say animals deserve no right to life and we can kill and eat them at our will, whether we, like, just because we want to eat hamburgers and they taste good. But human beings are special in some way, and we shouldn't treat human beings in that respect.
Right.
your alien example, it's like you seem to imply that differences in like intelligence or experience or qualia are not intrinsic value makers. So, and you just alluded like you don't see a significant difference. So, would you say like humans and and other animals are like morally equivalent?
I wouldn't say morally equivalent. I'm just saying there's no substantive difference. So there's moral differences between each human being. There may be a human being that's less intelligent, less sentient. They can't experience love to the same extent. They can't experience joy to the same extent, but they still experience it. It could very well be the case that due to my unique biology, I can't experience love the same way you do, or to the same extent, or happiness to the same extent. Your peak happiness may be higher than my peak happiness. That doesn't make it okay to kill me.
And so you think like you're okay with like the practice of retards getting like assisted living and people taking care of them? Like you don't think they should be sort of thrown aside?
Like, if a mentally disabled person is born, so somebody like with severe Down syndrome or something, no, I'm not in
Yeah,
favor
should
of rounding up mentally disabled people and killing them. I'm fine with abortion, but rounding them up and killing them, no.
no, I'm saying like should we like take care of them, like feed them, clothe them, and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah,
And and so should we do the same for animals? Like let's say we see like animals suffering in the world, we should treat the animals as like retarded humans, where we like
yeah,
adopt them and
yeah. And we do that. That's why there's animal sanctuaries. That's why there's wildlife rehabilitation. That's why there's like parks and ranger services that actually do these things.
and like people studying medicine to try to solve or cure Down syndrome or to make it to where these uh, humans in these like trait lacking, misfortunate, disabled scenarios, like we're trying to fix that. Do you think we should do the same for animals? Like we should try to make animals as sentient as humans?
Um, yeah, like the rocket raccoon thing. I've thought of that. I don't know if that would necessarily be a moral good. I don't know. It it could be a good thing, could be a bad thing for them in some way. Like, intelligence does come with some downsides where they might have existential dread. Being able to exist in a world where they're like the super intelligent raccoon and other raccoons aren't. Like, I don't know what the exact scenario would be, but I don't know if it would necessarily be a moral good. We might be burdening them further.
So we shouldn't try to cure Down syndrome and other disabilities of that nature because of the possible existential dread.
Well, no. Because, like, they're part of the human society, and most people kind of recognize that humans that can function at a higher level of intelligence have greater overall well-being. Yeah, I don't know, though. Maybe it would be better. I've never really thought of that too deeply. If we could make animals highly intelligent like human beings, maybe it would be better. I don't know if it would even be feasible, because again, if we have like rocket raccoons and we make every animal rocket raccoon, they're going to also want human levels of habitation, human levels of, like, I don't know, industry and technology. I don't know if the planet could sustain it.
Well,
Well,
I wouldn't know either.
Weird,
There's so
weird
many
scenarios that pop up.
It's
I'm not
interest-
necessarily against it or for it.
It's interesting that you bring up industry, right? Because I was curious, do you think that veganism or a vegan lifestyle would be possible on a mass scale before the Industrial Revolution?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, what makes you think that it would have been possible on a mass scale prior to industrialization?
Well, the vast majority of caloric intake was from plants. You may have situations where certain people wouldn't be able to habitate certain locations, but
Like
you
the
probably
Inuit,
would
for
still be able to.
example. Like without meat, you like wipe out the entire Inuit culture and like.
I don't fucking
numerous
care. They're
other-
fucking backwoods idiots.
They
They fucking club baby seals to death. Fuck them.
Fuck them Eskimos. Yeah. I mean, if that's your opinion, if that's your view. Yeah, the point I was ultimately trying to make, and you actually made part of it for me, is that like you're gonna wipe out like whole societies if you don't have access to meat because you're not able to survive
No.
in certain parts of the planet. And
Nope. We have the benefit of a modern society, so not anymore.
right. But the reason why we're able to now survive in those locations is because of industrialization.
Right, and the reason you exist right now may be due to antibiotics or vaccines. I don't know what that has to do with anything.
It just simply has to do with the fact that industrialization allows the benefits that you're talking about as far as
Industrialization allows people to eat more meat than ever before. Like, whatever.
it's a double-edged sword, like almost
Well, it's not a
everything
double-edged
else.
sword.
Yeah, it is, because it provides plenty of benefits. You right now are reaping the benefits of the Industrial Revolution by virtue
I
of having
think-
this
I think-
conversation with me right now.
I think
What does that
Vegan's
have to do
point
with it
is-
being okay to kill animals? I
Yeah,
don't know
I
what
think
it's...
what Vegan's point is that something can be necessary up until the point where it's not.
Right, and for the vast majority of human history, it was necessary to kill and eat animals.
Yeah, I don't think he's disagreeing
And
with that.
for the vast majority of history, perhaps tribal warfare was necessary, tribal genocide was necessary, cannibalism was necessary.
for people to
like,
survive. That you're really going to
whatever.
honestly tell me with a straight face that people would not survive without making war on each other.
Could very well be the case, yes.
No, that's an absurd point. You
No,
called
it's
me
not.
retarded.
It's
That's a retarded
absolutely
fucking
not an absurd
That's a
point.
retarded fucking
So
argument.
you're telling me in a world with limited resources and issues with climate change, like going into the ice age where food was scarce, tribes of people living in the same area with limited food availability wouldn't necessarily have to engage in tribal genocide and warfare to ensure the survival of either tribe?
That's the only
So
possibility.
may have
Sorry.
very
You're
well
not
been the
actually going to let
case.
me respond. Okay, you're going to ask me a question,
not-
and then when I'm like half of a syllable through my response,
No.
you're going to again. Okay.
I didn't know
Sounds
you were
good.
about to start talking, so you can
Well,
calm
you
down.
asked me something. You asked me something, right?
I didn't ask you something. I made a
ready for
There was a
statement.
question at the end of what you said.
I've got a question. So, by what objective moral standard do you determine
I'm
that
a moral
eating meat is wrong?
anti-realist, so that question makes no sense to me.
Okay, so you're saying eating meat is wrong, but you have no justification for it. There's no.
I have a justification
uh,
for it.
Is it grounded in reality?
Well, yeah, the reality of I don't want you to do it.
Okay, so there. So
Can
it's
you
just
can
a
you give okay?
preference.
Can you give me
There's just a
objective?
preference.
Can you give me objective proof that it is okay to kill and eat animals?
Because part of our nature as human beings, and it's part of.
That's
what we
not an
do in
objective
order to
moral proof.
survive.
Those are just
Yeah, it is.
descriptive statements. So give me objective moral
No,
proof.
that is- You're just dismissing me.
You don't even
just
know what
dismiss
you
my
don't even know what
Yeah,
you're saying.
if you're gonna say
Give me a moral realist argument for eating meat.
if you're just going to dismiss every argument he makes, then what's the point?
He's not making an
Yeah.
argument. He's just making descriptive statements.
No
So give me a
true
moral
argument.
realist argument for
No
eating meat.
true argument. You're not making a true argument.
Give me a
laddie.
moral realist argument in favor of eating meat, or give me a moral realist argument against
I just
the
did.
Holocaust or slavery.
Well, actually, I have a
You
question real
did,
quick. I have
but
a
you didn't
clarifying
like the
question
answer,
because
so-
I've
So he doesn't even
I've-
you don't even know what moral realism is.
yeah, I feel like I can clarify this a little bit because me and Vegan have had this conversation before, and so like the moral anti-realism position where it like gets a little bit complicated for me, and maybe we can clear this up. I'm open-minded here, but I think the issue is it seems to be that you're saying that your morality, like the foundation for all of this, for veganism, for everything, is founded upon just your subjective, like
Preference.
the way that you subjectively perceive morality.
That is what
and so I
morals
think,
are. They're subjective preferences.
Sure, but
Then-
if you have like reasons to justify why your beliefs, your moral beliefs, are the way that they are, and that you think that other people should adopt those as well, that seems to be not subjective,
We would
but more leaning
no,
towards
it's subjective. So all my arguments are based off of some shared preference. So the shared preference would be the idea that human rights should be enforced. That's why I run Name the Trait, because it assumes we have the shared preference of human rights.
So okay, then maybe I just didn't understand what moral anti-realism was. Then maybe that's on me. I'll have to look more into that. Yeah, I have nothing more to say. about that.
Well, again, I love this stupid nonsense. Make a moral realist argument for why slavery is wrong, human slavery, or why the Holocaust was wrong.
Moral realism is just the statement that something can be definitively like right or wrong in a moral system, right?
Objectively, stance independently. So make a stance independent argument for why the Holocaust was bad.
I can make a utilitarian.
There would still
argument
have to
for
be
why
like some
slavery and the
goal,
Holocaust are bad.
because then that would be a distinction between like moral absolutism and moral realism, right? Like moral absolutism is like there is definitively, with respect to the universe and reality, true and false moral statements.
That's
But
what moral realism is.
No, that's what moral absolutism is.
No, that's what moral realism is. Moral realism postulates that moral statements can be true independent of a stance. So there's some sort of aspect of reality that is true that dictates X is bad or X is right or morally good.
Okay, I could give you
So
one
then
for
what is moral
slavery then, based
absolutism?
on the definition of what you just provided. Then slavery is bad because it limits people's potential. It limits people's potential for economic freedom, and that limited
Why is
potential for
why is that bad?
Because if you are an industrializing society, economic freedom is essential
Why
for
is that bad?
scalability. Because I was literally in the
Because
middle of
it serves our
explaining to you why
survival.
it's bad. Because for an industrialization to occur, scalability is necessary, and
And why is that
scalability
bad?
is not possible without free access.
And
to
why is that
labor.
bad?
Why is that bad? Because industrialization provides an objectively higher standard.
And
of
why is
living.
that bad?
Why is that bad? That industrialization provides an
Right, so
objectively
you
higher
don't
standard
even
of
know what
living?
moral realism is.
No, I
Okay,
just
well,
asked
you're
you a
fucking
question,
moron.
and your response
You're not
is
even
that I
listening.
don't know what it is. Like, you're not even actually listening to what is being discussed right now whatsoever.
All of this assumes
you-
a preference, so
if
it
you-
assumes a
if you-
stance.
It serves
If you are
But with
thinking
respect
about
to
your
goal, right?
response rather than actually listening to what the other person is saying,
I know what
then
you're
that's not very
saying, and you're not
conducive.
making
And
an
you just
argument from a
demonstrated
moral
right
realist
now-
perspective.
You just demonstrated by cutting me off right there that you're not actually listening to a single fucking thing.
No,
being talked
I
about.
am. You're just not
You're
making
just
an
assuming what
argument.
somebody is talking
You're
about,
not
and
making
gonna
you're not making a
postulate your
moral
fucking
moral realist
rhetorical
argument.
nonsense
You're just
before you
making an
actually
argument from
allow your
personal
opponent
preference.
to be able to finish what they were articulating, like an intellectually honest, or sorry, an intellectually dishonest.
I'm sorry. When the aliens come, they're gonna have to kill and eat you because you're a fucking moron.
Oh yeah, because you're going to be
That's
left.
not an
You're going to be left alone, right?
Yeah.
Because you argued on the
Yeah, I'm
internet
one of
that
the
it's
smart
wrong.
ones. I have Gleep Glorp wisdom.
Yeah.
You don't. You're a fucking
you?
moron. The aliens
I
are gonna
guess
kill and
Gleep
eat
Glorp-
you, and I'm
I
gonna
guess
fucking
Gleep Glorp-
laugh.
I guess Gleep Glorp wisdom includes the necessity of being a moron if you have Gleep Glorp wisdom, doesn't it?
Why ought
You
any
don't
of
even
you
know what
be-
moral realism is, and you just made a set of descriptive
I literally
statements
asked
and
you a
fucking
question,
claimed,
and
and
your
you made a
response
moral
to my
claim based on a
question was
stance
that I
that you
didn't know what
personally
something
have.
was. I asked you a question. Do you even remember what my question to you was? You probably don't. I can guarantee you, actually, that you don't.
I was the one who asked you a question, and you were the one making an argument to my question, and you didn't answer my question.
I asked you a question, and you refused to answer my question.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I asked you while we were having our conversation because you said, "Why is that bad?" And I responded to you, "Why is it bad that industrialization provides an objectively higher standard of living? It is not bad." But I wasn't able to finish that statement because you cut me off halfway through the statement. Because rather than actually listening to what your opponent is saying, you're just assuming what they're saying and butting in first.
You cannot even follow what the fuck you're saying.
How would you even know? You weren't even paying attention.
It kind
You
of
are
necessitates
speaking
you being able
pure
to
nonsense.
listen. Okay, that's such a
How
good
is it
argument.
nonsense?
That's such a
Explain.
good addressing.
Justify that one.
So
No,
there
no,
is
I'm sure he's gonna be
nothing
able
you
to
can.
break
There
down
is
component by
no
component
argument you
why
can
that
make
was
to
allowed.
prove objectively, independent of a stance, any moral proposition.
So then why
It
do you even
serves
bother?
human
Hold on,
life.
wait. Then why did you
Serves
ask the
rational
question?
life.
If you, according to your worldview,
To
you
prove
already
that you
believe-
cannot do that.
Well, then you're just demonstrated that you're intellectually dishonest. If you're asking a question of which you already know the answer to and then argue,
Yes,
then you're
to make a
literally
point
doing
that you're an
nothing
idiot.
but
Yes, to make a
articulating
point that you're an
sophistry.
idiot.
You're literally just demonstrated
Yes,
that you're
to
just
make a
doing
point that
nothing
you're an
but
idiot.
peddling sophistry. You're a sophist. That's
And
what
real
you are.
fast, there is a comment. Caleb, thank you so much for the super chat. That's greatly appreciated. He says, "Following human nature is a preference. It is human nature to wage war, but that does not make waging war inherently or objectively moral."
It is not human nature to wage war.
Let me ask
Clearly
you
it is.
let me ask you a totally intellectually honest question right now, Howdy. Why is the sky green?
You're
Why is
asking
the
me.
sky green? Yeah, I'm asking you. Why is the sky green?
I don't have a.
Oh,
Why
you
are
can't
you a retarded
demonstrate why
dumb
the
fuck?
sky is green? Oh, you can't demonstrate why the sky is green? Well, that just shows that the sky has to be this particular color, doesn't it?
All right, I think we're getting a little bit lost in the meta here, which is understandable. Like, I get it, but I think if we can try to bring this back to the actual subject, just because I do have a few questions. What, Vegan, when you say that moral realism is stance independent, I feel like there's a little bit of confusion there, because to me it seems like you could have a moral system that is constructed that rules over society, and an individual could have a subjective moral opinion that is against the established moral model, right?
That's not moral realism.
The society would.
Well, that would be moral
classified
relativism,
as
yeah.
a stance.
But I'm talking about, like, I don't think that you need to. So I don't think that you need to have moral relativism. I think that you can actually, like, naturalistically infer what you ought do and ought not do in a moral system. That's
Look,
just humanism,
if
right?
you're a moral realist, you believe moral propositions are true the same way descriptive claims are true. So, does matter exist? Does gravity exist? Does the Earth revolve around the sun? Whether or not there is a mind to observe it, it would be the case that gravity exists.
See, that's what I think the difference between absolutism is and moral absolutism and moral realism is, because absolutism makes that claim, but I think realism just says we can naturalistically infer what we ought do and ought not do, and that can be like an actual way to derive
Okay, cool, like
morality,
slavery.
but we have that with
should
respect
engage
to a
in
goal.
slavery because it's natural. We've been doing it for thousands of years. Therefore, it is a morally true claim that slavery is morally acceptable.
No. I'm saying
No,
with
because it
respect to a
doesn't serve
goal,
human
and that
life.
goal is humanism, well-being, right? We can infer well-being is important to us. So that's what we can base a secular humanistic model of morality on, which in itself, you can disagree with what you consider as moral or immoral,
So
but within that framework,
yeah, no.
if
So
it goes
moral
against that
realism is the
model-
view that moral claims such as murder is wrong are objective statements that can be true or false, just like factual statements about the world. It points that moral properties exist independently of our beliefs and attitudes. That's what moral realism is. So if you're going to make a moral realist argument for something like eating meat is wrong, or slavery is wrong, or the Holocaust is wrong, you're going to have to make an argument independent of any stance or preference.
Okay, so if that's the case, I'm not disagreeing with you on that, but if that's the case, then what is the difference then between moral absolutism and moral realism?
I have no fucking idea. I don't know what moral absolutism is.
The difference is one makes me feel more smart when I say it. That's the difference.
Well, okay,
Gaines,
well,
I
could
had
we
just
Google
a
it?
real
Because I
quick
mean, I'm completely fine with being wrong here. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page.
The
So
Moral
I just had a quick
absolutism.
question
everybody
for
look at what
Gaines.
an intellectual I am, everybody. I
Gaines.
believe in
Moral absolutism is
but
the
it's
ethical
not
view that
moral
certain
absolute.
actions are inherently right or wrong regardless of the context or consequences. So that sounds different. That sounds
So-
like a weird
Literally
deontological belief.
Yeah, they're like
Quite literally
there's like a
how I
difference
do it.
between
Yeah, I think well that's
deontic
what my
and
confusion
So
is.
consequential.
moral absolutism doesn't postulate that moral claims are objective. It just postulates that independent of context, something is inherently wrong. It doesn't postulate anything about objective moral statements.
Right, so then that would imply, I think, that moral realism would include context. And for me, that would be our ability to naturally infer that well-being is in our best interest and that we could build a moral model on
What's the
well-being.
argument for that?
What's the argument for what specifically? That we can infer...
So make a stance-independent argument for why well-being is good.
A stance into... Okay. Well-being is an evolutionary trait that we have to keep us alive, and that's not because I said so.
Why is
that's
it
just,
morally good?
It is.
So that's just a descriptive statement.
Because it
Yeah.
serves
Yeah, it's a
serves
description of
rational
nature.
life.
It's stance independent.
Well, real quick,
Well-being
I just want to
is-
clarify here because when you say
What makes it good?
anti-realism, Gaines, can I have you clarify for me?
Well, what
when you
makes
say
it... see that? So this is going to be circular. I'm using that to justify how we define what is good.
So
Yeah.
then
Well,
you're
I can't say that it's good inherently.
So now good is just a descriptive statement. It's not a normative statement.
Well, you have to define good somehow, right? So that's how I would define good. But I'm not going to say that it's good because it's good, right? It's an axiom.
So then good is anything that confers survival.
I would say well-being
rational
and survival, sure. But it's an axiom. Like you have to start there, right? Like you can't just if you go all the way back to the laws of logic, you have to start at
If
some
you're
axioms.
defining good as anything that confers well-being, then it would be good if I rape an unconscious woman because that is generating the most amount of well-being.
How is that doing that?
Well, I get to have sexual pleasure. She doesn't get harmed. Therefore, it's morally good to rape unconscious women.
Yeah, but that encourages traits and behaviors in humanity that are very much not good.
Well,
right?
no, if it's just me that's doing it. So if I always get away with it, and I've
but
developed
just
a
you
perfect
that's
system,
doing it. This
so
is
that would be
is
morally
something
good.
okay if no. Sure,
No,
this is
because it doesn't serve.
if something is something okay because nobody's watching argument, right? Which is not a good
you
argument.
just
because you
stated
committed-
that good is anything that confers well-being. So I just gave a scenario where raping an unconscious woman would generate the most amount of well-being. She doesn't get harmed, she never knew the experience happened, and I get to experience sexual pleasure. That creates confers the most amount of good.
So when I say well-being, I'm not talking about just someone directly. I'm talking about society as a whole, right? Because clearly if you kill someone and nobody's around to see it, like there is no
and we can just assume in the
harm
hypothetical
done
that
to-
all of society does that and everyone is able to get away with it. That would confer the most
That's
amount of well-being.
absurd.
Therefore,
That
it'd
is
be
the
good.
most absurd fucking statement
So,
that I've heard. You
this
made
is
a lot of
making a lot of
absurd
assumptions
statements
about
over
human
the course of
psychology.
I have a
history.
very
Holy shit, that
quick
is
question.
I just
So
have to
that's
say,
not
hold on,
absurd.
can I
It's
just-
assumed in the hypothetical that everyone can rape unconscious women and get away with it. If that were possible, that would confer the greatest amount of well-being. Therefore, it's morally good.
See, this
So
is
then
why
what-
I
okay,
made
hold
the
on, hold
sky
on.
is
So then-
green
so then what
argument
would be your
earlier, because that's the
justification
level
for
of
not doing that?
absurdity that this fucking
Hold on,
clown goes
Aiden, I
to.
have to ask this. What would be your justification then for not doing that?
Well, I don't hold this view. That is what good is.
Yeah, real quick.
what
I just
would your
I
definition
think
for
I'm going.
good
I
be
think I'm
to
about
say
to
that's-
provide a bunch of clarity.
My
for us real
definition of
quick.
good is whatever I prefer.
Yeah, so when you say anti-realism, I'm assuming that you're talking about non-cognitivism is like the school of thought that you prescribe to, that basically when you're saying it's bad to do a thing, it makes me feel bad that this thing is happening is really what you're saying, right?
All moral propositions are just based off of personal preferences.
Yeah, so it makes me feel icky.
Yeah.
Okay, so really, to reword this to your proposition about veganism, what you're saying is other people eating animals makes me feel icky.
Yes.
Okay, so I can get behind that position if that's what you're saying. But what you're pointing to seems to be like a very firm moral grounding and saying people who do this are bad without that framework attached to it. You're saying they're bad people, and to them, bad means something else.
No, when have I ever claimed that?
Well, just saying that other people eating meat makes you feel icky doesn't make you a contrarian asswipe. So, of course, that's not going to be the sum total of his position.
Yeah, and I just have to say, it seems like your like rationale, because before you said that it's not just like what you feel, you have reasons for why you feel that way, and you think that those reasons are rational and that other people should also share them, right?
No, not necessarily. What
So
is
can I-
rational about me feeling a certain way? I'm a nihilist.
Well, you have a rationale for why eating meat you deem to be immoral, right?
So
Well,
I think
it's based on the assumption that that I like human rights or I don't like suffering.
Right.
From that from that base
so why?
fundamental axiom, yeah, there's a logical reason why I'm against eating meat, but I just have my set of preferences. I don't know if there's any real logic to any of this. It's just a set of preferences.
Let me throw
Well, okay,
this at
so
you because
the-
I
the
think I
issue-
take an interesting position in this stance because I'm a pescatarian. I think that there are levels to that inherent intelligence. So I'll eat fish, but mammals, birds, no thank you. And I have 3 rules to determine if something is permissible for me to eat. 1, do they take care of their offspring? 2, do they contain the capacity of high-level reasoning like tool use or complex problem solving? This is what saves squids and other cephalopods. And then 3, would I be willing to personally end the life of the animal I'd be consuming? All of those are personal things.
So
I can't
you'd be
inherently
okay with
prescribe.
killing mentally retarded people who have parents that don't give a shit about them?
So these rules are used in a general sense. So if let's abstract this a step further for you. If there was a deformed baby cow that did not have cow-like features in full, I still would not eat that thing. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So fish, for me, adhere to all 3 of those rules.
What? They don't have high level intelligence, they don't care for their offspring, and what's the other rule?
I'd be personally willing to end their life.
Okay, so do all 3 of those criteria have to be met?
Yes.
So if you'd be willing to end their life, but they do have that seems self-contradictory. So if you're willing to end someone's life, but they're highly intelligent and they can care for
If
their
they
offspring,
have
that'd be...
if they have those other things, I will not eat them.
But you'd be willing to end their life.
Sure, like so as an example,
That
this
would
is the
be like
conceptual- hold
that'd
on,
be
hold on, hold on.
self-contradictory.
No, it's not. So as an example, someone breaks into my house and tries to take my life. That's justification. I'd be willing to take their life in return. I'm not going to then cut them up and eat them.
I don't know what the problem would be. They're dead.
They don't adhere to the other 2 rules that I presented to you. This is my anti-realist position.
Okay, so then Hitler did nothing wrong because he was willing to kill Jews.
I definitely didn't say that. That's putting words in my mouth.
No, that is what you said. You said it's permissible to kill somebody if you're willing to do it. So Hitler was willing to kill Jews, so Hitler did nothing wrong. He didn't eat them.
Well, according to your position, all inactions are inherently amoral until a stance becomes involved. So you can't really take this position.
Yeah, and my stance is Hitler's an asshole. So what the fuck are you talking about?
I take that same stance. These rules have to do with if I'm willing to eat it or not. It's my stance on is something.
Right, so if you're a
I'm going
Nazi, right, so if you're a Nazi and you're willing to kill Jews, then it's okay to kill Jews so long as you don't eat them.
those actions are inherently amoral until we prescribe a stance to them. And so the stance
Your
that I take
stance
there
is if you're willing to kill somebody, it's okay. So you're willing to
No,
kill them,
that
so
is-
it's okay.
that is not the stance that I'm taking.
You literally just said that.
You are putting those words into my
You
mouth. very
just
directly,
said
sir.
you just said intelligence, willing to care for offspring, willing to kill. That's what
Those
justifies
Those
eating.
are my rules for eating. Yes.
Okay, so what's the rules for killing?
It depends on the contextualization of it. If my life is directly in harm from the thing that, and I taking that thing's life will adhere to.
Okay, are fish ganging up on you and killing you?
No.
Okay, so then what's the justification for killing fish?
It doesn't make me feel icky.
Okay, so killing Jews doesn't make Nazis feel icky. So it's justifiable to kill Jews if you're a Nazi.
And in their stance, absolutely. But it does make me feel icky. So in my stance, it is wrong.
Okay, so
I'm simply adhering to your anti-realist logic.
All right, and real fast, Kieran Dave has a quick question, and thank you so much for the super chat, Kieran. That's greatly appreciated. He asks, I'm curious if anyone has brought up Jack Angstrike's critique of NTT in this convo. Does Vegan Gains know and have a rebuttal about that critique?
Yeah, Isaac, Jack Angstrich was dodging a debate with Isaac. Ask yourself. He literally didn't really have an argument, and he just made a bunch of bullshit up. He didn't actually make an argument, and he's not even willing to defend his position in a debate, so I don't take it seriously.
Look, I gotta bounce. Vegan, I enjoyed the conversation. Hope we can have another one sometime.
Yep.
But yeah,
yep, it's okay to kill people if you just feel like it. That's what we've come to the conclusion. So Hitler did nothing wrong.
I think this is an abuse of your anti-realist position.
I would say that we could table this for another time, but I do appreciate the conversation. So peace.
See ya.
Guys, take it easy.
Thanks, William.
Have a good one, man.
All right.
It's an abuse of your anti-realist position to say that, because according to anti-realism and the cognitive nature that you're using it, the non-cognitivism, that it's all stance dependent, that a mind must be implicated. And so if a mind not find that wrong, they don't think it's icky. It is moral by their grounds.
Okay, well, then I was misunderstanding your position. Is that actually your position, or are you trying to make some sort of point to critique my belief?
I'm making a point to critique your belief and saying that if you are an anti-realist, it is not inherently.
Yeah, I can't point to any objective fact about the world to prove in a stance-independent manner that any moral proposition is true or false. And you can't either. I've never seen an argument in favor of moral realism.
We agree about that. I'm also an anti-realist in this way. So based on what we've discussed here, what I'm saying is when you try and flip the script, you're making a disingenuous argument. When you try and turn it into, oh, so you're saying it's okay that Hitler did XYZ thing, that is an abuse of your anti-realist position.
Again, I already explained that I was confused whether that was your actual position for justifying just like killing animals. Is that actually your position?
Again, it's irrational entirely if I'm willing to or not.
Well, I'm asking you, was the argument you made actually your position, or were you trying to prove some sort of point that my moral anti-realist position leads to the consequence? The three qualifiers for why it's okay to kill and eat an animal.
Those are my literal qualifiers on if I'm going to eat a thing.
Okay, and... Okay, so if that's your qualifiers for whether you're willing to kill and eat a thing, and that's your actual position...
Not kill and eat. Very specifically, will I subsume it for my continued existence? Will I eat it simply and only?
What do you mean eat it simply and only? You're going to have to kill it. Like, are you talking about biting off somebody's leg and letting them live?
Nope. So again, that's rule 3. Would I be willing to personally end the life? That is a factor that goes into, am I going to eat that thing? So I might be willing to take its life, and it adheres to the other 2 rules. I will not eat that thing. Taking its life is independent of eating.
Okay, so so then if we were to run the name the trait reductio, the trait would be intelligence and whether or not it can care for its offspring. Retards. It's okay to kill and eat retards.
Again, this goes to form. I can abstract it a step farther for you and say that, generally speaking, I can point to a malformed baby cow, say it's not ever going to have offspring, so it won't take care of its offspring. Generally speaking, I am willing to recognize that I would not normally do it, and so I would not do it in this situation either. So to bring it back to your example, no.
Okay, so if the majority of cows were malformed, you'd be okay with it?
We're not talking about a cow anymore. We're now describing a different thing.
No, we're talking about cows. So if there was like some sort of virus that infected their DNA and the majority, simple majority, 51% of their offspring were malformed,
it would no longer definitionally be a cow.
it would be a cow. It would just be the cow species would just have some sort of persistent virus where the majority of their offspring are malformed. It's a cow.
Again, this is a general rule. We have a conceptualization of what a cow is.
Yeah,
and if
so
the thing-
cow,
if the
like
thing-
we can go
if
through
the thing is no longer recognizable to that,
we can
I would
go
need to do
go through
an
kingdom,
individual
phylum,
evaluation of that
species.
thing.
We can. How do you define a cow? What is a cow?
It is. I'm pretty sure we all know what a cow is. If you want me to look up a definition for you, it's a barnyard animal that has multiple stomachs and eats
Right.
grass.
So if cows were all infected with a virus that made 51% of their offspring malformed, it would still be a cow.
Absolutely.
Okay, so then
but the way that,
so then
but the
you
way
would
that
in
you're
fact be
describing
okay
it-
with killing a cow.
No.
Then that's a contradiction.
Where's the contradiction? You're gonna
You
have to
said if
expound on it for me.
you made an appeal to normality. So if it's not normally the circumstance that it wouldn't be able to take care of its offspring, then I would not be willing to kill it in a unique circumstance or a marginal circumstance. I just gave you a hypothetical where it is the norm. So would you be okay with killing it then?
You are again describing some situation that turns it into a non-cow entity.
You okay, so this is another contradiction. You said it is both a cow and not a cow.
So
So barnyard animal, bovine, whatever, we know what a cow is.
yes.
Cows being infected with a virus that caused
How are
them
they
to have
different?
mutated offspring
You're
where
not
they
defining
can't
how they're different.
they're not different. They're just infected with a virus. They're still a cow. Did
what
you
does
get
the virus
COVID?
do
Have
to
you ever
change
gotten
them?
a flu? Or were you
What
no
does the
longer a
virus-
human being when you got the flu?
What does the virus do to change them?
It just makes their offspring deformed in some way. So they have a genetic defect where they
Okay,
can't
so
take
let's-
care of their offspring. They're retarded or something.
So let's run through my three rules again then. Do they take care of their offspring?
I literally just said this hypothetical virus made it so that they're retarded and can't take care of their offspring.
Okay. So they adhere to that rule. Do they contain the capacity of high-level reasoning, like tool use or
No.
complex problem
No.
solving? Okay. And then would I be willing to personally end the life of the animal I'd be consuming? So is it recognizable physically as a cow still?
Yes, because
Then
it's a
I would-
fucking
then-
cow?
Then I would not be willing to eat that animal.
Well, what do you mean not willing?
Because I would not be willing to end its life if it resembled a cow.
Aren't you making an argument in favor of killing animals?
No.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm pointing out to you that your system is being applied here. I am using my own ick test, and you're not explaining to me how my ick test is wrong.
Buddy, I don't know how to
want,
like.
and if you want to say
I'm
my
sorry.
ick test is wrong, you're now
I'm
claiming
sorry.
moral
You're
realism.
retarded. You don't have human level reasoning. I don't like you, and I'm gonna have to kill and eat you or feed you to my cat.
That's your moral test, and I find that icky.
Well, that's too
Okay,
fucking
and
bad
real
because I
fast-
can kick
and
your
real
ass.
Fast, and real fast, so Kieran Dave had a quick question. Thank you so much for the super chat. He says, does it matter if Jack won't debate a dial atheist?
I don't know. I don't know what the fuck that is.
There can be true contradictions, basically. And then Nectu says, for the love of science and philosophy, and thank you so much for the super chat. I greatly appreciate that. Sorry for interrupting.
I mean, I think it's reasonable to not want to debate such a person, because if they think contradictions can exist, well, there's really no point in arguing with them.
You're telling me.
My thoughts on these types of arguments from marginal cases is that they seem to like lead to either implausible or unintuitive conclusions. Like it seems strange to say that humans are morally equivalent if we're not going to consider like the levels of experience.
I'm
But
not
if
saying
we're
they're
gonna-
morally equivalent. I don't
Right.
even think there's moral equivalence within the human species. I think people who are mentally disabled, physically disabled, I would rather save somebody who is physically
Right,
and mentally
trolley.
competent versus, yeah, in a trolley problem. So
So
that
you take
doesn't
a
mean I'm willing
utilitarian
to
approach.
completely take away the rights of somebody who is less than someone else. Slur,
I
that's
mean,
all vegan games can do. All you can do is whine and cry in the fucking chat and say bullshit, so come debate me. You're a fucking moron.
Well, it seems like in principle it could be extrapolated. Like, let's say there are 100 times less whatever, then like you would throw the trolley on one instead of the 100, and then at some point they seem to like not like you could say, well, a trillion of them are equal to one human. It seems like at some point they're not valuable enough to consider worth giving all of these like deferences towards.
Okay. I'd like you to name the trait that's lacking in animals that if lacking in a human being would justify killing and eating a human being.
I would probably say something along the lines of being a member of a rational kind.
Oh, humans are rational, are they?
I said rational. I don't know if you said rational or irrational.
Rational.
Yeah.
Well, given how this fucking debate went, that's debatable. So what do you mean by being part of a rational kind?
Some species that that's rational.
Okay,
I
animals
guess.
are rational. They can make logical decisions based on their own self-interest. So they will find food, they will find shelter, they will avoid pain. Those are all rational decisions based on self-interest. So animals are rational, therefore it's not okay to kill animals.
Well, I wouldn't say they're rational enough for moral responsibility. Like if a bear or a cow ran into a human, I wouldn't think them to be evil. So I don't give them enough rationality for that.
Okay, and there are people who have personality disorders that are psychopaths who literally cannot comprehend moral reasoning.
We just got a 20-minute mute on vegan games.
But they're a reason.
So,
they're a member of a rational
thank you so much for the super chat,
kind.
Kieran Dave. He says mute vegan games for 20 minutes to make room for an honest interlocutor. So I guess howdy. That's on.
Fucking retards. That's just pathetic.
Run the superior alien species comes to Earth to farm humans for food argument on them.
Yeah, I did. They're just stupid. They're just fucking idiots. Thanks for the donation, retard. That was brain rot.
What about if an ape like Caesar was born with human intelligence? Would he be okay with killing that?
Who the fuck knows, Dodo? I have no fucking clue. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Also, just because something is alive does not make it sentient. Jellyfish are alive and they're not sentient.
That is true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Eating meat is most definitely a double-tipped cock. You eat something else, you are basically eating you, since you are both conscious beings. They are going by this morality that would need to be real, and it can be subjective. It's a double-tipped cock, man.
Alright, I'll be sure to mention that next time I have a debate. Thanks for the donation, double-ticked cock.
Disclaimer, this video is educational and informative in nature. Do not contact anyone shown in this video. Also, this video is discussing steroids. Do not use steroids. This is entirely for educational and entertainment purposes only.
Today we're going to be doing a bit of a different video that I think you really might find interesting. I don't know, we're going to give it a shot. On this channel we talk about all sorts of stuff, so we might as well talk about this genre of life, I suppose. Before we get started, I want to give a shout out to a really awesome subscriber of this channel. His name's Chamberlain. Just want to give you a shout out. Thank Thanks for watching. All right, so the Reddit AMA. This is a really great thing that you see a lot of times on Reddit, and it's common, right? It's common, often about really weird stuff, but this one in particular is right up our alley. The AMA is titled, "My boyfriend was on steroids and it ruined our relationship." She goes on to say, "I really just wanted to help someone who's in my position, who is a gym rat herself, and thought she found someone who shared the same passion in fitness."
Oh, my Amazon package arrived. I've got to have a protein shake. I'll just be a few minutes. Oh, my protein arrived. So I gotta have some protein to make gains. I'll be right back. Oh, all right. I'm back. Protein. Son Goku donated $2. How would you judge this artwork? This is from Bleach. That looks like absolute fucking dog shit, I gotta say. Just horrendous. That is one of the ugliest things I've ever seen a human draw. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
When that one guy said that waging war isn't a part of human nature, I busted out laughing.
I don't even know how... Like, buddy, there's been enough wars where I think we can say it sort of is in human nature. Like, I don't know what the fuck they even mean by that. Like, what is human nature then if, like, we've been doing something before humans even existed, like our ape cousins commit warfare. So this is something we've been doing before we were even humans. And we kept doing it once we evolved into humans. What in the fuck could he possibly mean by human nature? They're just all stupid. Thanks for the donation, Caleb.
I love how these skeptic types always talk about how they can derive moral conclusions from rationality and reason, but yet throw all that out the window when it comes to non-human animals. Atheists are retarded.
Yeah. Absolutely bizarre. Like, especially given the kind of reasoning the guy made. Oh, well, humans are more compassionate and we have more moral reasoning and we're moral agents. Wouldn't that kind of lead to the conclusion that we should be compassionate to animals? No. It's exhausting. You know, like, people are just fucking stupid, dude. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
Yes, I couldn't find anything about the relationship on Reddit.
Is Riley Reid the GOAT? Yeah, I'd have to say she's the GOAT when it comes to porn. Yeah, she's great.
When I was in the thick of it, so I don't mind addressing what I wish I knew before I met someone on steroids. Thanks. So, we're going to go through a couple of her replies and just talk about maybe some of the science behind what she's having to say or a little bit more detailed information here. One of the top comments asks how his temperament changed over the period of time. Like, tell me about his anger, ability to empathize and feel sorrow.
Like all I feel is rage.
Man, I cannot relate to that statement enough. You oftentimes, when you take steroids, get this sense of apathy. It suddenly becomes much harder to care about what other people are doing and much easier to only care about the things that you're doing. And I have a feeling that a lot of this is to do with the dopamine system in a way, because testosterone and its derivatives, they do cause a dopaminergic surge and everything is just goal-oriented, everything. So let's just read her reply. At first he masked it well, but I suppose it's because we haven't lived together yet. When we moved in together, I would notice little things set him off and I rationalized it as it was normal. For example, if I was hungry, I'd get a little bit more monotone. Since I get headaches, I just want to eat, but he'd call me out and tell me I have an attitude and treat me poorly after that. And hold extreme grudges sometimes until the next day or two. If it wasn't that, it was the way I did things, like make him wait too long, not wanting to have sex.
Kenzie Reeves is hot. I don't know who that is. Kenzie Reeves? Wait, how do you spell it? No, she's not. She just looks like a weird child. Yeah, that is weird. She has, like, a 14-year-old's face. And, like a 16-year-old's body. That is weird. Not my thing.
not doing my workout correctly, etc. In terms of empathy, he knew he was wrong, but only a day or two after, and was in pure denial to his TRT spikes, until I started keeping a log of the consistent pattern. Also, him being in denial fueled his lack of empathy. He'd apologize, but mostly because I told him he needed to, not because he felt like anything was wrong. So I don't really think she understands maybe the whole premise of what's going on here. She mentions TRT spikes, testosterone replacement therapy spikes, but clearly somebody like this isn't on testosterone replacement therapy. Now, there is something to be said here about spikes, which makes this uniquely interesting. When a person who is taking performance-enhancing drugs administers those hormones specifically, even if the longer estered hormones are available, if infrequently administered, let's say once a week, that can cause a massive spike in serum concentrations of said drug. In fact, there's this really great tool online called the steroid plotter, where let's just say we had somebody taking 500 milligrams of total amounts of testosterone per week, and they were taking testosterone enanthate, which most people would consider to be a very long estered hormone, meaning you don't have to inject it frequently, but they were only administering it once every 7 days. On this graph, which visualizes serum level concentration, so how much of the steroid is in your serum, in blood, active in your body in the current moment, every time a person would inject that 500 milligrams once every week, there would be a massive spike in total levels of androgens. This spike.
You should not inject your pecs. There's a lot of veins and there's a big artery going through your pec. You should not do that. That is a stupid injection site. Son Goku donated $2. Let me see. Yep, lay it right on his neck. Maybe you should not have a chick spotting you if you're gonna do a max. Jeez. Why is he grabbing her? Oh, did he pass out? Yeah, that's stupid. I don't like he's a strong dude too. Like he's close to benching 315. You'd think by then you'd have enough lifting experience to know you should get somebody who can actually spot you if you're attempting a max. That's really stupid. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
I've been arguing with baby animal rapists on the quote-unquote leftist subreddit and it's going about as well as you can imagine. I hate these retards so fucking much. But I love interjecting that they are baby rapists anytime I see them virtue signaling.
Yeah. Dude, what's funny is I've found it is way easier to talk to conservatives about veganism than it is with lefties. And I think it's because lefties are like so many of them are these entitled fucking twats who will virtue signal about all these things like, oh, giving to the poor and equality and all this crap. But they don't like really believe in it. And they just say it because they think it makes them sound good. But at the end of the day, like, they're just self-interested dickheads, and it seems like the reason they have these moral beliefs isn't because they have an interest in actually committing moral good. They just think those policies would benefit them personally. Whereas conservatives, they may be selfish in their own ways, but, like, they actually believe in what they're saying, so they're just more kind of intellectually honest when it comes to these topics. But yeah, I've noticed debating, like, conservatives or, like, Republicans on those sorts of issues, it's usually more productive. And they don't just start whining and crying and then, like, talking about white colonial settlerism and that being linked to veganism, you know what I mean? Thanks for the donation though, Twat Destroyer.
I'm gonna say it. Agnostics are smarter than atheists. Atheists claim they know there isn't any type of God or creator of the universe, but how could you possibly know either way, beyond pointing out the flaws and contradictions in religious texts?
My position is there is no God. Like, look at it this way. What makes God a god? It's you're the one who makes God God, right? Because it's all your perspective that determines what is and isn't a god. A god in your mind might be a being that's all powerful. A god may be the creator of the universe. A god may have to have another certain set of qualities for you to call them a god. It has to be atemporal, all-knowing, omnipresent, all-powerful. You're the one who decides what God is, and if that's the case, depending on your definition of God, there certainly isn't a God. There is no being that is all good, all-powerful, atemporal, all-knowing, all-present. Clearly, if that's what you define God as. So, there definitely isn't a God, if you ask me, because I say so. And, outside of that, who the fuck cares? I live life on my own fucking terms. Thanks for the donation, retard. Joey is very inebriated and out like a light in a pile of catnip. Oh my goodness, you gave him too much catnip? He's becoming a catnip addict. Oh dear God, he's gonna need an intervention. You're gonna need to get yourself and Maui and that other cat to tell him he's just in a downward spiral and he needs to quit catnip. Oh my God. Well, I love Joey. I'm glad he's doing good.
It can cause radical side effects. Definitely a little bit of a short attitude being possibly one of those for very specific individuals who do have these problems pre-existing, usually in their life, but also has many more side effects. An excess of estrogen will be created from that testosterone because there's such a high spike in serum concentrations. Of course, as lower serum concentrations exist, lower amounts of conversion to estrogen will exist. But when you have those really high spikes, there's a lot of estrogen being created unnecessarily. The best way to configure your stuff around this would be to opt in for at least 3 times weekly, but ideally daily injections, administrations of these said compounds, but not many people do this. In this graph, you can see a very light line at the bottom that's in between the thick green line, which is both of these compounds altering serum concentrations, and
if Riley showed up at your door with a plate of spaghetti, would you let her in? What about just a bag of spaghetti? As long as I could fucking play with her asshole, she can come with whatever spaghetti she brings.
The thin green line, which we just looked at, which gave you the really high peaks. For example, every other day administration gives you a totally way more consistent blood serum concentration. This is what creates really good function within a human. But when we change it to daily, you can see a drastic difference within serum level concentrations, and there's way less peaks and way less troughs of that hormone, whatever it might be. In this case, let's just say it was testosterone. These very limited peaks and troughs are going to lead to
but Christians would say you have to believe in the Bible and the one true God, or else he sends you to hell when you die.
Well, here's the thing. I don't have control over God's will. I only have control over my will, and I don't know why a God would give me any sort of special, privileges or treatment just because I bow down to his will and I act like a fearful, cowardly bitch. From what I see, if God cares about anything, the only thing he cares about is strength, and I'm just going to do whatever the hell I want to do, and if anybody wants to stop me, I'm going to fight them, and whatever consequences arise from that, then so be it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
far more stable environments for said individual using performance-enhancing drugs, which interestingly enough, this does also bound back into female exposure to compounds as well, because having those really high peaks from infrequent administration definitely can result into more viralization due to those really high peaks. It's always behoove of everyone basically to administer more frequently across a longer period of time. Hey, we're talking a lot about health in this video here, and I think it's something that I talk about and stress a lot. So if you're somebody who cares about health, this sponsor is for you. Today, this video is represented by Anabolic Insight, the company which is designed to get you lab work at the cheapest cost to you. This channel tremendously. Thank you guys. Interestingly, someone chimes in here called Chucky6 and he says, I used steroids for a really long time. I'm sure it ruined every relationship I was in over that 10 years. There are several reasons people take steroids. Sure, there are users who are trying to become better athletes, but for the normal user, it's usually because we lack self-confidence and trying to mask unresolved trauma. It's odd we seek felony arrests over some therapy. While you may be working through some tough patches of your life, be thankful you avoided an extended chapter of emotional abuse and drug-fueled emotions. I'm filling in a lot of words here. Everyone in this chat,
You know, everyone responds to them differently, but I really gotta wonder what the fuck they're even taking. Dude, I feel so great on testosterone and growth hormone. Like, maybe if I add in Masteron or dihydroboldenone, those are the two other steroids I'm probably gonna add in later. I don't know if things will change, but what the fuck are people taking when they say their lives just got fucking ruined from them? It's really weird. Like, I know Tren is rough, but like, why the fuck are these people doing Tren? And why would it take them like 10 years to figure out they shouldn't be doing Tren?
like does not know how to type. It's actually miserable. But I would agree with this.
Kitty.
I think a lot of
Yeah,
the people
you're
we
a
talk
good
about
kitty.
are
I
never
love you.
going to actually be top tier Olympic level bodybuilders, right? They're not going to be the top 5 in the entire world. And it's why the discussion is so interesting to be had, because you have to ask yourself, why put yourself through all these detriments? Why do all of these things to yourself? And look, I did it to myself. I get it. But you have to understand that a lot of that is just unearthed trauma, feelings of inadequacy, and
Bro, that chick is like... Fucking women are so sexy when they're on steroids. Like, it's just true. You know? Like, fuck yeah, take steroids. I'll fucking pay for your Anavar if you're gonna look like that.
I get it, but you have to understand that feelings of inadequacy, and when you're sold an option to take that can often fulfill a lot more adequacy, it feels good. It feels really good. And you tend to bias that option heavily, really heavily. And it's why so many people can become chronic users of steroids, because then once you've seen yourself as better than, you don't want to be inadequate again. And thus the cycle continues. Someone else asks something that's really important, and then the thread goes into really more important things. The question was, did behavioral changes affect the relationship? And was he on gear before the relationship? She said 100%, especially after
Nina Rhodey is my favorite porn star. Let me see. Not my thing. Yeah, not my thing at all. I think the hottest black porn star I've ever seen is Fernanda Chocolate. Or Fernanda Chocolatte. I don't know how you'd necessarily pronounce it, but Fernanda Chocolate, she's a Brazilian chick. She's black. Dude, her body is just fucking crazy. Her ass is just so, like, fucking beautiful and perfect and round. And she has, like, the cutest, most delicious looking chocolate asshole I've ever seen. Yeah, she's fucking hot. You should look up Fernanda Chocolate. She's fucking sexy. Just her round ass. She lifts weights and shit. She's actually like a big muscular girl. A lot of the dudes she does scenes with, she's actually like bigger and more muscular than them. She's not like super jacked and on steroids or anything, but she's fit. And like, damn, she's cute.
after pinning, he would have mood swings anytime between 24 hours after.
I don't know if I know she has a TikTok. I don't know if I can't show you. If you look up her name, it's just all nude, so I can't show you on Google. This is her. I don't know if they're gonna show a good close-up. Yeah, that's her. The fuck is this? This is weird.
Oi. Oi. Tudo
Yeah, she's muscular, eh?
bem? Tudo bem. Prazer. Eu nunca te vi aqui. Só tem esse espaço aqui para treinar.
Yeah, I think she's the hottest black porn star I've seen.
Onde que você é? Você mora onde? Tá pesado. Não, tá levinho. Isso, cara. Eu gosto mais dos direitos. Você não tem isso muito.
I don't know if there's anywhere where you get a good pic of her ass. But, yeah, she's cute. You should look her up.
It's a self-fulfilling.
After his first pin, and I would mostly keep my mouth shut or watch my words, take extra action not to deal with it. She did say that he was on before, but he stopped because he got some depressive symptoms. Then somebody else chimed in, 18.
Dude, you gotta see her ass and see her naked. Her fucking rear end is incredible.
Z, saying, IDK, not trying to downplay the effects of steroids, what they had on your relationship, but from my experience, taking testosterone...
Would you put your face in Miss Trigga Happy's ass in public? Don't know who Miss Trigga Happy is. No. Yeah, she's not cute. No. Yeah, I wouldn't be doing that.
Relationships with others who...
Whoa. Why do I feel so good? I feel so fucking good right now. Like, weirdly good. Way beyond normal. What happened? Holy fuck, I feel good.
Who've taken it. I've been on TRT for about 10 years, but blasted other hormones in previous lives. I really only experienced negatives when adding multiple compounds or esters. TRT would not cause issues you were having with your partner, most likely. More than likely, your ex was probably an asshole to begin with, and the hormones exaggerated it. And I'm assuming he's mid to low 20s and too young, in my opinion, to even be taking anything. I'm not trying to defend your ex, but just pointing out that moving onward, don't write off a guy who's on TRT or try to make him stop because of your previous experience. Millions of people are on TRT and report better mood, more regulated, higher sex drive, better performance, and of course, increased protein synthesis and muscle growth. So this is most likely that you were just dating a self.
Apparently, if you take steroids along with other drugs, the other drugs kind of act more potently. That's what I've heard. Apparently, testosterone in particular is like dopaminergic, so it kind of enhances the effect of other drugs. I haven't done any like THC or anything while on steroids, so I have done nicotine. I can't say nicotine feels more potent. But yeah, I have heard that from other people who use steroids. Is this your first rest day since starting gear? No. I have a rest day every 3 days.
Self-absorbed asshole.
Daddy, chill.
I have to agree. Like, genuinely, I have to agree. What you often find is that steroid usage makes you more of who you already are. And so if you are the self-absorbed asshole, well, steroids are going to make you a really self-absorbed asshole, unfortunately, and it's going to get really bad. But what I also suspect here is that this individual was dating somebody who was telling her that he was only using TRT, but likely there was a little bit more in the mix. And when you can throw in things like testosterone and tren, and then tell your honey-go-lucky that you're...
React to this VG.
The Biggest Loser was a cultural phenomenon. Millions watched as obese contestants competed to shed massive amounts of weight. They went on crash diets and...
Is this already on Netflix? Let me...
I have lost so much weight I did not even look the same.
I gotta watch that later.
punishing exercises with tough-as-nails trainer Jillian Michaels.
Unless you faint, puke, or
Jillian Michaels is such a dumb bitch.
die.
Dude, she must have gotten paid good fucking money to do this. Like, I don't even, you know, I can't say I blame her. Like, fuck these fat people, whatever. Yeah, use them for entertainment. They're willing to do it, so fuck them. I don't care. Like, she got paid good money to do it, and these fat, dumb retards agreed to do it. It's a fucking game show. Milk them for all they're worth.
Keep walking.
And humiliating binges as some hungry contestants caved in to temptations. Now a new Netflix documentary, Fit for TV, the reality of...
Like, it just shows you, too. Like, they agree to go on a game show where they can win, like, $1 million if they lose the most weight, and then these fat fucking losers end up binging and not training hard and, like, you know, sandbagging. Like, there's $1 million on the line, and you're not even gonna, like, do your best to fight for it. Fuck 'em. Like, yeah, milk 'em for all they're fucking worth.
The Biggest Loser is shedding new light on the dark side of the show, which ran for...
Angela Colombian is hotter? Let me see.
Can't believe the taco guy said he believes in moral naturalism. It sounds like one big appeal to nature fallacy. It's like a shitty materialist workaround in theology debates. They don't want to admit their morality is a preference found in nature, dude.
I don't know how the fuck people cope, and it's so weird. Like, I understand the personal bias for wanting there to be morally true statements, but if you're basing it off of, like, evolution or something, like, it's such a horrible position to take, because then you could say things like, well, it's within human nature to commit tribal genocide, therefore Hitler did nothing wrong. Like, it leads to such ridiculous sets of circumstances. Like, it's natural to commit rape. It's natural to commit crime. Like, it's... of all the positions to take if you wanted to, like, defend moral realism, like, that's gotta be the stupidest one. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. I can't even find Angela Colombian. I'm seeing some soccer player, but I'm not seeing a porn star. Today marks 3 weeks of juicing. Double bicep flex, please. Sure, why not? There you go, double bicep flex. I think I'm looking pretty goddamn good, dude. My shoulders are definitely getting more juicy. Ugh. I am so pumped to just get fucking huge, you know? Oh, yeah, dude, fuck being natural.
18 seasons before going off the air 5 years ago. Tracy Yukich tells Inside Edition she almost lost her life during a grueling mile-long run in 90-degree temperatures. She was rushed to the hospital.
You say that you actually died during one of the challenges?
Yeah, my body was completely shutting down on me. I know that I absolutely died that day.
Suzanne Mendonca, a former police officer from Long Island, appeared on the big...
What a weird... So... It doesn't even sound like she was pronounced clinically dead, where her heart stopped for a period of time. She just felt dead. I'm pretty sure if you feel dead, you're not dead because you're feeling something. What a fucking idiot. Again, fuck these fat retards. Again, milk them for all they're worth. Use them for entertainment. I don't give a fucking shit.
Biggest Loser in 2005. She says she was told to gain weight. Yes, gain weight before the show to make her weight loss more dramatic.
They actually asked you to gain weight before you showed up?
I was so determined to be on the show that I forced myself to gain 30 pounds.
She ended up losing 78 pounds in 6 weeks. After she was eliminated, she says she had a severe eating disorder.
It's not normal to go on a show and be able to cut 10, 20 pounds. There's nothing healthy about that.
Contestants on The Biggest Loser chalked up eye-popping weight losses each week, which some experts consider to be unhealthy. And many of those contestants say they put that weight right back on after the show was over. In 2000,
It's because they're fucktards. I lost 70 pounds in 3 months. And I never put the weight back on. Like, they're just fucktards.
2009, Danny Cahill inspired America by losing an incredible 239 pounds in 7 months. This is Danny today. Every pound is back. Even the show's trainers were shocked at the gaunt appearance of Rachel Fredrickson, who lost almost 60% of her body weight in season 15. Today, she shuns publicity after being trolled over her shocking appearance.
If you want to be fat shamed, dehumanized, treated terrible because you're obese,
You agreed to be on the show, you fucking asshole. There was $1 million prize, so, like, fuck off.
go on The Biggest Loser. That would never happen today.
Dude, this reminds me of, like, porn stars who regret doing porn, and then they talk about, they asked me to do such humiliating things like drink cum and, like, eat piss, and I had to pee into my own mouth into a cup or something. It's like, you agreed to do it, you were paid good money. Like, fuck off, you're an adult. They're such fucking losers. So, these fucking losers thought they might have a chance of winning $1 million, and they'd be forced to lose weight because they can't fucking do it on their own because they're unmotivated fucking losers. And then, when nothing worked out for them, oh, look, some documentary filmmaker is offering them fucking cash to whine and complain about, they exploited me, yeah. You're a fucking adult. Like, eat shit.
And people say fat shaming is bad.
Like, I think there's an appropriate time for it, like with these fucking idiots, but I would say in general, yeah, it's bad, but, like, fuck these people. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I gotta watch that Netflix documentary. Looks like it'd be funny.
You're taking just testosterone, but suddenly you're having crazy mood swings, well, you're probably, making a little more sense here. The trend would definitely do something like this. The anadrol would definitely do something like this. But just testosterone, especially at physiological doses where you should be as a man, within physiological reference ranges of testosterone, you definitely don't see what this gal is describing. Unfortunately, what I also think is that a lot of people in the demographic of bodybuilding and extreme...
Well, you know what? Yeah, imagine liking food so much that even when you manage to discipline yourself to not being a complete subhuman anymore, food still wins. People who remain obese throughout the entirety of their life, and like, gradually gain weight and can like never diet or something, they're dumb. If you're a smart person and you have an interest in losing weight, you're gonna like figure something out. So, you might figure, oh man, I'm really addicted to this kind of food. Like, okay, maybe I should just cut it out completely and just force myself to stop. And maybe I can eat this food instead that's almost as good, but has way less calories. Like, you're gonna figure out like what kind of eating pattern is best for you to lose weight. You're gonna figure something out. But these people are just dumb. Like, that's why people remain obese, even though they have an interest in losing weight. Like, they're just stupid. If you're smart, you can figure out how to do something. If you're dumb, you're just going to be like, oh, I eat McDonald's and I'm fat. Oh, what am I doing wrong? Like, I've seen people who for years, like, actually tried to diet and, like, they still don't understand what a calorie is. They don't know how to read the back of a nutrition label. they don't understand that fat has like way more calories than carbohydrates or protein. Like just very basic fucking things that I knew literally when I was in the single digits. When I was like fucking 8 years old, I knew how to do these things. But these actual adults that have been trying to lose weight for years still haven't figured that out. The only explanation is they're fucking stupid. Like they're just dumb. I can understand some people just don't have enough of an interest in losing weight to like put the effort into it. But when you're genuinely putting effort into it and you still haven't figured it out after years and years and years and years, you're just dumb. And I've encountered these people when I was doing personal training and shit. Like they are just genuinely stupid fucking people. Like, I don't know why there's so much sympathy given to them. Like, it's kind of like the people who take out, like, a fucking auto loan, and the interest is something ridiculous, like fucking 12%, and then they're wondering why they're broke and have no money. It's like, what am I doing wrong? Oh, well, how much is your car payment? It's fucking, like, $800 a month with 12% interest. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? So there's a reason why people stay broke and poor. There's a reason why people stay fat. They just do stupid things because they're fucking stupid. They'll take out fucking loans with ridiculous fucking financing terms. They'll get girls pregnant without having a good job. They won't use fucking condoms or birth control. They'll eat fucking stupid food and then, like, wonder why the fuck they keep gaining weight. They're just fucking stupid. Donate $2. What's your opinion on this? Do you think it's all bullshit and pornography is safe and beneficial, like reducing stress, anxiety, and rape in society? Relevant research and articles about the studies belong. So here's, I don't want to go through all this fucking horse shit. Here's the thing, most of the research on porn use is extraordinarily biased. The people who get into this sort of research, they just don't like porn. And then they'll do like weird MRI studies where they'll show, oh, porn activates some reward part of your brain in some unique way to other stimuli. And bad somehow, with no real evidence of why it's bad. Or they'll have like these really strange social experiments where they'll find porn watchers are like more prone to making inappropriate comments or something, and they're not actually able to demonstrate that it's porn, like it's a chicken or the egg issue. Are people who are just more sexually explicit and inappropriate in social settings more likely to watch more porn, or people who end up watching more porn changed in some way? Like, they're not ever able to demonstrate any of this. Some of the worst ones are with porn and sexual violence. Like, they'll claim that, oh, porn encourages sexual violence. What do they mean by that? Oh, well, they're into domination play, or like, you know, pissing on their girlfriend, or like spanking or something, like perfectly normal fucking things. Maybe pissing isn't normal, but like they'll call that sexual violence even though it's consensual. Like it's mostly just all retarded. The only relevant research that I've seen in porn that isn't just complete fucking nonsense is some of the stuff that is about what's it called? There's porn-induced sexual dysfunction, and it doesn't seem to just be linked to porn use. It seems to be linked to a very specific type of porn user. So there's like an obsessive compulsive use of porn where people are like looking at it for like over an hour at a time, and they're scrolling through many, many videos. Those types of users seem to have be more prone to sexual dysfunction where they can't get erect when they're with a partner. And there's some other things with personal insecurity. So, like, men who watch porn, especially at a young age, end up having a distorted view of, like, what an adequately sized penis is. That's really the only thing that I've seen from any of this research that seems to, like, mean shit. But most of it is just weird, heavily biased nonsense that just doesn't mean anything. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
BTW, did you hear Bell Ramsey wants to play the next Spider-Man?
Marvel right now.
Okay, I'll look at that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
As a society, we shouldn't be dangling large sums of money over fatties' heads so they'll lose weight. They should be spending their money on a fucking gym membership and Ozempic. Dumb retarded fatties. Get off the coach. Fatty.
Yeah. Dude, especially with GLP-1 agonists, there's like really no legitimate excuse to like not be able to find some way to lose weight. People talk about Ozempic being extremely expensive. They're just dumb. You can buy GLP-1 agonists on the black market that are like 5 times cheaper than like the real pharmaceutical brand name stuff, and it's literally the exact same compound, just as effective. It's just made by an underground lab. And like, I know there's fucking retards who say, oh, it's unsafe, it's underground. You can get the shit third-party tested to verify if it's real, and like, you can just look at fucking like, there's whole forums about underground drug use like this on Reddit where people recommend sources. It's not hard to find safe sources of some of these drugs. So if you really fucking wanted to, like, price would not be a limiting factor. And if you're so fat, you can afford food. So if you can afford to eat yourself to be like so fucking overweight, you can afford like a GLP-1 agonist on the black market. So just take the money that you were going to use for food, buy the black market GLP-1 agonist, and then take the GLP-1 agonist and then save money on food from not eating. Like, it's very simple. It's, you know, this is all something, you know, a smart person can figure out, but what do you expect idiots to do? Thanks for the donation, retard.
When Gig was younger, he was mod in VG chat. These days are long gone, but I still look back fondly at that time. Many people were jealous that VG chose Gig to be his trusted moderator. There is no higher honor. They will write about it in the history books.
Yes, that was a very great honor, and if I ever need you again, Gig, I will grant you that honor again. Thanks for the donation, Gig.
One thing I often see is that hentai and pedophilia have a big correlation. Do you think that is fair to say? Hentai is definitely negative on people's minds and they sexualize the fuck out of anime characters. Looking back, I played video games that did.
Well, I would imagine a lot of pedophiles would be interested in hentai because it's very easy to find hentai of, you know, what is the depiction of underage girls or children or something. So, So yeah, I would imagine pedophiles who either can't get access or feel uncomfortable for whatever reason of looking at actual child porn, they'd probably watch hentai, which I would much prefer. I have no problem with pedophiles watching hentai if it keeps children safe. It's just a fucking cartoon at the end of the day. But yeah, I would imagine there would be a fair bit of overlap. But here's the thing, like, Jordan Peterson makes this fucking claim. There's literally no evidence for this. These anti-porn weirdos, they say if you watch porn, it's going to become more and more extreme and deviant. Like, I've just never seen that in the research. Like, if you were to strap Jordan Peterson to a chair and force him to watch scat porn where people eat shit and vomit into each other's mouths, like some of the most gross shit imaginable, would he end up getting aroused by it and like start watching it and jerk off to it? Like, no, you just watch what you're interested in. So porn use is just a portal to explore your own interests, and you may not know what you're actually interested in until you watch it. So if the only kind of sexual content or like sexual experiences you've ever been exposed to have been like very vanilla, and it's just like missionary sex, but then suddenly you see like anal, ass to mouth, girl on girl, like scat porn, piss porn, whatever. Like if your brain is wired to be interested in that, you'll discover that you're interested in it. Watching normal fucking porn doesn't make you then interested in watching scat porn where girls are shitting and like throwing up into each other's mouths. Thanks for the donation though, Double Tip Cock.
Retard reacts to racist tards supporting Arch Sigma Tard Newsom.
They sort of love that snottiness. They love that stuck-upness. Because it looks like, oh, he's a sociopath. And I'm not kidding. When they say somebody's a sociopath, the Groypers, they mean it as a compliment. They mean like, no, we like that. We like sociopaths. Especially well put together white sociopaths. So there's a Nazi count, and they're loving Gavin Newsom, and the Groypers are all in.
Okay. Dude, things are getting so insane. So now these ultra crazy lefty commie woke fucktards hate Gavin Newsom because he's white, and Groypers like him over Trump, and he isn't like one of these people who who are speaking out against Israel about the genocide. Like, wow. Whatever. Kyle's a fucking idiot. Like, he's a fucking massive anti-Semite. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Not gonna lie, Sugar Boy would have mopped the floor with them if he were debating them instead of you. They would all be vegan by now, TBH.
I seriously doubt that. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Norm Finkelstein is my hero. Why are you pro-genocide, Richard? Just listen to Norm.
Norm Finkelstein is a retarded dumbass liar. Oh, look, it's one of these fake videos where the videographer tells everybody to scream and whine and complain.
How they distribute the food? You know how they distribute it? They throw it on the floor. And then people are supposed to run for it.
Doesn't look like food is being thrown on the floor.
It reminds me.
Oh yeah, there you go. They're showing one of the fake clips where they broke character. So they're all told to yell and scream like they're desperate.
About that. It
and then
reminds
one of
me-
these kids couldn't keep a straight face, and she broke character. Oh my god.
In the concentration camps, the food they put in a giant vat, it's almost all water. I'm referring to World War II now. The people who are lining up, they're
It's almost all water. That's why they're normal weight and a lot of them are fat. Okay.
pushing each other. They're shoving
I didn't know water could make you fat.
each other. Because you have to get to the head of the line, or it's just water.
They're literally fat. Like there's a fat kid on camera. Like look at his face. His face is like puffy and bloated. Like he has excess fat on his body. Like he's not fat, but he's got chub. Like who they don't care. Like, these videos aren't meant to like convince normal fucking people who are like smart and can think for themselves. This is just nonsense that people put out to like rally together to hate Jews.
And that's what they do to the people of Gaza, reducing them to scurrying rats.
Okay, well, they can have fun with that. Thanks for the donation, can't be touched. So fucking retarded. Is Nina Rodi's ass Palestinian and starving? Nina Roti. Definitely not starving. I don't know if she's part Palestinian, but her ass definitely isn't starving.
I'm super into stepsis porn. Is that extreme? Chat, am I cooked? Also, free use porn is goated.
Stepsis? Yeah, it's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Thanks for the donation, retard. Double tipped cock, donate $2. What should we do about these college niggas going into the med field? They are going in knowing nothing about what they're talking about, giving these shit meds. What is your opinion on herbal remedies? These college kids say, look, I'm smart with degree. Most herbal supplements are just complete fucking garbage. That's why they're herbal supplements and they're not used as medications. Test boosters are definitely a fucking scam, I can tell you that much. And since most test boosters are more expensive than actual testosterone, I don't know why the fuck you'd even take them. But yeah. Most medical doctors are fucking idiots and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Thanks for the donation though, double tipped cock.
Man, that Gazan kid is so fat. He must be on that vegan gains diet. He has that bloated Richard face and chub on his belly like Richie.
Yep, very bloated with a chubby belly right now. If that's what being fat and bloated looks like, well, I'm a proud fat ass. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Can't be touched. Dick Little donated $2 VG. How do I get over being mad that God isn't real? Like the disdain for everything you've been told about the world and its religious paradigm. How do you connect with people without seeming weird when these are my underlying thoughts? Why would you be mad that God isn't real? Like, who the fuck cares? And, I mean, you don't need to make friends. Nobody's telling you you need to socialize with anybody. So if you're happy and content being alone, just be alone. There's a difference between being lonely and being alone. But who the fuck cares if God isn't real? Makes no fucking difference. Thanks for the donation, can't be touched.
Is Myron speaking facts here?
When I meet a lot of these young boy streamers, when I meet these niggas, I don't see that killer instinct. I don't see that I'm gonna get it by any means necessary. The young boys today don't have this fucking resolve, bro. Niggas are soft. How dare you get on a fucking camera and talk shit when your face is a fucking fucking circle. How dare you get on a fucking camera and talk shit telling about, oh, pull up, nigga, when you can't even do one pull up. Some of you niggas haven't been in the gym in a month. Some of you niggas are like Los Pollos, TV, aka the enchilada entrepreneur, fat ass nigga, chin hanging like this, talking about you're divisive. How about this? How about I divide your fat ass from the food? I mean,
yeah. He's not wrong. I do not take people seriously if they don't lift. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
Now is struggling just a little bit. Fantastic Four is a fantastic flop, and they have been releasing endless images of Spider-Man Brand New Day to distract you.
Are you down to play the OG Resident Evil games like RE3 Nemesis? No. I don't really like the OG games. The camera perspective is just fucked. Really, really hard to get around. They're just too dated for me. Like, even when they were new, it was just super weird and awkward. Jewish Cock Compartment donated $2. Have you ever had encephalitis? Or encephalitis? Brain inflammation. To my knowledge, no. Causing an infection or autoimmune response. Causing the brain to swell, lead to headache, stiff neck, sensitivity to light, mental confusion, seizures. No, I've never had that. Is it worth finding a cure for these psychiatric disorders, hence them being so common? It's not a psychiatric disorder. Like autism rates, etc., we need to fucking find the cures. Agreed. Number one priority. Men need to be manly again as well. Encephalitis is not a psychological disorder, and yeah, I mean, it'd be cool if there was a cure or better treatments for autism and shit. Thanks for the donation, Jewish Cock Compartment. Can't be touched, only $2. Is it normal to jack off to tranny porn, say, 30% of the time? You know what? There are way more, like, gay dudes than I ever would have fucking realized. Honestly, I think half of dudes are at least a little gay. The amount of messages I've gotten on OnlyFans from dudes who've said they're closeted and they didn't want to admit they're attracted to me and shit, and I've had dudes who said they used to leave hate comments on my videos and they didn't want to admit that they were attracted to me, and they're, like, scared that their girlfriend would find out. They wanted to, like, suck my dick. Like, it's weird. So, I don't know. It might be. Could be normal. I usually watch straight vanilla POV stuff, though. Not interested in fucking one in real life, though. Is that gay? There's levels to gayness. When it comes to trannies or she-males or trans, whatever, it seems to be its own sexual preference, because there are men who are exclusively attracted to transgender women. So I don't know if it's gay or if it's its own unique sexual preference. But I mean, there's levels to gayness. I've had friends who said they jerked off to gay porn, but they have no interest in, like, doing anything gay with a dude in real life. So I don't know. There might be, like, weird things. Like, some of it may not be, like, homosexual attraction, but it may have something to do with, like, a domination fetish where, like, being pinned down by a dude, like, scratches that itch of being dominated. Like, I don't know. So sexuality is, like, not a binary where you're either gay or straight. Like, almost everyone is somewhere in between. Thanks for the donation, though. Can't be touched.
Nigga, whoever sent you this vid on Bella Ramsey is retarded. She was trolling when she said she wanted to play Spider-Man, and a bunch of tabloids are milking that, acting like she was being serious.
To be fair, the fact that she would even try to play Ellie from The Last of Us, it's believable that she'd be stupid enough to want to play Spider-Man. She was so poorly cast for Ellie that, yeah, she might as well have played Spider-Man. So I would not take that seriously, but it's believable, you know? Thanks for the donation, retard.
From that, but I think that they have the opportunity to really, really fix things over at Marvel. They just have to listen to Bella Ramsey.
Right. Bella Ramsey was actually getting interviewed by our very favorite variety journalist, the one that we know for saying, "What was it like to see your Thor ass on screen for the first time?" And he was, of course, fishing for an answer just like the one that Bella Ramsey gave him. She wants to play the next Spider-Man, and she did praise Andrew Garfield's version as incredible, but she thinks that she could upstage him. Let's hear her answer on the red carpet. By the way, this is not at the Emmys. This is at HBO's Emmy nominees event, because they just love throwing parties.
Well, I mean, it makes sense,
blowing their money.
Because, I mean, they have to, you have to, actually try. You don't just end up with an Emmy. You have to actually petition to get it, and it's a whole thing.
Go
it's a
to the
whole process.
luncheons and everything.
Oh,
yeah.
Imagine being these people. Here we go.
Or I could be Spider-Man.
Okay, make that pitch right now to Tom Holland. You're out, you're in.
Tom Holland did a great job, though. so I don't know. Maybe they do need to make a new one for me.
I could see it. Come on, slinging those webs.
This is so awkward.
Yes.
It's a grift, you know. These anti-woke people are just grifting. They know, they're just playing a game, you know. Whatever way you can make money without having to show up to a 9-to-5 job, you know. Nobody has any kind of integrity or moral values, so they just fucking bullshit online. It is what it is, man.
Extreme fitness enthusiasts are a little bit self-absorbed assholes, generally. So when you add steroids to the mix, it just is a ticking time bomb for issues, which is why this channel exists, because there is so many issues within the field. This is also these are really great questions. Somebody asks, when did you find out he was on steroids?
VG, were you being serious that if I took you out to eat, that you would let me jerk you off? No. No. The only fucking chance that would happen is if you're a really, really pretty, looking femboy. If you looked exactly like a girl, I probably wouldn't care if you jerked me off, even if I knew you were a boy. But if you looked exactly like a girl, maybe I'd let you do it. Otherwise, no.
Before or after you started dating, what would you say are the signs that your partner, man or woman, is using? She says that I found out after. Some signs are they look veiny on the traps, shoulders and necks and thighs, and they're the biggest guy at the gym. They have a deep voice. Oh man. And they're thinning and balding. That's crazy. So yeah, with the whole vascularity thing, when you take steroids, your blood volume goes up, the pressure in the whole vascular system increases, and you can tend to have more contracted muscles, pushing veins to the surface of your skin, filling those veins with more blood, and therefore kind of becoming more vascular. Usually what also happens is just how the nature of the beast is. When you put on lean muscle mass from taking steroids, you're going to have a higher metabolic rate. That metabolic rate may get you leaner. And oftentimes when you get leaner, you're going to have more vascularity as well, because there's not as much fat over the tissue. But the balding and the thinning, yeah, this is, we've talked about this through and through over and over again. When you take testosterone, when you take it,
yeah, Bumstead got the hair transplant. I don't know, man. Why'd you even bother?
Derivatives, there's a very high probability.
He looked pretty fine bald, too. I guess he's got the money for it. He's definitely making big bucks. He's a millionaire. But, If you're just a normal, like, everyday fucking brokey, like, why?
I just finished the debate. WH in the fuck lets people donate to mute the guests who are engaging in the conversation? Just dumb. The audience does not know best.
Yeah, that was fucking stupid. That was so stupid. And yeah, obviously, if somebody like me is on, you know, talking about that topic, it's fucking dumb. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin. Okay, then what about for $50? You got a deal, sure.
Unless you are genetically resilient, that the Norwood Reaper as a man or female is chasing your ass, meaning you are losing hair quickly. Hair follicle miniaturization, which we broke down extensively in the past video about that one gal who had a receding hairline. We really went in deep in that video.
Is it normal to watch CP on Telegram? From what I've heard about Telegram, apparently, yeah, it is Farage.
But basically, the short of it is there's genomic changes, the pore of your skin shrinks, you're unable to grow hair in that pore anymore, and so you start going bald. This happens to me, this happens to everybody using steroids. It is a curse, the kiss of steroids. It's the curse. You notice it right away. You'll notice the person shedding right away. It is instantaneous. Are these very clear signs to tell that somebody's on?
I have not noticed any... I've people talk about hair shedding. I've never had, like, you know, in the shower, like, seen any of my hair fall out. Like, it's fucking planted in there hard. I've never had that. I don't know if it's a white dude
Do you
thing.
inject testosterone as soon as you wake up or just before you work out? Do you inject GH after dinner or just before you go to bed? What will adding mastroni do that testosterone isn't?
So, give me a second.
Why do people like this that were delinquents when young still carry this persona in their 30s, hence gangbangers and stuff? PPL like this bullied me and still get puss, and I work tech, bro, I should.
The deal. Now look, 2020 was the year that confirmed to me that these local rappers, they ain't really living how I thought they was living. You know, they really saying this.
I don't know. Thanks for the donation. Why am I so Nick Gurr? So I do take testosterone right when I wake up. So I'll wake up and then inject. That's the morning routine. I take growth hormone right before bed. I inject intramuscularly, and in about 30 minutes, you feel it, and you end up getting really sleepy. And what will adding Mastron do that testosterone isn't? It's an additional anabolic that doesn't have the side effects of testosterone. So you can only take so much of any drug. So you need to use testosterone as a base because it's a bioidentical hormone. If you take any other steroid, it's going to cause shutdown of your natural testosterone. So you need to use testosterone as a base if you're using steroids. And there's only so much testosterone that you can inject before you get side effects. So if you use another compound like Mastron, you're adding to the total anabolic load while minimizing side effects. So an individual may only be able to tolerate, say, you know, as much as 400 milligrams of testosterone per week before they notice side effects that they can't tolerate. Then you would add in something like Masteron that doesn't aromatize, doesn't convert to DHT, doesn't increase blood volume, but still has a potent anabolic effect. So you add in something like Masteron to just create more of a muscle growth stimulus while not adding to, you know, the side effect profile of testosterone. But thanks for the donation, DD. Hope that answers your questions.
Would you let Finster jerk and slurp you? Look them up if you don't know who I'm talking about.
I know who Finster is. Yeah, I'd let them suck me off. Like, I don't know if she's trans or a femboy or something, you know, whatever. But yeah, like she's passable for sure. Like if you just looked at her, you'd think she's a girl, and like I'm not gonna lie, she looks cute. So I don't fucking care if she has a little dick in between her like panties. She's just sucking me off. Whatever. Thanks for the donation, retard. Wow, donate $2. Have you seen? Let me see.
Controversy this afternoon and evening about an Israeli government official who left the country after an arrest for a sex crime. We thank you for joining us at 6. I'm Brian Loftus.
And I'm Denise Valdez. As 8 News Now investigator Kyle Payne tells us state law allowed him to pay his bail before ever seeing a judge.
An Israeli official reportedly back in Israel after being arrested here in southern Nevada on a sex crime. The question, not so much how did he get out of the country, as how did he get out of jail to begin with? Acting United States Attorney Sigal Chattah taking to social media Monday night, saying, quote, a liberal district attorney and state court judge in Nevada failed to require an alleged child molester to surrender his passport, which allowed him to flee our country. In fact, that Israeli official, Tom Alexandrovich, who is upper management with the Israel National Cyber Directorate, in town for cybersecurity conference, where police say he chatted online with a decoy who posed as a 15-year-old girl and never saw a judge, which, if you get arrested in or around Las Vegas, is business as usual.
That's the common practice set by the court.
District Attorney Steve Wolfson, who wouldn't address the acting U.S. Attorney's post at all, says Alexandrovich posted what's known as standard bail, in this case paying the Henderson Justice Court $10,000.
Well, that's fucking stupid. That is really weird how Vegas does that. I didn't even know that was a thing. So as long as you have the cash, you can just get out of jail and then, like, flee. That's retarded. Thanks for the donation, wow. That's just fucking stupid.
I have no intention to criticize, but I have a curiosity on what made you to take steroids and how do you want to prevent side effects and other topics in the future?
Main reason I took steroids is because I have an interest in lifting weights. My main hobby and interest is strength and physical perfection. I want to be as physically fit, strong, and look as good as possible. And steroids are the safest route to do that. If I were to keep training naturally, the injury risk with the weights I'm using and not having any kind of additional hormonal support to help with like recovery, soft tissue integrity, it's just becoming very risky and difficult, and the amount of hard, risky training I would have to do to achieve very minuscule, small amounts of progress, it's a little silly considering I can take steroids, do them safely, not like knowing how to use them safely, not experiencing any severe side effects, not impacting my health to any substantive degree, and getting all those benefits. Like, just steroids were a logical choice. And I was well aware of some other benefits from them, like mental health benefits, increased energy, improved mood, better sleep, stuff like that. So it just made sense. And how do you prevent side effects? Well, you get regular blood work. You see that your blood values are like healthy. You adjust dosages as needed. You check your blood pressure. You just do those basic tests. And if needed, you can add in some ancillary medications. So like blood pressure meds, shit like that. But thanks for the donation, Corniel. Appreciate it. Cock Schmock donated $2. Why do some people never quote unquote grow up? Like in the hood, How these black guys in their 30s still gangbang persona and still fuck girls that do too. These techies that got bullied still get no pussy. Why is this the way? Give me honest answer. I think people very much stay the same. So if you know somebody who's like, 15, I think your personality and like the way you act is very much solidified. So people might change a little bit in some ways, but fundamentally they are the same person. So, like, when somebody runs into their high school bully or some dumb bitch they knew, 10 years later, and they're still acting very much the same, their personality and who they are was already solidified by that age, so you're not going to expect them to change all that much. And I think there's people that are also in circumstances where they're not really forced to adapt and grow. So if you're surrounded by a bunch of idiots who do the same stupid shit and they're your friends and they don't really get you to grow and improve as a person, you're not going to grow and improve as a person either. But if you're in an environment where you do have to kind of grow and improve, then you are going to like grow and improve, So that's basically that. Thanks for the donation though, Cockschmuck.
Probably not, genuinely. Probably not. Like, this would happen to somebody who's just getting in really good shape. A natural could be veiny. A natural could be...
Retard donate $2 base granny ? Let me see. An old white elderly liberal has been spotted holding a sign in protest of Republican Virginia governor candidate Winsome Earl Sears, black woman. It reads, "Hey Winsome, if trans can't share your bathroom, then blacks can't share my water fountain." I mean, that is based. It's a really good point. I don't know why anybody would be offended by that. She's just pointing out that, like, this anti-trans bullshit is similar to racism. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Balding and thinning. These things aren't necessarily conducive to 100% steroid usage, but they definitely are telltale signs. Somebody asked the brave question, did it affect him sexually, and what about the typical dick size issue when using roids? This is something we're going to talk about. Of course, he was hypersexual, would ejaculate very, very little, lack of hardness when aroused, and about 40% sac shrinkage.
He was like that. I mean, it was dark, but honest to God, it was like that.
Did it affect his size? Like, I've
only been on steroids for 3 weeks. So who knows, things could change, but I haven't noticed any noticeable shrinkage in my testicles, and I don't see any change in my ejaculate volume. Like, I tend to jizz pretty decent loads, and I haven't been doing any little squirts. Like, quite a bit comes out. Like, again, no noticeable change.
Steroids make your penis smaller. So did you notice that?
I bet none of you can even find your own penis.
Oh my God. So let me just talk about this, okay? Because I think it's a really common misunderstanding with steroids. Let's say a female takes steroids. She uses male hormones. What happens to her clitoris? We've talked about this before. It grows.
Big vagina? Gigantic vagina.
You have acromegaly.
Who is that chick? Blast 500 milligrams of test. That is... There's no way a chick is taking 500 milligrams. Who the fuck is that? Is that her? Yeah, I think that's her. There's no way she's on 500 milligrams of test. No chance. Bro, if she was on 500 milligrams of test, I think that's the same account, right? Yeah. Yeah, Livy Jewel. If a girl were to take 500 milligrams of test per week, they'd be transgender.
I asked this late night, but your scamming nigger ass turned the stream off as soon as I asked. What's the basis for you claiming that Sugar Boy is on steroids? He has a natural physique, doesn't have a particularly muscular jaw, has more hair than you.
I don't know if you... Buddy, I've been following him for a long time. I know all the deep lore. He went on steroids about... What would it have been, like 6 years ago? 7 years ago? And that was one of the reasons why he broke up with Banana Dumbass. She said after he started taking steroids, he's, as far as I know, he's only on testosterone. He became a dickhead. So he's been on steroids for a while. He literally showed himself buying steroids and injecting it. He went to a TRT clinic. He was hypogonadal, and they gave him steroids, and he's been on them ever since. So he's been on for a while, at least like 6 or 7 years. So I'm not making that up. He showed it on his channel. Like, I know all the deep lore. But thanks for the donation, 21st. I mean, this chick is pretty cute. I like her bum. I wouldn't have figured she'd be on steroids, but yeah. A lot of people you wouldn't expect are on gear. That's the funny thing.
All I know is I ain't believing anybody with a first name as their last name. Hannah Chloe Goofy Aho. She's clearly lying. But you're still in your feminist believe all women mindset for Dow Weiser because he's a special case, I guess. Cope.
That's great, dude. Thanks for the donation. Yeah, like, that's the funny thing. There's so many people who are on steroids, and then you hear people say, oh, you don't need steroids. This person isn't on steroids, and they look great, and they are on steroids. But, yeah.
To her clitoris. We've talked about this before. It grows.
Big vagina? Gigantic vagina.
You have acromegaly of the clitoral region, and the clitoris is...
I don't live in Guelph anymore. I'm in Ottawa.
Essentially the same tissue that would be on a male a penis. Okay, so just thinking through that, and the androgen receptors being the main thing that causes your penile tissue to grow and hypertrophy in the womb and as a child. If you take more androgens, what's going to happen to that penile tissue, which is a muscle, mind you? Well, it's going to get bigger, right? Not huge, not like we're making massive inch-long gains out here, but you're not getting smaller. What is shrinking indefinitely, absolutely, without even having to have a chance to save it, is your nutsack. Your nuts are getting small. You're getting...
Has my dick gotten bigger? Well, my erections are definitely harder, and I have more penile sensitivity. It feels like I'm on Cialis. So I haven't been on Cialis for a while. I was taking it while I was depressed because I was having erectile dysfunction when I was severely depressed. But the erections I'm having right now feel like I'm on Cialis, like way harder than normal, and I have improved sensitivity.
Getting the walnut curse, okay? We're getting a lot of the curses here, but we're collecting curses like it's jujitsu Kaizen. Your nuts shrink. It's crazy. As far as the hardness aspect of things, this is also giving me the indication that he was very likely using a lot more than just testosterone. Because on TRT, you feel great. Sex drive's great. When you're blasting lots of different compounds, that's actually usually when it's the inverse. Your sex drive's not as great, or your sex drive is high, but you're not sexually functional. And this can be a really big problem for men and women when they're trying to be active and they can't be active. Somebody else chimes in here, and again, I have to just completely agree with what they're saying. Do you even rackpole is his username, and he says, roids didn't ruin your relationship, you just chose to date an immature loser and didn't realize it for a while. I take gear, and most of my friends do as well. Many are happily married in long-term relationships with zero abuse or cheating. I've also known many men who started that completely changed for the worse afterwards. You dated this type who was in for the wrong reasons. But I have to agree here. To paraphrase what he's saying is that there was an asshole. He started taking steroids and it amplified how much of an asshole he was. He was essentially most likely, my assumption here is the soy boy anime kid that everybody knows is a nuisance, but started to take steroids so he looks cool, looks acceptable, and didn't get rid of that attitude, just kept it and amplified it. Whereas, you know, if a monk took steroids, I don't think a monk who's practiced peace and mindfulness his entire life would suddenly lose control, right? It's not like you're turning into the Hulk, you're raging and you're losing control. Being on testosterone, being on various other hormones, there's an edge, right? Like I was saying with the dopamine, there's this edge and you have to chase and you have to pursue and you have goals and you have to get them done. And it's almost toxic for sure, because you put a lot of things to the wayside to chase your own dreams. A lot of things, trust me from experience. I've ruined many relationships on steroids when I was really in it, but you don't necessarily change as a person. You just become more of who you were. Always been pursuant. I've always wanted to chase dreams. Ever since I was a kid, I've worked my ass off to achieve things. I do that and had done that more when on steroids, but to a toxic extent. So potentially, you know, if that monk took it and he became too mindful, it could be a problem. But you get what I'm saying. Like, the asshole who takes steroids is going to be the biggest asshole of all time. That usually, and unfortunately, is the demographic that we're talking about here in fitness anyways. So if they're getting on steroids, a lot of the times they just default to asshole. Yeah, so generally speaking,
Dodo $2. Ironically, Gavin Newsom could be one of the better candidates for the Democrats because he is a liar, so he may try to appease some people and say what Israel is doing is wrong, but he is an older Democrat who supports Israel, so when he gets in, he won't do anything. Yeah, and he is the type of person to lie, so yeah, you might be right. He may not be the hero we want, but he may be the jackass we need. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
it's a good topic to talk about because I think it's actually really important. I know a lot of you have significant others on steroids. Look, and I'm so clear and frank about this. I don't think steroids are the worst thing in the world. I think you can...
Myron is live right now on his personal channel, maybe asked to debate Israel-Palestine. I don't think I'll do that because he's not going to agree to it, but I can think of something that might pique his interest.
Renew support from the Likud party and wage a war on multiple different fronts against the Houthis, against the Assad regime, against Hezbollah, against Hamas, against the IRGC. So it literally allowed him to wage a war on everybody that he had problems with before. It gave him the justification he needed.
I can tell you that in these moments, you're really concerned with action. You're concerned with decisions. You're not, you don't wallow in the mire, as they say. You really think about what needs to be done now.
And have you and the people of Israel had time to grieve what happened, to process what happened to thousands of your people?
To grieve, yes. To fully absorb this savagery, I think is more difficult because you seldom encounter such bestial behavior. In fact, I don't think you encounter it among beasts. I mean, the deliberate...
a lot of people think steroids aren't vegan. They're fucking stupid.
This dude said, I just hopped on roids. You ever want to talk about it? No thanks, bro. No thanks. I don't endorse gear ever.
Yeah, what a fucking loser.
The beheading of men, the burning of babies.
Okay, so here you guys go. He's already starting to lie already. The burning of babies.
In front of their children, the kidnapping of innocent people, grandmothers.
Now, this burning of babies is a lie. Only one baby was killed on October 7th. Her name was Mila Cohen, rest in peace to her. And she was killed by a stray bullet, right? This is the narrative, though, that the Israelis spin every single time. Beheaded babies, babies in ovens, all this fucking ridiculous shit. So, you know, and this was done, this lie was spun up by a guy named Yossi Landau. Now, Yassi Landau is a guy that works for Zaka, which is an organization that, anytime there's someone, gets killed or whatever, or someone dies, it's kind of like a Jewish rights organization. What they do is they kind of come in, take the corpse, prepare it in accordance with Jewish law. So a lot of the times they're the first ones on the scene, right, with the police. So when he got there on the scene, he was able to make up this whole fucking fable.
He read my
this
comment.
Dude says, oh man.
Whoa, he's
this
triggered.
This guy Gay said, stay small and weak. Is that supposed to be an insult or whatever, bro? Dude, I don't even, you fell off so hard, bro. Like, you're over here in my fucking chat talking shit, talking about you trying to endorse using roids. Like, bruh, you are a fucking failure, bro. Get the fuck out my chat, man.
Holocaust.
Bro is desperate for attention, man.
Survivors, their grandchildren.
He's scared of me.
Savagery and escape.
But yeah, anyway, a bunch of lies. So Yassi Landau ran with this fucking lie, right?
Dude, it's hilarious. He's so scared of me and gets so triggered. So I said, stay weak and small, dude. I was already bigger and stronger than you as a natty vegan, and that gap is only going to grow. And then that's what he said in reply to that.
I think that it affirmed to me that we're fighting a battle against barbarism, the battle of civilization against barbarism. And there isn't a symmetry between the two. Today, in this world of relativism, yes, of course, everybody is the same. No, we're not. We're not the same. We don't prosecute wars that way. We don't engage in such horrors. We don't delay.
Bro, the IDF is the biggest terrorist organization in the Middle East, bro. Literally, it's the worst.
What a fucking weenie.
What's up, brother? It's been a while.
Oh, thanks for the big donation, David Chubby. Really appreciate that. How you been doing, man? I'm doing good, if you're asking. I've just been on steroids for the last 3 weeks. Growing, making gains, feeling fucking great. Mental health is doing better now that I'm on gear. It was already really good, but I just feel that much better. Just more energy, more positive, more focused. So I think it was the right decision for me to make. And I like the way it's making me look and feel. And I'm stronger and such. And penis gains. But thanks for the big donation, David Chubby. Really appreciate that. How are you doing, dude?
Take them, you can be a completely good person. I think you can be healthy even. But use and abuse is a very, very, very big difference. And the problem is that we discussed on this channel is very clear abuse. Not all steroid users are bad, but a lot of them are. And you have to be precautious of the side effects of steroids.
How often do you think someone on test should get blood work? Every 3, 6, or 12 months? Do you plan cycling off one a year for a couple of months to give your body a break? What test should one have done?
So, I would say probably 3-4 times a year. So every like 3-4 months, should be plenty. Like, especially if you're only running testosterone, there's no need to get like regular blood work like every month. You should know kind of, where you're at in terms of how it's affecting your hormones and stuff, and what blood markers it's affecting. The good thing about testosterone is it's very, very predictable. So if you're on it and you're taking the same doses, you're gonna end up having the same blood work month after month. So just to be safe, I'd say you probably want to get blood work maybe 3-4 times a year. But the 2 things or 3 things, I guess, that you want to just be careful of and keep an eye on is your blood pressure. You don't even need to go to the hospital for that. You can just get a blood pressure monitor. You want to keep track of your lipid profile. Make sure your lipids stay very low. That's regardless of whether you're on gear or not, but still. And You also need to keep track of your red blood cell count, your hematocrit. You may need to get a phlebotomy every once in a while. You don't even need to get a phlebotomy. You can just donate blood. Steroids do raise your red blood cell count, and it can get too high, so you just want to keep an eye on that. And no, I'm not planning on cycling off. There's no point in doing that. Your body does not need a break from it. If you're just on testosterone, it's a bioidentical hormone, so there's no need to give your body a break from it because that's just what your body already produces and is used to and should have in it. You should have it. The only time you want to consider like going off testosterone completely is if you have maladaptive cardiomyopathy or left ventricular hypertrophy. Some people do need to come off completely periodically to make their heart smaller. I know Jay Cutler has to do that. He's prone to left ventricular hypertrophy. Other people don't need to do that, though. Not everyone gets that. And if you're on a drug like telmisartan, which is a blood pressure medication, it protects against left ventricular hypertrophy. So if you're taking the right medications, you may not even have to worry about that. But thanks for the donation, Dee. Hope that answers your questions. So Goku donated $2. I notice women claim they can't lose weight because of hormones, PCOS, and menopause. But is there validity to this, or are they just bitching? They're just full of shit, and they're just making up excuses. Things like PCOS can make it more difficult to lose weight, but it doesn't make it impossible. So, yeah, there's certain things that can make it more difficult, but like if you stick to a diet, you're going to lose weight. There's no way around that. So, yeah, they massively over-exaggerate, you know, how much of an effect it has. Usually with things like PCOS, it doesn't cause huge metabolic changes. What it does is it just like increases your appetite, makes it harder to stick to a diet. Might decrease energy, so it's harder to exercise, but as far as like real metabolic changes, it's not like it's impossible to lose weight if you just stick to a diet and exercise routine. Thanks for the donation though, Son Goku. Appreciate it. My boner wants butt donated $2. Is it gay to like trans women if I'm only attracted to their feminine qualities but not their penis? I would say no. There definitely are trans women that I found attractive, and like I can't say I would or wouldn't have sex with them given the opportunity. Like, I don't know how much it would bother me seeing their penis. 'Cause like if they just bend over and show their butthole and like they have a nice ass and a really cute butthole and they look like a pretty girl, I don't know if I wouldn't take them up on the offer. Like I really like fucking anal sex too. So no, wouldn't say it's gay. Thanks for the donation. My boner wants butt.
Steroids, but completely going, you know, roid rage, as people would say, is typically not a telltale sign that, you know, somebody's abusing steroids or anything like that. And it's not going to happen to every steroid user. What you're typically dealing with is somebody that has emotional trauma or distress or just immaturity that is taking steroids.
Would being vegan negate some of the risks of steroid use? Possibly. Like, vegans tend to have lower blood pressure. So again, if you have a dietary pattern that lowers blood pressure, you may have lower risk with blood pressure issues. You may have a better lipid profile, you know, stuff like that. So it doesn't necessarily completely negate the risk, but yeah, it may help.
steroids, and it's amplifying what they're already going to be doing as a person. So understand that, right? Like, I really thoroughly believe that most people, especially when not abusing steroids, I have to be very clear about this. Let's say somebody takes TRT with Anavar every now and then as a male, you're not going to see that guy turn into a rage ball. You're not going to see him develop high blood pressure and look red and purple and start screaming at everybody. If you do, and he's telling you that, you're probably seeing somebody who's actually abusing a whole hell of a lot more, and they're just trying to ease you into the fact that they're using a little bit of something under the table. Yeah, so that's really it. I was just reading through some of this, and I thought it would be really interesting to talk about and break down a bit.
Mike Van Wyck is a fucking retard. I wonder what that dumbass is doing. He got fired from that gym. Or no, I don't think he was working for the gym. I think they just banned him.
Have you guys heard of Eric English?
15-year-olds and steroids.
He's the 14-year-old, now 15, who has been pursuing bodybuilding, an extremely famous individual within the world of fitness, and even sponsored by Young LA. He's got 1.5 million followers as of right now, all being done before he's even able to cash a check or pay taxes. Now, there's something really interesting happening with him that we're watching unfold in real time. And part of this has been developed from a Larry Wheels video that's been recently published with Eric English.
Do you want to be a bodybuilder when you're older?
Yeah, that's the dream.
Professional bodybuilder?
Yeah.
Make a living off of the sport?
Yeah. Kind of thinking like if I posting when I'm young a lot, build platform a little bit, and then I can do bodybuilding when I'm older. I'll have to worry about like a side job or all that.
Hey, that's the right approach. I started filming and posting my lifts when I was 16, so a little later than you. And it took me till I was probably like 23 before I had a platform, like before I had over 1 million followers. And you have over 1 million at 14.
I was super lucky to blow up overnight.
You literally blew up overnight. And the fact that you still have so much ahead of you, like so much exciting growth that everyone, myself included, is really excited to see. It's like cementing your legacy and your trajectory in the sport. Because everyone knows like you're gonna blow up, or even if you don't work out, you're gonna blow up when you hit 15, 16, 17, and it's gonna keep going. You're not gonna slow down anytime soon. I didn't hit a big growth spurt until I was 17.
Until 17?
Like 16, 17. I went from 180 at like 6'1" to like...
Why is the fucking YouTube thing doing that? Yeah, Larry hopped on gear immediately when he started lifting. Are prostate stimulators, male vibrators worth the money? I have no idea. Some dudes like getting their ass played with, some don't. If you're into it, you're into it. Like, I don't know, man.
240, you know? But then naturally, I only went from like 180 at like 15, 16-ish to like 195 or so. So I didn't have like this huge explosive natural growth. I did become enhanced at 17. Is that something that you're willing to do in the future?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, whatever it takes?
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. That's the mindset I had.
So yeah, Larry basically just asks this 14-year-old kid 7 months ago if he was willing to take steroids. Kid said he's gonna do whatever it takes. Whatever it takes to get to where he wants to go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, whatever it takes?
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. That's the mindset I had.
We all know what that means, especially when somebody's asking them, hey, what do you think about steroids? It's crazy, right? This kid is unable to even apply for a driver.
Former Ohio State Senator calls Newsom's social media staff a racist and gay retarded rant 'cause they said kumbaya. Crazy reach and she getting hardcore blown the fuck out in the replies lol.
What? Anti-black comment in response to a post of mine regarding redistricting. Black history, California retaliating, whichever state responds to California is not okay. An acceleration of the erosion of democracy. Yeah, good thinking. Let's just sit back and sing Kumbaya while our country fades into dictatorship. Smart. Really? Wow. Dude. Like, this is why people don't take the Democrats seriously. Like, they're just fucking babies. Like, they're not adults, and they just act like fucking whiny children. Dude. Like, get these fucking people out of the fucking party. Thanks for the donation, retard. Like, that is such a, like, nothing.
Driver's license, and Larry, who's I think almost approaching like 40 at this point, is asking him if he's ready to do steroids. Crazy. Like, shame on Larry for bringing that up, first of all, around this kid. Like, that's just not appropriate, full stop. But also, what the fuck is going on in this kid's mind, dude? Like, we are really that cooked in this society at this point where it's just like,
well, I'm 14, I better start using the steroids.
What, dude? What? The problem here is that it's not this video, right? This video is problematic. Let me get that straight. Asking a 14-year-old is totally inappropriate, totally irrelevant for what your audience needs to know. So the problem is what Eric English has looked like, because he's made an 8-month transformation that is honestly highly sus.
I think he just got fatter. I don't know. Yeah, I think he might have just gotten fatter.
Indeed, and quite frankly, he's aged astronomically within just a few years. A lot of this could be body fat, some of this
If he's on steroids, he may as well just not use them, because if that's the visual change that happens after 7 months, what's the point? Because, like, dude, after 3 weeks of me being on, I've made more improvements in my physique than this kid made in 7 months. Like, there's just no point of him to be on.
could be steroids. It's hard to say. We'll never actually know, of course, but you just look at what I'm saying.
Search Lexi Luna, African corn star. African. She is not African. This is like a white chick. Not my type. I don't find her attractive. She's just not particularly pretty or cute.
When we compare these early videos of him to his most recent posts, the differences are shocking. Homie looks way older, literally by a large...
I mean, he's going through puberty, so... Yeah, like that happens when you're going through puberty.
margin. And he's gained like 3 times the size, and what he's said is...
Like, he's becoming an adult.
An 8-month transformation from...
Do you approach women more now? Dude, I don't even interact with human beings. I don't go out or see anybody. Every, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 days, I go to the grocery store, and that's it. Like, I do not interact with anybody, go outside, do anything. I have my own home gym, and that's it. So I get up, inject my steroids, do some fasted cardio, have my breakfast, work out, eat again after I work out, then I might have a little nap, and then I stream, and then I have like a protein shake or something before bed, inject my human growth hormone, and then go to sleep. And that's day after day all I do. So yeah, every 4 or 5 days I'll go out to the grocery store, and that's it. So I ain't socializing, doing nothing.
From where he was before within those previous photos I was showing you. Looking at these videos is just diabolical, because it has to be either a manipulated video or something. I don't know. He's claiming to be 100 kilograms. It's got to be rage bait. I hope it's rage bait, but the man does...
There's no way he's 220 pounds. No fucking chance. Dude, I'm 6'3", 205 right now. Even if this kid is a bit chubby, like, he's not lean, he's chubby, but he doesn't have, like, a gut, like, there's no stomach, he's just like a, you know, just not lean. There's no fucking chance he's 220. No fucking shot. Bro, like, look at the video with him and Larry Wheels. The height difference is fucking crazy. He might have gotten a bit taller because he's, like, you know, growing teenager, but no shot he's 220.
Does not look okay. Like, he looks so much older. His eyes are like squinting because of how much fat and swollenness is around his face. It's a crazy look, and it's usually something you see when people are blasting steroids or they're taking some kind of performance-enhancing drug that induces excessive amounts of water retention. I mean, just look at his back in this video. It's crazy. Like, the homie does not even resemble somebody who's literally 15 years old. I don't know if you guys remember, but he used to just make content with his sister that was cool, and it was about fitness, and it was somewhat tutorial-like, where he was talking about what he was eating and how he was going to get healthier and how he's trying to build more muscle. And now it's this stuff where he's doing the basically rage bait. I mean, he's 15 going on 35. And the thing is he's hanging out with all of the athletes and young.
Oh, this guy's a fucking twat. He makes the most cringe, retarded content. You know, all these 15-year-old kids who, they're all fat. Who is that guy again? Who's that fucking dipshit? 300-pound teen bodybuilder or something. Who is that fat kid on Instagram? Am I biggest teen bodybuilder or something? Do you guys know who I'm talking about? He's that really fat guy who I think is like 19, and he makes the weird videos, and he's often wearing a mask. Some of the most cringe content. Sometimes I get recommended him on Insta. I can't even, maybe I can like find it just from searching. I don't know. Blaha? No, that's the dwarf. Guy with a skull mask? I don't think, I don't know if it's a skull mask. Not the guy with the accent. He's American. It's this guy. Who the fuck is this guy? Like, he's right there. I can't remember his fucking name. Oh, is it up there? Wait. This guy. Yeah, this fucktard. There's so many of these fucking retarded teenage kids who are just like fat. Yeah, this is the most like cringe weird shit. He's just fat as fuck. Yeah, Gentile Beast, Big Natty, 18-year-old. Yeah, he posts all the... He always does that face. And he's just insanely fat. Yeah, all these teenage kids, I've so many of them, they're just fat. And, you know, and then they post like fitness content, and they blow up. It's really weird. Like, by the way, 18 years old, benches 600. He's using a slingshot, but even with a slingshot, yeah, it's hard to believe this guy is natty. I've benched over 600 before with a slingshot, and I was using Texas Power Bar for benching. The weight was bending the bar. The bar had no bend. I'm calling suspect on those weights. Let's see. Those actually do look like they may be a bit plasticky. Yeah, that might be fake. Yeah, you know what? That's fake. That's not real. That is not real. That's a faked lift. Okay, he might be natty. That's fake. There's no way. So it just moves way too quickly. The slingshot is going to help, like, especially at the bottom, but it just maintained way too much velocity. And yeah, with 600 pounds, the bar would bend. There's no bend in the bar. There's absolutely no whip whatsoever. That's a fake lift. Yeah, he's using fake plates. I don't buy it. But yeah, this dude is just fat. He's really fat. Why does 339K followers? This has to be a fetish. Why would anyone follow this fat kid on Insta? He's just obese. These lifts are really sus. Really sus. He's either using fake plates or he's not natty. If those lifts are real plates, he's not natty. But this has to be like some weird fetish content. Like, dude, him being like so fat and bloated, and like the weird face thing, like, I think people are just following him on Insta because they're like gay and have some like weird fetish with like fucking weird round fat bloated teenagers. There's no way people would follow this guy for any other reason. Like, I could believe some people are hate watching him or something, or they think his content is like fucking stupid and cringe. But this has to be fetish content. Has to be. You know, that gives me an idea. Maybe if I wanted to blow up on social media, I have to find some, like, way to subtly introduce some kind of fetish. Because, like, girls do it, right? Like, they wear the, like, booty shorts and shit, or the tight, weird leotards, and then they... Oh, let me show you the stretching routine I do. And then, like, they open up their fucking legs and you can see the outline of their vagina and butthole and stuff. Like, that's what girls do. That's how they get big on social media. The only thing I can figure is, like, this is fetish content. So I have to have some kind of fetish shtick where, I don't know, maybe I eat like a lot of cucumbers or something. Like, just eat phallic objects, bananas, cucumbers. I don't know.
Young LA, which we all know are sauced to the gills. Almost every single athlete signed on with Young LA is sauced to the gills. Still waiting for my sponsorship, because that's somewhere in the fucking dust. But at the end of the day, I think you could agree being around a bunch of people who are older, have more money than you, have more influence than you, and likely are doing steroids is going to be a very strong influence towards the path that they're on.
Hello. Birds of a feather flock together, so do pigs and swine.
I mean, in this post, it's just diabolical. He's saying that he's in literally a few months gained several pounds. We're talking almost 60 pounds here. Well, a lot of that is fat. He's still not really changing in body composition. And the point I'm trying to make is we're seeing crazy, exaggerated changes to his physique. We're seeing radical, almost aging to his face.
Yeah, since he's a teenager, like, you could just chalk this up to just puberty. And, like, the aging in the face, I mean, he eats like shit. If you're gaining that much weight that quickly, yeah, you're gonna look like you're aging more rapidly, too. But, yeah, he's just getting fat and bloated.
And it's debatable whether he's stretching or photoshopping these videos. Even then, it's still questionable. Is blasting for social...
Bro is an inflation king per count. Fatty shoulda started with Ozempic before the roids. Bro got a Mr. Incredible build. Disgusting fatty.
Yeah. You know, it's weird how social media has just made people do such weird shit. If you, like, no one would deliberately get fat like this, like, 20 years ago. The guy can't possibly feel good getting that fat, but, yeah, it's making him money on social media, so, like, the cash is just worth it to these people. But yeah, it's for sure a kink. Thanks for the donation, retard. Burping fetish? I'm not doing that. Have you eaten dinner? Yeah, I had protein powder.
Social media content to chase his dreams. Look, at the end of the day, what's going on here, we've seen 1,000 times before. It plays out the same as it always does. And I could read you the book of this character before he even reads it himself.
Yeah, I had a block of tofu this morning. I had 3 rice cakes. I just had protein powder, and I'm gonna have some more protein powder before I go to bed. I'm dieting and eating very little, so... Doesn't bother me, though. I feel fine. Have good energy levels. I'm in a good mood. I don't even need the retatrutide for appetite suppression. What the real benefit for me is just the stable glucose levels. I could probably eat nothing for several days, and I might have lower blood pressure. That would be a problem, but it just prevents me from going hypoglycemic. The hypoglycemia is such a horrible feeling. The retatrutide is just god tier for making it so easy to diet. I don't really get hunger issues. It's the hypoglycemia. That's the real issue for me. Is tirzepatide better? It kind of depends. I think in randomized trials, tirzepatide results in more weight loss. So I think it has more of an appetite suppressing effect, but it's not as good with glycemic control. So it kind of depends on how you react to the drug and what you need from the drug.
Someone earlier in chat asked if you would grift if it meant you made 5x your income. If you would, what do you think this lucrative grift would be? You can't say being pro-Palestine, that's too easy.
There's no amount of money you could ever give me where I'd be pro-Palestine. I'm not the type of person to just completely sell out my moral values for money. it kind of depends. There's certain things that I might be willing to grift for, but I'm not going to be like a pro-Palestine supporter. I'm not going to promote like some bullshit useless supplement. Like, I'd be fine with making, like, I don't know, some kind of weird, dumb sexual fetish content like these fucktards are doing. So it kind of just depends. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Skip to 6:30. Just watch about a minute maybe. Do you agree with this take? I disagree because everyone, including Daniel Cormier, is probably on gear, but you can argue John was dumb enough to get caught. Maybe I'd.
Let me see. This is a car video, and it's a short. That is a nice Lamborghini. Turk. Is that Hussein Farhat's car? Who the fuck? Who is that? Turk. Yeah, I don't know if that's a fitness influencer. I think you gave me the wrong link because you linked me to that short with a Lamborghini. Yeah, buddy, everybody in the UFC is on gear. Like, maybe there's some, but, like, it's pretty much literally everybody. Gear use is as ubiquitous in the UFC as gear use is in the Tour de France. Just pretty much everybody's on it. But thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz.
Hi Richard. How do you deal with feelings of regret? What advice would you give to someone who's depressed and feels like their life would have been better if they had made different choices in the past?
I don't ever feel regret, and if you're feeling regret, you're just looking at things from the wrong mindset. You can't change the past, but you can learn from the past, and you can set your own destiny. So you might have fucked up, made a bad decision. If you made the right decision, things would have been better. But now you've learned to become wiser, and now you can set your own destiny with that new wisdom and just determine your own destiny. It's that simple. So it's just the wrong kind of mindset. Rather than thinking like, oh my god, I ruined everything, my life's over, like you're still alive, you can still make decisions, you can still do things. So you're not powerless, you can still affect your own future. So you've learned, you're wiser now, and now just affect your own destiny in a way that will benefit you. It's that simple. Thanks for the donation, though, Blackberry. Sorry, here you go. Let me see.
You mentioned Anaheim.
Yep.
6:30.
The elephant in the room. I saw Demetrius Johnson says, because John Jones, the steroid is tied to his name.
Yep.
He can't be in the GOAT conversation.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that he should be considered the greatest of all time. I've said that. You can't, Shannon, steroids.
Yes.
In fighting is much different than anything else in the world.
They make you stronger. They make you
It is not.
faster. They give you endurance.
Recovery ability when you train.
That's mainly what steroids do.
Yeah, people
it
don't
allows
realize
you to go to
Bro, you know what? Who was it? Was it TJ Dillashaw who got caught? There's so many people who are saying, oh, steroids are so horrible, there needs to be better testing, oh, this guy's a cheater, and then these people end up being on steroids. So don't get fooled just because Daniel Cormier is saying this bullshit. That doesn't mean Daniel Cormier never took steroids. Some of the people that are the loudest and most outspoken about steroids are taking steroids and have been caught. So, fuck right off. When everyone's taking them, like, look, it's about fucking winning. Like, suck my dick about, oh, you can't be the GOAT anymore, you're cheating. Well, you know what? He's fucking winning. Like, who the fuck cares? So, you're the loser. You're the idiot who didn't do steroids. John Jones took steroids, got caught, and he still won every fight. He's still making more money than you, and he still beat you. So, who's the fucking loser in the situation? You. You lost, you have less money, you're not as famous, like, you've lost in every fucking way. So, like, you know, John Jones has done stupid shit outside the ring that might have fucked his life up a bit, like him running over a pregnant woman. He did it, like, again, you know, the hit and run stuff. I don't know how he's handling his money, but, I mean, again, who's the fucking loser here? You are. You didn't take, so we're assuming you didn't take steroids, but he took steroids, he didn't win legitimately. Well, guess what? He won. He got the fucking win bonus. He got more money. He had a better career. He won in every fucking way, and then all you have to say is, he took steroids. Well, okay, maybe you should have fucking done it, and then you could have made more money and won and been, like, a better champion. Fucking stupid. Just loser bitch fucking mindset. Like, look, who the fuck cares about the rules? The only rule is there is no fucking rules. It's all about getting the fuck ahead. And if you get ahead, like, then you get ahead. If you win, you win. Who the fuck cares about fucking rules? Rules are for fools, so save your stupid rules for some fools who need some schooling. Like, it's stupid. Rules are for fucking idiots and losers. The only thing winners are concerned about is winning. And if steroids make you win, if cheating makes you win, then you fucking win. Winners win. And losers are the ones who sit around saying, he cheated. It's not a real victory because he broke the rules. I stuck to the rules. Well, you're a fucking loser. Winners win. It's simple as that. So if steroids make you win, if cheating makes you win, then winners fucking win, dude. Stupid bitch loser fucking mindset.
And go hard tomorrow, and go hard the day after, and go hard the day after, and go hard the day after. That's when you grow. That's when you become better.
Yep.
Because it gets to a point where you're like, damn, I just.
Okay, dog, like fucking Shannon Sharp of all people. Yeah, okay. You're telling me at like 54... You're telling me at 54 years old, Shannon Sharp hasn't done any steroids? Are you fucking serious? Buddy. Really? Mr. Steroids? Dude, he's more jacked at 54 years old after retiring from the NFL. Give me a fucking break. And by the way, the NFL probably has more steroid use than any fucking sport on the fucking planet. Give me a fucking break. This dude saying, steroids are for fucking cheaters. It's as simple as winners win. Okay? After all's said and done, you can complain about, he cheated, he took steroids, I didn't. You still fucking lost. You don't have the money, you don't have the fame, you don't have the success. All you have to say is, like, all you have are excuses for why somebody was fucking better than you.
I can't give you everything today.
Yes.
But you can go back to back to back.
And that was me at 36, right? Even though I was the best I could ever be. The best I could ever be. I'm working as hard as I could ever work in my life, knowing that I have to.
By the way, he's been fat his entire career. Like, Daniel Cormier. Working as hard as I possibly could. This is not what working as hard as you possibly can looks like. I'm sorry. You did not work as hard as you possibly could. Like, you do not show up to a fight looking like this and then tell me you worked as hard as you possibly fucking could. Okay? This is somebody who cannot stick to a fucking diet and training program. Like, you... Just, give me a fucking break.
To be ready. At 36, he's 28, right?
So he's in his prime.
He's in his prime. But that's the fight that he actually tested positive and they made it a no contest.
Mm-hmm.
So while he's doing that, it's like you said, he's able to keep up with me work-wise, but exceed it. Because at a point, I got to say, hey, coach, I got to take a morning, man. I need it.
Yeah.
I have to take a morning. And I don't know that he would need.
Buddy, you eat like shit. You're fucking obese. Like, he's saying this when he couldn't stick to a fucking diet. Like, you're fatter than him. like, it's so easy to use that as an excuse. Oh, he's on steroids. Well, guess what? You're fucking fat.
Need to do that. Yeah, so I don't.
Did you suspect
No.
at the time when you were in there with him that there's something that might not be on the up and up?
No. I didn't suspect it. He felt like he was always strong.
Right.
He was always strong. He was always big. He was always in shape. It wasn't nothing that surprised me. What sucked was that I felt like I moved past it, right? Like, okay, this dude beat me twice. This shit's over. Like, there's nothing I'm gonna do to be the champ because if I can't beat him, nobody else is beating him. That's what
That's your
that was the truth, right? I was like, yo, if I ain't beating him, the rest of these dudes ain't beating him because I know how much.
Right.
Because when I fight the other ones, I destroy them.
Right.
Right.
Because they don't have the toolbox he got now.
Exactly.
And plus, he's 6'5", 6'4" and a half. He's long limbs, and he has it all. I mean, you can elbow, you can knee.
If you write a checklist of what you want in a fighter at 205 to heavyweight, John Jones. They're talking about the White House. They're talking about a White House fight card. Hey, man.
John Jones's success is beyond steroids. It just is. He is just more skilled. Simple as that. I don't even, he may have still won every single fight without steroids. It's entirely plausible. But, I mean, it's especially hilarious for Daniel Cormier to sit here saying this shit when he's fat. Every fight he had, he was fat. Like, oh, he's on steroids. Well, you're also fat. Like, if you ate better and stayed at a leaner body weight and had better cardio, like, maybe you would have won. Like, who... So, you know what? Like, you can make up whatever excuses you want at the end of the day. He was willing to do whatever the fuck it took to win. You weren't. You're the loser. Fucking deal with it, you know? It's just fucking retarded. Well, thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz. Appreciate it. The whole steroid thing is just such a fucking retarded joke. Look, it's bitch-made shit. The only reason steroids were banned from sports is because the United States thought that they would have an advantage in the Olympic Games if they could ban certain athletes or certain countries. That is the only fucking reason steroids were banned from sports. Had nothing to do with safety of the athletes. Nobody fucking gives a shit about that. It was entirely political. So, like, fuck off. If you want to be bigger, faster, fucking stronger, better, why the fuck wouldn't you take steroids? Every athlete wants to take steroids, and every athlete who's a fucking winner takes them. Like, it's fucking stupid. We have drugs that will make you a better athlete, and you're not allowed to use them. Fucking why? It's fucking dumb. Like, it's just retarded. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
All these little girls are like, my boyfriend's a narcissist. I'm like, no, he's not. No, he's not. And I told him why. And everyone went, oh. I said, if you're dating a narcissist, you will not post on social media you're dating a narcissist. Because he'll come for you. Mentally, physically, financially, he's going to come for you. You will not have that video up. So if you say I'm dating a narcissist, guarantee you he's not. And everyone kind of came at me and I'm like, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. All these little...
Yeah. Women claim this shit because they're just entitled fucking dipshits, and they just want they're just babies, and they can't handle, you know, somebody just not buckling to their will, you know? So they just end up making these bullshit posts online, trash talking who they're dating. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
I'm getting a farm to grow my own food, no pesticides, little microplastics as possible. Would you buy? Comments and VG answer please.
This is garbage. It's just literature review, pesticides, prostate cancer incidence, mortality, environmental wide study. Dude, this is nothing. So this is so this is prostate cancer incidence per 100,000 people for each one standard deviation increase. 6.56, 5.04, like, this is nothing. And yeah, there's like, they also mention limitations, ecological study design, so this isn't even a prospective cohort. Potential unmeasured confounding and lack of individual level exposure data, like, this is just garbage. You don't know what you're reading. Thanks for the donation, Jewish compartment, or Jewish cook compartment. Retard donate chillers promotion for upcoming album or genuine Beverly Hills crash out.
No, go ahead, babe. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Go ahead, babe. No, 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 no. Didn't I tell you to put the phone down? Uh-oh, somebody's gonna have to pay for that. Da, da, da.
Dude, it's just a little nass. He's just being gay. That's just what gay dudes do. He's just famous and gay and he wants attention. Thanks for the donation, retard. Dodo donators, go through her latest post. Do you find her hot? No, I don't find her attractive. Not my type. Yeah, definitely not my type with a fur. That's for fucking sure. But I don't find her attractive. That would be a pass for me. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I get your steroid argument, but Cormier is one of the greats. Not all fighters look aesthetic, they're training for a fight, not a bodybuilding show.
Yeah, buddy. Why don't you get fat and gain like 50 pounds and then tell me how easy it is to fight somebody? So, guess what? If you're training for a fight and you're actually doing what you're supposed to do to be in as best shape as possible, you're going to be lean. So you might not be ripped 5% body fat or anything, but you're not going to have love handles and a stomach literally drooping over your fucking nutsack. So Daniel Cormier cannot stick to a diet. He was eating like shit. He wasn't eating like he was supposed to. And he was in worse shape because of it. So, yeah, no. If you look like that, you are not in the best condition for fighting. You are winning your fights in spite of being not in the best athletic condition. So don't make stupid excuses like that. Just because somebody's a successful fighter and they're fat, that doesn't mean being fat is helping them fight. It means they're a successful fighter in spite of them being fat. Again, go try it. Try being that fat and fighting people and see how easy it is. Thanks for the donation, Lotta.
Watch this anime solo leveling nigga.
Looks like shit. I don't think I'm gonna watch that. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Look at this website I made. Took like 20 hours. I've been so productive since I started mirtazepine and I've been gaining weight steadily. Call me Tranny Gains.
Jinlord World Solver. Calculate. I don't know what the fuck that is. Thanks for the donation, Non-Wib.
Himself. It literally is going to be the hallmark of everything we discuss on this channel. Now, he very well might find success, and if it's his dream and he wants to pursue it, and he's saying it's going to do, you know, he'll do whatever it takes to get to there. So be it, right? Like, I'm not going to have a role in that, and that's his own choice, and he's, you know, a man of his own authority. But it is to the detriment of the industry, again, just to see, like, this young kid, because think about it, right? He's starting his...
Yeah, dude, he's claiming to be 5'11", 220. Like, he's lying. There's no way. No fucking chance he's that heavy. He's making that up. I'm 6'3", 205 right now. Way fucking bigger than that kid. There's no chance. No fucking chance.
His career so young. Where does he go? Does he keep lifting naturally? I mean, even Alex Eubank, after a certain amount of time, once he got viral, jumped on this Azul. So what's going to happen to a 14-year-old after he's 5 years deep, 6 years deep into his social media influencing career, and he's barely just turned 18? He's surrounding himself with the influencers and the sponsorships that are the sponsorships of Azul, very well known. It's only a matter of time before he pursues that path, if he hasn't already. You could argue
Booty McTootie donated $2. Sasha Grey is the hottest porn star. She was pretty fucking sexy. She was good looking. I think what made her so sexy, though, was, again, just her attitude towards sex and just how, like, nasty she was. Like, she didn't do like super hardcore shit, but like just the way she liked getting fucked in the ass and shit, it was just hot. So yeah, Sasha Grey was pretty great. She was pretty hot. Thanks for the donation, Booty McTootie.
People, please. I'm a person just like the rest of you. Just because I was moderator in VG chat doesn't mean I'm special. I mean, sure, VG picked me and none of you, but maybe you can be mod too one day. It takes years of hard work to become VG chat mod.
You put in the work, Gig, and you earned it. Thanks for the donation, Gigliardo.
The kid's bones are made of lead.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure he's just lying about how much he weighs. But thanks for the donation, Non-Wib.
argue that these videos look sus because they're stretched and maybe manipulated in some capacity, but even then, I still have doubts in my mind that this guy is going to stay natural for much longer if he's currently natural. But I wouldn't also be surprised that he claims natural, and he continues to claim natural, and he just continues to claim that he's another 1 in a million.
1 in a million. 1 in a million. 1 in how much? A million. A million.
Like everybody else we're seeing right now, which completely and utterly is a disgusting misuse of trust within the fitness industry. Just disgusting. But yeah, I mean, what do you guys think? It's crazy to me that we're here talking about this, the potential of a 14-year-old just recently turned 15 abusing steroids, but it seems like ever more a more realistic outcome for somebody like this in this industry.
Gig is a beluga. The world has come to madness when a beluga runs the chat.
I don't know if he is a beluga. He does have blue skin, and I know he has pet mosquitoes, but I'm not sure if he's a beluga. Thanks for the donation, non-wib.
History, after all of the videos we've discussed, after all of the crazy amount of issues that have happened within the fitness industry, I mean, it's hard to believe that someone like this could even stay natural for very long. Look, if I had any kind of recommendations to give, it would be very clear. And I'm sure you guys would probably say the same, as we've all said in the comment section before on this channel. Stay away from it, dog. Just try to train naturally as long as humanly possible. Live your life to its fullest, absolutely. Chase your dreams, absolutely. But don't lose yourself along the way. And I think that's where a lot of people tend to develop these foundational problems in their life. You lose yourself, and you get so caught up in the momentum of the next thing, the next thing, the next thing. And as you continue to scale in virality and fame and success and income, those next things.
That kid was on steroids. I think he was taking like Tren, Ment, and like something else. He doesn't weigh 300 pounds. Like that's... Oh, man. I don't... Social media is just so retarded, man. Like, people just get ahead by lying about fucking everything.
Things keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And once you get on that hedonic treadmill, it's really hard to get off. Speaking from personal experience, all right?
Kid Boot on $2, skip to 11.55, nigga. And if you say it sounds like shit, I'm gonna come beat your ass, nigga.
How long is the stream going on for? How's your sleep? How's the cycle going? How's your diet? And how's the gummy one?
The stream will never end. I am just going to be streaming continuously, unending until I die. But,
A lot of heavyweight boxers are fat. Weight is a considerable advantage when you cut to make the weigh-in. When you fight at 20 pounds heavier, you have a significant advantage over a natural at that weight class. This works in all combat sports.
being fat is not an advantage in combat sports. The only time it's an advantage is like fucking sumo wrestling. When you're talking about boxing or MMA or anything, it just slows you down. It's dead weight that doesn't allow you to produce any more power. It ruins your fucking cardiovascular performance. It makes you less agile. And again, you can look at the people who are most successful in the UFC. Like, what, Fedor is maybe the only exception to this, and even he wasn't really that fat. Like, he just was a little chubby, had the power belly going on. Like, every other one of these MMA champions, they're all, like, pretty lean, mean individuals. Yeah, weight cutting is a thing, but why would you be fat? You can just build more muscle mass, have more strength, power, endurance, and then weight cut, and then be heavier for the weight class. Like again, dude, prove me wrong. Like, get fat, gain 50 pounds, and then, like, tell me how easy it is to be good at martial arts. Thanks for the donation, though, Lotta. My sleep is good. The growth hormone is really helping me sleep well. I'm not on a cycle. I'm just on steroids. I'm not going to cycle. The steroids are great. Fucking love them. Feel fucking amazing. And Gummy is doing great. He is being highly, highly gummy. That is my gum. See that? That's my little gum. That's my little gum. He's sitting on his chair with me while I'm having my energy drink. That's my sweet little gum. See this right here? He's very gummy. That's him being gummy. He is highly, highly gummy. Thanks for the donation, though, the Even Now. Yeah, the Attack on Titan music's good. I dig it. Thanks for the... Oh, skip to 11:55. Let me see 11:55. Yeah, Attack on Titan music's good. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Can being fat work in wrestling? Well, tell me this. Would, if you're at the top of your weight class in wrestling, let's say the weight cap is 200 pounds, do you think it would be better being 200 pounds of solid muscle, or do you think it'd be better being a fat 200 pounds? Being 200 pounds of muscle is going to be better. Like, it's like why do you think being fat is a good thing? It's stupid.
It's a terrible thing. Well, let's just hope, homie can pull himself together to not blast steroids, buddy. To not blast steroids. And if he is, man, I'm just going to say it right now. My prediction is he starts balding pretty quick. Because that hairline, I don't know if it's going to stay loyal. The Norwood Reaper is going to catch up to Kid real soon. I promise you that much.
Fulfilling prophecy. You do your estrogen high, you're in your...
Sonic 06 donated $2. People get ahead by lying about everything. That's literally the history of mankind. That's not new. With social media, UK, USA got ahead on the same shit. Also, any straight man would fuck this tranny, so it's not gay. Oh, I guess X changed their layout. I think I've seen her before. Like, I don't find her particularly attractive, but, like, again, I've seen trans girls that are really hot.
In Dragon Ball Z, between Fat Majin Buu, Super Buu and Kid Buu, which one was the weakest and who was the strongest? That right there answers the question. Kamehameha.
Yeah, that's a good point. The leaner he got, the more powerful and dangerous he became, so that settles that. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku. Yeah, so she's conventionally attractive. I don't find her particularly attractive personally, but there are some trans girls that are really hot. Thanks for the donation, Sonic. What flavor protein powder? I've just been having chocolate. Trans girl hates vegans, or this trans girl hates vegans. Oh, she's a dumb bitch. Garbanzo Nuggets donated $2. Suck my dick, gay. She has a nice rear end, I can say that much. That is a nice behind. Yeah, there's a lot of chicks who do Olympic weightlifting who have really nice asses.
Oh my god, is he gonna rap? Oh fuck, is he gonna rap? He's gonna... I wasn't prepared for this. No,
Oh,
he's gonna fucking freestyle rap. Holy shit. Like, is this... Smash the like button up to. Could you imagine?
Okay.
freestyle.
Oh wait, is that the
Bacon.
same? Am I going nuts?
But even I've had some people comment, and I just bite my tongue. You know, he's putting his son up deadlifting, and it's like, you're really going to let your progeny, your legacy, deadlift with that bull? Just saying, dude. You're putting him on camera for the world to see deadlifting like that and not teaching him any basic how to deadlift at all. And you think this is going to be, you know, so again, that tells me a lot about Eddie Hall. But what can I say about that? Like, you can't even teach your son to deadlift. And then, like you said, he's going to promote the carnivore diet. I don't know what to say about that.
Well, Jason isn't wrong, but he's also not really one to talk. This is the guy who went broke, going in massive amounts of debt so that he could pay a prostitute to peg him in the ass. So, you're not doing so great yourself there, Jason. Vince Goodrum acting suspicious. I don't think that's Vince Goodrum. Thanks for the donation, though, Garbanzo Nuggets.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You do your estrogen high, you run your trainery around, you turn into a kid, and nobody respects you anymore. What more evidence do you need?
Yeah, I mean, that's it for me. And I've trust me, man, people don't believe me. I've tried every thing that you can possibly imagine.
Yeah, same here. Same here.
And I feel the best on test, primo, GH, and running an AI as appropriate. And for somebody that's on social media, I don't particularly like getting a lot of attention.
Get used to it, man. If you're almost at 30,000, imagine when you're at 100 or 150. It just keeps getting more and more and more. It's just part of the game. You got to take it as it comes.
Well, I really enjoy helping people and trying to get good information out there where I can. And it's interesting meeting all the people like you and Kurt and other people that I've Dean, all these very smart people that have helped me improve.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's what the community is there for. Right? We got to help each other.
That's what drives me nuts about the guys that get so angry and hostile towards other. I mean, we know a few of those people, but it's like you're shooting yourself in the foot.
But I think it's just normal. Like there's jealousy and hate. It's in all walks of life, right? I mean, I had it as a business consultant. I'm sure you had it as a business owner. People don't want to cheer for other people's success because they're here, and then as soon as you start to level up, they're trying to pull you down. That's one of the reasons why I left Holland. And it's in every aspect of life, in every field. And we also have that in the bodybuilding community. There's just some guys who can't take it and try to bring you down to their level. And I think when you start to exceed, you just have to ignore it at one point. Because, I mean, I got so many haters I can't even keep track. You know, I get, you know, videos sent every week like, oh, this guy's talking shit, this guy's talking shit. I'm like, whatever, man. It just comes with the territory. And Derek gave me a huge rundown he said, you know, when I had like 30,000 subscribers, he's like, you know what, from 50,000 it gets worse. And when you break 100, it's terrible. And he was right. He was right. I mean, the amount of haters that Derek has, 2 million subscribers, it just comes with the territory. So, and all you can do is
pure magic.
Let me see thee then now.
Let me tell.
What the hell is going on here? What the fuck?
The story, I can tell it all.
Oh my god. Oh Jesus. Oh my god. Oh whoa. What is going on here? Oh dear god, that is amazing. Holy shit. Whoa. They're so fast. Whoa. Oh my god, that is incredible. Thanks for the donation, thee then now.
keep going and become more successful and laugh it off. You know, it's all a joke.
I'm going through the stages of it now. It annoyed me and upset me at first, and now I'm just like, I don't even pay attention to it.
Acceptance. That's haven't been investigated in every context. So you can say that aromatase inhibition is worse, but what else are you doing? Nobody's just running TRT. We're all doing HRT plus with Primo and Mastro. And there's no evidence that it isn't or that it's neurotoxic because it hasn't been investigated. So, you know, it's not like we're all getting smarter by taking these steroids. But it might help with cognitive decline when you're old, but that's because you're androgen deficient.
But you know, from experimenting, that there are certain things that seem in certain ways of doing things that are way worse for your psychological health than others. I feel
high estrogen and a little bit of trend. That's one of them, and that's what these guys are advocating. So, and the symptoms are clearly there because everybody hates these guys.
Yeah.
So in the story, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You do your estrogen high, you run your Trinity around, you turn into a dickhead, and nobody respects you anymore. So what more evidence do you need?
Yeah, I mean, that's it for me. And I've trust me, man, when people don't believe me, I've tried everything that you can possibly imagine.
Yeah, same here. Same here.
And I feel the best on test, Primo, GH, and running an AI as appropriate.
Yeah.
Keeping my estradiol in the off season, I'll keep it at the high end of the reference range or slightly above.
Yeah.
And I feel great. My blood work looks great.
Same here. Same here, man. It's not rocket science. It tests Primo, Anavar, GH, insulin. Done. That's it. Right? And then during contest prep, you can throw in a Mastrone and a Winstrol. Cool. Right? And if you really want to dice it in, Anadrol and Superdrol and hail test it. But that's only the last couple of days. It's really for most guys, if you can't get it done with 5 compounds, you just have no business in this space, you know. Actually 3, test GH and insulin. Honestly, if you can't get it done in those 3, then I don't see a reason why you would want to be in this sport, you know. Okay, you need an aromatase inhibitor to control the estrogen on testosterone, but that's an ancillary. It's not anabolic.
I've made the best progress of my life from 45 to 50, and I'm not trying to sound like a braggart here. I don't know of many people, and many other guys in the world that have made as much progress as I have from 45 to 50. And all I've run is test, Primo, and GH for the most part. That's it.
Yeah.
Like 90% of the time. A little bit of insulin here and there.
Yeah, it's insane, right? Yeah,
I've
but
changed
that
my
doesn't
trade.
sell. This doesn't sell, Paul. You got to make content about DNP and adipotide and injectable ephedrine and all that stuff. Yeah, you got to give the people what they want because there's always, you know, the grass is always greener behind door number 5.
Everybody wants there to be some obscure cycle. I had a coaching client recently I took on that after a month, he fired me. He was like, I was expecting more than this. He's like, this is not.
I've had that. I've had that so many times.
It's like, this is not what I was looking for. And I'm like, what did you think was going on then? That I told you that you have to have your diet buttoned up, your training buttoned up, and then you just take simple compounds and escalate them up as necessary.
Yeah. Yeah, but if the foundation is there, I don't mind experimenting, right, with clients like this and that, and they do their blood work and they track their blood glucose levels and they send me the logs of their blood pressure. I don't fucking mind, right? They live the lifestyle. Let's go to.
Yeah, I was trying to play Last of Us 2 chronological mode. I'm still probably gonna try to play through it. It is so fucking boring. It is so front loaded with a crazy amount of cutscenes. I didn't realize one of the reasons why they might have made the story the way it is just pacing. It's so horribly paced in chronological mode. But after you get through some of that, like the game might actually be more enjoyable because it's so front loaded with cutscenes. It's crazy.
Fucking town, right? If you have the money and the resources for it, we'll do the Increlex and the IGF and the insulin and the everything. Right? But most guys, they're not ready for those steps yet because the lifestyle isn't there. The lifestyle needs to be adopted first.
Yeah.
That's the problem you run into these guys. So they still eat hamburgers and fast food, and they drink. And then they're like, why do I have so many side effects on 500 tests? Well, you're treating your body like shit. Why is my blood pressure so high? Well, you're eating like shit. Yeah.
Well, it goes back to the simple philosophy for me. I mean, it's
Squirrel Strat donated $2. Do you support the Don't Free Palestine movement? Yes. Do not free Palestine. I am in full support of not freeing Palestine. Thanks for the donation, Squirrel Strat.
Occam's razor. Don't worry about the 10% until you have the 90 buttoned up. If you don't have the 90 buttoned up, the 10% doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can start, you know, the guys that are doing attention to detail and all the little...
The only thing insulin does is keep your blood sugar in check. The reason these massive bodybuilders take insulin is because if they didn't, they would just have high blood sugar constantly. The amount of food they're eating, their pancreas can't keep up, and they end up becoming diabetic.
Little, you know, I do some nuanced stuff, like, you know, tracking my blood sugar throughout the day using a CGM. If you're not following a diet, it don't fucking matter.
Why is it 300 at some points? Oh, yeah, I know. I had the milkshake at Five Guys.
Right, it doesn't matter at that point. I don't know. I think guys are looking for all really complex answers to some, you know, or solutions to simple problems. I don't know, but
yeah,
it's just my mind.
But then what's so weird? Like my cycles are pretty complicated, right? I mean, I run Test and Primo and Anavar and GH and Increlex and ancillaries and all these little micro experiments in the meantime. And then you have like part of the crowd, they love it. And then the other part of the crowd, they're like mortified. Like, what, Steve, what are you doing? Why is it so complicated? How much money does this cost? Why are you injecting NAD Plus and taking NMN and all these little things, right? And that's, I mean, for me, it's super interesting, and it's also content. I mean, let's be honest. But like some people are really adverse to that idea to really optimize everything, small amounts. And other guys love it. So you can't really win because there's so many different audiences that are after particular things and after their own biases, and some guys are purely after TRT information and some guys are up.
I love steroids. Steroids are great. Steroids. Xbox One cock insertion donated $2. Do you support Palestinian children being killed in any way? Do you believe there is any benefit to it? Yes, the more Palestinian children that die, the more tears that Israel